Hello everyone, welcome to Chess24's broadcast on the candidates tournament. Today is round 6 and Pepe Cuenca's birthday.
Hi Anita, hi everybody. My birthday is not the most important thing, so we have a lot of action today in the candidates.
Exactly, the games have already begun, so I think we should just begin right ahead with which one would you pick for first? Everybody's talking about Topalov's game,
Yeah,
so maybe that's where we should begin.
Yeah, let's talk about this game.
H4.
H4 after G6, guys. So Topalov always very creative, very brave in his openings. He doesn't care about too much a result, and he goes for the win. That's what I like from Topalov.
Such an aggressive attacking style. He already proved yesterday that he doesn't care who is the opponent. Yesterday he was facing the tournament leader. He could have tried to make a quick draw against him with the white pieces, but instead he went all in, and this is what he's doing today as well.
Exactly, and probably after knight c3, Giri was going for a Grunfeld. He's really an expert in the Grunfeld. So he goes for h4. Of course, it's a really brave move, but interesting at the same time. And I think Giri is already thinking after this move, after h4. The idea is pretty simple.
I would be thinking after h4.
Yeah.
It's not something that you see on top level.
Yeah, the idea is pretty simple. You wanna checkmate black already in the move 15. But of course it's not the most common move. You have to develop first your minor pieces. But let's see what Giri does.
Do we have the cartoons of them to see
their
personal result?
We have them. So Topi versus Giri.
Here I'm expecting, already after seeing h4, I think it's obvious that we will expect a lot of fight here.
Yeah.
Aggressive chess, and we will see if Topalov can manage to win. I hope not, because I'm cheering for Anish, everybody knows that. But objectively, I think that Topalov will go just really brave. He already did with h4, and after having survived that game against Caruana where he was completely lost, I think that gave him a big push, and he's already back on track, and he might win a game. Let's hope that not today.
Yeah, I would love seeing Topalov back on the track. Again, in the middle of the table or something like this. Still, he's minus two, yes?
But I think the game against Caruana was already a psychological victory.
Exactly, yeah, completely lost. So now.
Also, yesterday he was the one trying to win, so he drew against Karjakin, but trying to win. That's not the same when you are trying to draw. So he really wanted to go for the full point yesterday as well.
Exactly. So let's talk about the other games. What do you think? Which game should we go first? So let's go, for example, to Fabiano Caruana versus Karjakin. Fabiano, it's a really important game for him. A victory would mean that he actually joins Karjakin.
I started laughing because I see the pawn structure, hanging pawns again.
Yeah, we have the same opening, and
Karjakin plays this with white and black all the time. The queen's in the end.
Exactly. So let me change the cartoons a little bit.
Yeah, maybe they look a bit different.
Yeah, they look a bit different, yeah.
That's Aronian-Nakamura.
Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, so this is Fabiano Caruana versus Karjakin, yeah? Sorry, I'm creating
now
a bit
we have
of
them.
here.
We can see that Fabiano has won 4 games. They have drawn, how many is that? 18, can I see it well? 18 draws and only 1 defeat, so...
Yeah, Karjakin, extremely solid player. And yeah, a draw will be a completely great result for him with +2, I guess. Yeah, he has +2 at this moment. So yeah, of course, a draw with black pieces is an extremely great result for him. What do you think? Should we go through the opening, or should we change first to say a little bit about the other games?
I think since we already started talking about Topalov's h4, let's see here the opening as well, and then we go to the other boards.
And what a surprise! We have another Queen's Indian. B6, G3. Bishop a6.
Everybody's saying this. Everybody's playing this variation, especially in Karjakin's game. We have seen this already. I don't even know how many times. Almost every round.
Yeah, almost in every round. Yeah, I think. So after b3, bishop b4, we already talked about that. After bishop e7, this square normally is ideal for the knight. So bishop b4 is not a stupid move. Knight to c3, d5. You take on d5. You have to take, and then e takes d5. Of course, normal move controlling the center. Bishop g2, castles. castles, and rook e8. This has been playing in all the games where we have seen this
yesterday
opening.
too, and here, if it's, I think this is the same position, but yesterday Veselin Topalov played rook b1 novelty.
Rook b1, extremely interesting move. And after, the idea is just to go b4 here and to make more difficult this break with c5. And after c5, he went something like rook b2. After something like bishop f4, he went something
really
like rook b2 and rook d2 maneuvers. Was really, really interesting. So
we have actually the queens in the end between these two players already played, but the queen b3 variations after bishop a6, what I see is that 2 times they played queen b3 Caruana with the white pieces instead of in the position bishop a6
here,
instead of b3
they played queen b3.
He tried twice queen b3 and today he went for b3. This is what everybody plays in this tournament.
So everybody's playing b3 and this opening. And after rook e8, we have a3. So maybe it's a great idea that you go through the moves there and then in a big database.
Exactly. Let's see
bishop
how
b4.
the players are doing.
So, and I guess the idea is pretty similar here in this case. You want to go b4 maybe at some point, so just to make more difficult to go to make this this break with c5. And then this maneuver that we saw yesterday, it can be seen via a2 again. So it's a bit interesting, this a3 move.
Could be similar to yesterday's game.
So now, of course, if you do something slow like knight d7, you can go b4 or knight e5. So he goes for c5 straight away.
I already have the position, and a3 is not very popular.
Wow, just 2 games, yeah?
Yes, and I don't think that maybe transpose it later, but with this move order, I don't see anyone strong playing a3. So once again, the players are trying to deviate from the main lines, because if you just play the main lines,
it's extremely
they
well
have
analyzed by everybody.
Move 40, and you just want to have a playable position with the white pieces and try to do something.
Yeah, and we didn't say anything about the guys in the chat. Thank you for being here, and thank you for giving out all your opinions and comments. Yeah.
Also, you can tweet us using the hashtag C24Live.
Exactly.
I will open tweets.
Yeah, open Twitter. So d takes e5, b takes e5, and now knight e5. Yeah, this move is quite normal in this position. Not only it's difficult for black to develop the knight, for example, now, but also there are these kind of maneuvers with knight d3 and knight f4 that we already saw in previous games. So after bishop b7, this bishop has done its job already here on a6. Now you have to defend the hanging pawns, as we said in the previous games, and bishop f4 here. Of course, this bishop is not well placed on d2. Now you increase the pressure on the d5 pawn. Moves like knight bd7 are not so easy to play. Knight bd7 was played, and here some move that we already talked about before, knight to c4.
Exactly, this maneuver is very typical because the b7 bishop is always hanging, and sometimes after knight b6 we want to go knight a5. That's a funny square for a knight.
So there is an idea here going knight a5. You can also try to go knight e3, just putting more pressure on the d5 pawn. Yeah, we were saying yesterday that this move, knight takes d5, is not actually really possible yet, because after bishop takes, knight takes e5, for example. Yeah. So bishop b7, bishop f4, knight bd7, knight c4. With these ideas of increasing the pressure on d5, these ideas are going knight to a5 here.
I don't see any games in this position, at least not among the recent games. But as we have said, this is a very typical maneuver. So even if this exact position has not appeared, the players know this position very well, this middle game.
Yeah. So knight b6 has been played, and knight a5. And now it's time to think. What do you want to do? You want to go bishop c8? You want to go queen to d7, for example? Maybe you win the bishop pair here. If you win the bishop pair, white is more or less a little bit better. What do you think, Anita? What would you play here with black pieces?
I don't know. I don't like this position much because this g2 bishop is so strong, and now the b7 bishop is either exchanged or you have to move it. But where can you move it?
Yeah, I mean, some swear
bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
I'm always scared that this d5 pawn will just drop.
Yeah, it still looks well defended here with the 3 pieces. But yeah, you could think of moves like rook e1 and e4, trying to open the position for these little monsters here. So people are saying knight a5, bishop a6,
So it was played. Yeah, what we thought that you shouldn't really give up this bishop on b7 because if you protect it, like say after knight a5, queen d7, this exchange, and then having this monster on the long diagonal, the g2 bishop, unpleasant. It's not
there are some ideas with a4 and a5, for example.
Exactly, this is really unpleasant.
Exactly. So
bishop a6 is understandable. Also, this e2 pawn can be sometimes vulnerable and simply trying to make it difficult for white to push e4. So you have to go rook e1 to prepare e4.
Yeah, you can try something like bishop f8 to gain a little bit of more control of the e4 square.
I mean, sorry, after keeping the bishop, not here, because this position I don't like. I prefer bishop a6.
Bishop a6, yeah?
Yeah, so that we are pinning the pawn. You have to go rook e1 to prepare e4. Because as we said so many times already against the hanging pawns, you want to tear them apart. You want those pawns to be fixed, not to be dynamic. Because here, this d5, c5 pawns, they are not protected by other pawns. That's why they are hanging pawns. But they are not bad. You have to make them weak.
Yeah, and there are some interesting questions as well. Black could try to go d4, just sacrificing an exchange, because it's never so easy to take this rook. I mean,
fianchetto bishop, to give up that bishop.
Yeah, I never a fan of giving this bishop, so to my opponent, even for a rook.
Because you have to be careful about giving up that bishop, since then the light squares would be really weak.
And of course, one question is, can you go knight c6 here? This is a really normal move here, trying to win the bishop pair. I guess after something like queen to d7, knight takes e7, for example, let's say, what can we play here? I guess queen takes or rook takes. Yeah, you have a lot of pressure here on the e2 pawn. You wanna go maybe rook 8, e8, and then d4. And even though you have given your bishop pair, actually you have a lot of active pieces in this position, yeah?
True, and if black wants to give up a bishop, it should be the dark square bishop and not this light square bishop from b7, just to somehow face the fianchetto bishop of white.
Yeah, that's an idea. Just bring the rook to e8, then d4, and then bishop b7. If you manage to change this exchanges light square bishops, black would be completely okay. But instead, b4 was played here. And what's going on? So of course there is a really
b4 already going for those tearing those pawns apart.
Exactly, and of course, guys, you think maybe, oh, give me that pawn, it's free. No, it's not free. After bishop takes b4, knight c6, and you are almost you are completely lost here in this position.
Both bishops are hanging on the queen.
Everything's hanging here in this position. You're gonna take this guy, for example, let's say queen c8, knight takes, queen c3, but then there's another bishop hanging.
So what shall he do after b4? Because if those pawns are exchanged, then once again we will end up in an isolated pawn position. Yeah,
so let's say, for example, of course, this is the kind of move you don't want to actually play it. c4, you have a lot of interesting squares here now. For example, queen to d4, you can bring a rook to d1, another rook to e1, then break with e4.
This is what you should avoid with black, to fix those pawns. As Pepe said, there are these holes, like the d4 square is an incredibly nice spot for any piece, like the queen, a knight, any white piece. Also, b5 after this could be interesting. And where do you go with the bishop?
Yeah, you don't have any proper square. You have to go to c8, and then there are some nice square for the knight on c6. So I guess c4 is not the best move here.
So if not c4 and not c takes b4, what do you do?
Yeah, now it's time to think. I would consider even this move here, d4. Maybe it's a little bit stupid here, because of maybe knight c6 followed by knight e7 and then taking on a8. But otherwise, maybe we can take on b4 and play something like rook c8. Rook c8 or something like this. Is that so stupid?
No, it should be playable.
Should be playable, right?
I also like your idea with this d4, because I would be scared of by giving up this bishop, the light square bishop.
Yeah.
But okay, once again, we are here just saying
you mean d4 here, yeah?
Yeah, and the players really should consider sacrificing exchanges like this.
I mean, I like this idea.
But it's an interesting idea.
Why not? Why not? Okay, let's say you take on a8, yeah? Let's say you take on a8, I can take with my queen back. Yeah, I mean, after queen a8, I'm threatening to take your guy here on c3. You have to move it away. Let's say, for example, there's no proper square, like something like knight a2 or something like this.
That looks horrible.
Suddenly you have a lot of active play with knight d5, bishop f8, putting some pressure on the e2 pawn. c4 could be an interesting move, creating two pass pawns.
I think this is a really interesting exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
The question
Sorry,
is...
not c4 because the d4 pawn is hanging, yeah? But
the other question is, what if white doesn't want to capture?
Yeah.
Then he has to move the knight from c3, so we achieve something with black.
Yeah, so...
But this is really interesting. I would love to see this happening in the game because that would mean a very complicated, very complex position.
Yeah, and there are so many possibilities here. You can go b5, you can go knight c6 first. You can go bishop a8. So I would love to see d4 in the game. Maybe it's really stupid, but...
Yeah, we don't really know if it's a good move, but it seems to be interesting.
At least seems to be interesting, yeah? Okay, and the other option I think is just to take and then play rook c8. Then you have a nice square here for your knight on c4,
yeah,
maybe.
That should be the normal continuation, not going crazy like us, pushing d4 and sacrificing.
It's my birthday, just let me go crazy, okay?
Of course you can go crazy.
All right.
How old are you, Pepe? I think people will ask.
29 already.
So everyone who said...
I'm reaching the critical age of 30, you know?
30 is still better than 40 because I have seen by some users saying that you are 40.
I look like a 40 guy, a 40 years old guy. Yeah, actually it's true.
For our community.
All right. So what else do we have? Should we go to another game? What do you think? We have a Benko. Really?
Seriously?
Wow, we have
How did we...
a Benko structure. Okay, this is the game of Topalov, yeah?
After h4...
a6, b5 was played.
No, yeah, c5, d5, b5. Anish-Giri is going for a Benko structure.
And actually, this makes a bit of sense because this is a Benko with h4 play that normally, actually in this position, instead of h4, you go knight a3, and then there is this line with e4 sacrifice. I mean, after bishop takes a6, then this line when you lose your castle, but it's considered to be good for white. But h4 here in this Benko structure, I think should favor a little bit black, right? It's not the most common move here. But
so Anish-Giri might have found the most annoying response to h4.
Wow, and we have this position at the e4. I recorded a video series from the Benko, from the Perunovic variation, where actually the knight is on f3, the pawn is on h2, and then you play here queen a5. There was a game, for example, between Carlsen and Gelfand. Carlsen playing with the black pieces where he completely won in 15 and 20 moves with black pieces. So this line is really interesting. Now, for example, queen a5. Of course, you want to take on e4 now. Maybe something like bishop d2. You want to take on a6 with your bishop. The idea is actually of playing queen a5 is to recapture on a6 with your queen.
With the queen and avoid castle kingside for white, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow, I really like Anish-Giri's choice because this is a pawn sacrifice and you normally think that, oh, Anish, everybody here in the chat is saying Anish always goes for the draw. Well, he has just sacrificed the pawn and that's not really a drawish line, is it?
No, it's not really a drawish line. It's quite interesting line. I love the Benko. I play a lot the Benko, mostly in rapid games. But this idea with queen a5 is extremely interesting. Of course, I think now it's not really great to take with a6 because you can just take and then knight f3 or even h5 in some lines. I will go here for queen a5. This Perunovic variation, because was Milos Perunovic the player who introduced this line a few years ago. And it's almost a new line. I mean, I'm talking with the pawn on h2 and with the knight on f3, but should be... similar. We should have similar ideas in this kind of positions, yeah?
Pramod is saying that you should translate those video series to English so that they could enjoy
that's an idea that we have in mind, of course, because it's just repeating the same work that I did, just translated it into English.
And everyone is wishing you happy birthday in the chat.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. And as I told you, it's not very important, my birthday. We have a lot of games here today. It's important for my mom, okay, and for my family, but not for the tournament, yeah?
It's important for the Chess24 community. Look at those birthday wishes.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that. So, Anish-Giri is still thinking. Maybe we should go for another game. We have... Let's go for Levon's Aronian game. I will change the cartoons as well. Levon versus Nakamura.
This game, before the round started, I thought that this will be the most exciting game today because look at these two players. I mean, Aronian, yesterday, he sacrificed like 3 pawns going for the attack. against Caruana, and he almost mated him.
Yeah, as a fan, I was expecting a little bit more, you know? They reached this kind of position where you are expecting a lot of blood. And suddenly they made a triple repetition.
Yeah, but it's a pity that we cannot show once again the position of yesterday, because Aronian at the press conference showed a brilliant variation with an f6 push and then going for h4, h5, and it seemed to be so slow. That's why Aronian didn't play it, but his intuition was asking for that move, f6 and then h4, h5, and it was probably very dangerous. And you can see Jan Gustafsson's analysis on that game and showing how Black should have had defended in that position. Probably we would have seen a victory by Aronian if he goes for f6, h4.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really double-edged position, so...
Very sharp position, and his pawn sacrifices seem to be justified.
Exactly. And Nakamura needs a win, of course, sooner than later.
But I think that now Aronian with the white pieces, after having played this really interesting game yesterday and very brave from his side, he will do the same today, I think.
Yeah. So what do you think if we go through the moves?
Yes.
What a surprise, Anita. We have another Queen's Indian.
Oh, this is the fashionable opening of the tournament. Exactly. Queen's Indian.
Yeah, and after...
I prefer the Queen's Indian and not the Berlin, so...
Yeah, me too, of course. We see a lot of interesting ideas in the middle game. And these hanging pawns, of course, is too interesting. So, after he played Queen c2 instead of b3. In every game that we have seen, they went for b3, bishop b4, as we already talked about. But Queen c2 is, of course, a really natural move. Defending the c4 pawn, you plan to continue with your development. And here, Nakamura goes for c5. And one move that an amateur player would say, like, what are you doing here? You are giving me a free pawn, d5 pawn. So you can take, and now one could think, all right, I want to take here on d5. And in fact, here it's not possible because queen e4 check, baboom, winning on the spot, yeah?
Yeah, that's a baboom.
Yeah, that's a baboom. So first you have to prepare it with bishop b7, and now the idea is to go bishop g2. After knight takes d5, there gonna be a lot of troubles in this diagonal for black. Sorry. So for example, once the bishop is on a7, there are so many interesting ideas going with knight h4 and knight f5, and you have a lot of trouble here. It's not easy to unpin this knight. Yeah,
this is a positional pawn sacrifice that happens very frequently in this opening. And you will see that it's not so easy to unpin the knight, as Pepe mentioned, and also the d5 will be used for white. So it's a very interesting pawn sacrifice.
And one could ask, why don't you take with the bishop here, Pepe? You are cheating. So after knight c3, I guess, you can go, this bishop has to go back, and then e4, for example. You gain a lot of space in the center, and you are leading in development. So yeah, there is a lot of compensation for the sacrifice pawn. So, knight takes d5. Anita, tell me what's going on in the past with this line.
I'm checking their previous games, and of course, mostly they play the King's Indian against each other.
The King's Indian, Nakamura style, yeah?
Pieces. Normally goes for the King's Indian, but it's not the only opening he knows. So
yeah, I guess.
They also had one Benoni, and no Queen's Indian between the two. But as we said, these players know all the openings, and it's very different to play this candidates tournament because they have spent months of preparation and choosing variations that they did not play that often before because they want to surprise the opponent in every round. If you play always the same openings on this high level, imagine that there are 5 seconds working on those variations trying to refute it or find something interesting in it. So you cannot just repeat your usual variations.
Yeah, of course. And all the teams are working so hard for these players. Every player, I guess, has a second at least, or even 2 people working, or 3, I don't know.
An army
Psychology, an army behind them, yeah.
Actually, if we are already talking about this, I would like to show a tweet by Anish Giri, because if you can open Anish Giri's Twitter, talking about teams, he said that he is presenting his team, but you should see that tweet first, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, I guess we have to show it later.
Yeah, Pepe is not very good at using Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not very good in social media, guys, sorry.
We will be back with that tweet later on.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was presenting his seconds in that picture.
Okay, so...
Bishop takes d5 was played in some games, but
Yeah.
as you said, knight
c3, yeah?
is a tempo, so you have to go back with the bishop, and then e4.
Yeah.
And this d7 backward pawn can be...
Yeah. Can be trouble for black in the future. You want to go castles, for example, rook d1, and yeah, put some pressure on the d file. Yeah, and it is well known that there is a lot of compensation here in these kind of positions.
So knight takes d5 is the main line.
Yeah, castles. Knight c6 was played. Yeah, it's a natural way of unpinning yourself now.
I don't know if it will transpose, because here instead of knight c6, bishop e7 is what everybody played in. I mean, most of the people, but yeah, it can still go into the same position. Knight c6, rook d1, bishop e7. Yeah, we reach the same position.
Yeah, bishop e7. And what could think, what are you doing here? Again, blundering a whole piece. But guys, you have to be careful, because knight to b4, wow. And then, yeah, you see there are troubles. You have to move the queen away, and then you just capture the rook, winning the game. So that's why bishop e7 is possible. And after bishop e7, queen a4.
They are following the main variation of this position.
Now you want to capture the knight, so you have to do something
f6,
about
the
it.
most logical move.
Exactly.
And knight h4, you are heading to the f5 square, and that's going to be a very unpleasant knight there. So this pawn sacrifice is for the d file, for this fianchetto bishop, very nice diagonal, and this knight will land on f5.
Exactly. So this guy on f7 doesn't control anymore the f5 square, so it's a really interesting square, right? And then if you force g6, you will have a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares in the kings.
Yeah, you can't really go g6, because then bishop h6 prevents castling.
Yeah, for example here, g6, you want to go, for example, bishop h6, and then it's difficult for black to castles, right?
Yeah, although there were a few games where black went for g6, bishop h6, and bishop f8, trying to castle in this artificial way that if you take, then king takes and king g7. So this is also a possible try, but instead it's more popular to just
to castle
immediately.
And then
knight f5.
Here was played knight c3.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Knight f5 is the main line that everybody played.
Oh wow! So we have another novelty here.
But I think it will transpose anyway, because the next move will be knight c3. No, we shouldn't.
But I'm not quite sure.
Celebrate yet a novelty.
No, I'm not quite sure, because g6 was played in the game after knight c3. So now you cannot play knight c5, knight f5 anymore.
Yeah. The other position, that's why I thought we transpose, would be knight f5.
Yeah.
And there d5 is the most common, and white goes knight c3.
Okay.
So
knight c3 is of course interesting. You want to prevent d5. The drawback is you cannot go knight f5 anymore, and this knight looks a little bit clumsy here on h4, yeah?
True. So knight f5 allows d5, knight c3 prevents d5 but allows g6.
Exactly.
Both moves have their pros and cons.
Exactly. So I'm wondering what's going on if after bishop h6, rook e8, for example, and then I'm not sure. I would think twice before going e4, because the d4 square would be extremely weak. I will go for something like rook d2 and rook a d1.
Doubling rooks.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful about this guy on h6, because there are some annoying jumps with knight to g4. But I like this kind of positions with white. You have a lot of compensation from the pawn. I find the white's play more natural, just putting some pressure on the d5 pawn. But you are a pawn down, yeah? Material is material.
But I agree that you have to be very careful pushing the e-pawn. e4 seems like, oh yeah, let's go for the attack. You give up the d4 square, and that will be an outpost for the black knight.
e4.
And it blocks the whole d file.
Yeah, so that's the thing. And also, now you have blocked your own bishop here,
you block your bishop, you allow knight d4.
So this bishop is not so bad anymore. Maybe
and that's a nice arrow from d4.
Yeah, that's a knight. Yeah, this is a super knight, yeah? Super knight.
So then knight c3 is a novelty, at least among the recent games. No knight c3 at all. We see a novelty in each round, if not 2, 3. Many new moves, many new ideas.
Exactly. So knight c3, interesting novelty by Levon Aronian versus Aronian-Nakamura. We'll see what's going on later. I think we should go to Peter Svidler and Anand's game. What do you think?
We haven't talked about that game.
Anand is 2.5 out of 5, yeah?
So 50%, just like Peter Svidler. So they both, well, I wanted to say they both need to win, but Vichy is on 50% by having won a game and having lost a game, while Peter drew all his games. But of course, they were not playing for a draw. We saw a lot of fights in their games. Peter was pushing so hard against Nakamura. He had a pawn up. He was almost winning with black against Nakamura.
Yeah.
So we will see if they will start winning. Today, I'm expecting a draw between the two players.
I'm not so sure. I think Anand will try with white pieces, but Peter is so expert in this kind of e5 positions, in this kind of Ruy Lopez. So we'll see if Anand has something new prepared. So maybe we should go through the opening. We have the Ruy Lopez a6. At least we don't have a Berlin.
At least.
So
I think that's something we should celebrate. It's for your birthday.
Yeah, it's for your birthday. So I call the players. So guys, please. No more Berlins today, okay? It's my birthday. And they say, oh, yeah, Pepe Cuenca, we know you. Yeah. So they decided not to go for the Berlin, yeah? That's true story. Okay, so here, bishop a4. Instead of course, you can also go for the exchange variation, but this play is considered to be solid for black. So he went for bishop a4, knight f6, and castles, bishop e7, and rook e1. The other main line is just d3. Actually, Peter Spiller has recorded a video series about this d3 line. It's extremely interesting. I already used this line. I already saw these videos and I used it in my games.
Good
so
job.
you guys should do the same.
Here on Chess24.
Yeah. The idea is not to go c3 in many of the cases. So for example, let's say b5, bishop b3, and d6. After playing d6, black is kind of threatening to go knight a5 and winning the bishop pair. So instead you go here a3, and now you create this square for your knight, for your bishop, and the idea is normally to go bishop c3, knight c3. I'm confusing all the time these two pieces, the bishops and the knight. I'm getting crazy.
They have the same value, so we can understand that. You're not saying the king goes to a2.
Yeah, the king, yeah. So normally the idea is going knight c3 and knight d5. That's what I wanted to say. But this is a different story. So he goes for rook e1, castles, b5,
yeah,
bishop
b3. They're
b3.
playing the main line, and they have played this against each other already 4 times.
Yeah. So castles and a4. Yep.
That's new between the two players.
Okay.
Not in opening theory and not in Anand's game, but against each other. Vichy played twice c3 here.
Yeah, c3
and twice h3.
Okay, yeah. a4 is of course natural move as well. You wanna ask black about the queen side, so now you are threatening to take on b5. So I guess there are 2 reasonable moves here, or 3. One could be b4, of course, rook b8, and bishop b7, yeah?
Exactly.
So he went for bishop b7 here. So he's going for an anti-marshal. Maybe Peter was planning to go for the marshal, who knows? So after a4, bishop b7, d3.
Yeah, many games in this position. Of course, it's a very fashionable variation of this. Ruy Lopez.
The main line is d6, yeah? Here or
d6 was played by many strong players like Ivanchuk and Kamsky, but also rook e8 by Carlsen. And h6 to d5, even b4 was tried, bishop c5 and knight a5. Many options.
So many moves have been tried here. Okay, he went for rook e8. Knight bd2. So rook e8, knight bd2.
Yep, this is still
as you guys know,
frequent.
One of the main ideas is just to regroup this knight via f1 and g3, where you can actually aim to go to f5. Really nice square for the knight, and also you protect e4. So some plans with c3 and d4 are possible. So
bishop f8. This is all normal.
Bishop f8.
Knight f1 is usually what white plays, and c3 the other option.
Yeah, knight f1 or c3.
c3, there's a game played by Bruthon, and also Krivoruchko tried this c3 move order.
Yeah.
So a few games still in this position, nothing new.
Yeah.
And what counts here are the maneuvers and the plans, not really if it's c3 first or knight f1, we can all transpose to the same position.
Yeah, there are so many plans in this kind of positions. All the pieces remain in the board. So
this is a long maneuvering variation, so if you like to play positional and strategy, like me, then you should play openings like this, because you go for knight maneuvers, step by step improving your pieces. There's nothing really going on, no sacrifices, exchanges, and such. This is a slow maneuvering position.
Yeah, and there is a question by Pramod. He's asking why not to go bishop g5 instead of knight bd2. I mean, bishop g5 is a natural move, but normally, I mean, this pin is not so annoying anymore. So normally players prefer to first develop the knight and then see what's going on with this bishop, because it's not so clear that g5 is the best square. No, some cases this bishop just goes to d2 or e3. But of course, it's a very flexible position. Almost any move here is reasonable. c3, knight bd2, bishop g5, h3. So all moves are just possible here in this position. All right, so what do you think if we go back to Topalov's game? One of the most interesting games today. So h4 was played in the opening after probably Giri wanted to go for the Grunfeld after knight c3, one of the most trendy openings, the Grunfeld. And he goes for h4 here, saying, okay, I want to crush you today with some cool line.
Yeah, Chess24 even tweeted about this variation that Topalov plays a Rapport and Ginger GM favorite. Okay. So Simon Williams, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and also the Hungarian Richard Rapport, my teammate in the Olympic team, loves moving the h-pawn.
Yeah. Giri plays c5, and we reach this kind of Benko structure after b5, sacrificing a pawn. But the thing is, normally in the Benko, going for h4 is not so common. So you normally first try to develop your minor pieces. So it's really interesting idea by Anish Giri going for this Benko structure. And after e4, d6, knight f3, queen a5, we have reached this kind of Perunovic variation where actually you play queen a5, now you are threatening to take on e4.
You were suggesting queen a5 for black.
Yeah. Actually, guys, I recorded a series about this in case you are interested. Just the problem is it's just now in Spanish. But the idea is to recapture on a6 with the bishop, and then, to capture with the bishop on a6, and when white takes on a6, you want to go queen a6, avoiding all this, avoiding castle. And this kind of endgame is considered to be, reasonable for black. So there are many, many ideas. And if white goes bishop e2 is one of the most natural moves here. You just want a castle maybe. Just knight bd7 after castles takes, and now queen a6 is also an interesting move. This kind of endgame is considered to be okay for black, and you can imagine that this h4 move doesn't help without queens, right?
Yeah, it's funny that in these Benko variations, exchanging queens for black is still okay, because you think like, oh, I'm a pawn down, why shall I exchange queens? Like, you think that an endgame would be losing with a pawn down, but here, thanks to having the A and B files, those semi-open files for the rooks, black has a lot of counterplay for the pawn.
Yeah, and there are so many ideas. So normally exchanging pieces is quite okay for black. There are so many ideas with knight g4, knight e5, exchanging a pair of knights, and then this knight can jump to c4 or d3, increasing your pressure. You see here how much pressure can be put on this b2 pawn.
This is really an artistic picture.
Yeah, this is really, created by Picasso, yeah? So, yeah, after queen a5, this is an important moment. It is also possible to go knight d2 here in this kind of positions. You just go bishop a6, but I think this line with h4 played, it favors completely black here, because I don't see any reasonable fast attack for white here. And after bishop g2, I think it's going to be difficult for white avoiding exchanging queens.
So it was a very good choice by Anish Giri going for the Benko when h4 was already on the board, because you say that it's not a useful move in this position.
Yeah, I mean, you normally don't see that much these h4 moves against the Benko, because I think you can see there is a lack of attacking pieces here.
Yeah, and you would have used this move for another useful move. So instead of playing h4, you will have you could have developed the bishop.
Yeah, you have already your bishop on e2, and then you could castle, for example. This is one line I have analyzed here.
So that's a tempo difference.
Exactly. So after bishop a6, we'll see what Topalov plays. But I really like Anish Giri's position.
Yeah, Pramod is asking me. He says that Richard Rapport played knight f3, h6, e4, g5 a couple of days back. Will you ever play that, Anna? Yeah, we have seen that game. It was amazing. But this is how Rapport plays. He loves going for weird openings. Actually, I don't know if you guys were here on our birthday, on Chess24's birthday, but we had 24-hour live shows. And with Sopiko, we did a banter blitz, handicap banter blitz, where you guys were suggesting what handicap to use. So one of the handicaps we had to play with was to play openings like Richard Rapport and Jobava.
Okay.
So we were black and we went for a6, b5 and then h6, g5, and we even won the game. So
really?
Sometimes it's interesting to try these weird openings played by Rapport and Jobava.
Yeah,
I enjoyed playing that.
Actually, this game was played by Rapport in Reykjavik Open just a couple of days before, and he managed to draw against a 2600 player.
Yeah.
Which is yeah. And there's a question, guys. Can you explain when it is good to exchange queens and when not? I guess he's referring to this Benko position.
The expert is Pepe, so I let him answer.
I mean, normally it's considered to be okay for black exchanging the queens in this kind of Benko variations, because there is a lot of pressure on the a file on b5. So of course depends on the position. I will have to see what kind of position do we have in the board. But for example, let's say here after bishop a6, queen a6, after queen e2, this is reasonable for black. I mean, this is completely okay for black. After queen e2 just takes, for example, king takes, and there are many ways to play here. One could be playing e6, breaking the center because this king is already in the center. And the other way is just to play knight to d7 and this h4. As I told you guys, there are so many plans related to knight g4. Now with this pawn on h4 is even easier to go this knight g4, because if the pawn is on h2, you could think about h3, avoiding all these maneuvers. But I think this is completely okay for black.
I'd like to see, because some of the users have asked if Anand-Svidler has played the Benko before.
I don't think so.
Definitely not often. Let's see if he ever tried. Because how can I?
Yes, if you go d4 first move.
Yeah.
d4, knight f6, c4, and c5.
Because with different move orders, can he reach it, or it's just?
No, it's just this order.
Yeah.
c4, c5, d5, and b5. Wow.
No, he hasn't played it, but of course he knows every opening, and he thought that the way to use this h4 move in favor of black is to go for a Benko variation where h4 is not a useful
it's not a
difference.
This is just a Benko defense with h4 played that normally is not a very good move. So I think really nice choice by Anand-Svidler in this opening. I don't know what the engine says here, but I already like black's position.
I like it too, and I will try to help you show the picture, because I think we should show the tweet by Anand-Svidler presenting his seconds.
Yeah. Now?
I will help you, because I think this is so funny.
Okay, Anita. Anita, the expert social media.
I'll take the mouse.
I get lost so much in this Twitter thing.
But this is in German. Of course you cannot enter. Like, if it's all in German, how will we understand it?
Yeah. So Anita is going to show Anand-Svidler's picture. I have no clue about this social stuff. Just Facebook and just...
But you do have Twitter and Facebook.
I have Twitter, but I just started using just 6 months ago or something like this.
What did you do with your life before that?
Facebook, and I normally go to play football and meet friends. Yeah. This is also useful, yeah?
Okay,
this is
so the story is that Fabiano Caruana posted a photo of his team. That I think the photo included, of course, Kasim Janov, who is helping Caruana in these tournaments. Also, he was there with him in Vaikanze, so he is his second. Lawrence Trent is his manager, so it was a group picture of all the people helping Fabiano. So Anand-Svidler responded to that with a tweet, which we will show now.
Yeah.
Which one you use for Twitter?
Twitter, I guess, but I'm not so sure. You can try.
Where is our...
No, we cannot show it now, guys.
And with this one? No, why we cannot show it?
I think after the break we can manage to do this, because I think we didn't set this up.
I will still try. I never give up.
All right. Anita.
I don't give
Now-
up. There it is.
All right.
Now I need to make it bigger.
Yeah. So this is Anish Giri's team, yeah?
This is what he tweeted, yes.
Really nice.
I think that's a funny response to
Yeah.
presenting your seconds.
Exactly. Yeah. One of these guys look like Lawrence.
I hope he's not listening as your
Nah.
flatmate.
No. All right.
Yeah, let's go back to the games.
So
This was what I wanted to show.
Just remove.
I give it back.
All right. I hope I don't mess everything up. Okay, we are back. We are back to our normal board. So what do you think? Should we go? Yeah. So Karjakin took on b4. After a takes b4, I think he's gonna go rook c8 here in this position because bishop b4 was not possible due to knight c6. Then just losing the game on the spot. People are saying Jan in the back, yeah.
I also see a comment saying that Karjakin blundered. I hope it's not true. Chess Matters is saying that Karjakin blundered.
Really? Okay, we'll see this.
But I think this is this cannot be true. Sometimes, guys, you want to trick us and say that something happened, but no, we don't really believe that Karjakin will ever blunder in this tournament. He's in a very good shape.
Yeah, everyone can blunder actually. This is pretty normal in chess, but yeah.
I don't expect him blundering.
Exactly.
He's playing a very good tournament, and I think so far he hasn't made any mistakes in any of his games. I can't recall any mistake by Karjakin.
Yeah, he played extremely well, and he was showing some really amazing technique. For example, this game versus Anand, I was so impressed the way he managed to convert his advantage. This endgame with rook c5, rook a5. Please, guys, have a look if you are interested in that game. Jan is commentating every game of the day in English. So we don't have any new moves, and here in this game after g6, Lemon Aronian played bishop g5. As we were saying, e4 looks natural, but at the same time you
give up the d4 square.
Exactly.
And that's not something that White wants to do here.
Exactly. So g6, bishop g5, yeah, it's a normal move. You attack one piece that actually controls the d5 square. I think one interesting plan could be just go rook d2 and rook ad1. Let's see what black plays. Rook b8, this is a natural move. Finally, you are able to move this knight from c6. For example, let's say rook d2. What do you want to do here with black? Just tell me something, Anita.
I wish I could understand this position with black, but I don't play this line, and it's just something that I would love to play with the white, because I think it's so much easier to play this position with the white pieces.
Yeah, one plan could be just exchanging this pair of light bishop, for example, just knight d4. I'm wondering if this runs into queen to a7. So after bishop g2, let's say, for example, king to g2, and now, for example, d5 could be interesting, but the thing is after e3, actually this pawn will be extremely weak, so I wouldn't play knight d4 here. But another plan could be just to go a6 and b5, yeah? a6 and b5, kick this queen back from here, and then just try to exchange this light square bishops, for example. So after rook b8, now time to think for Aronian-Nakamura. For example, bishop f4, I think you can go just rook c8. One idea could be just installing some pieces in the d6 square. But after, for example, bishop takes, rook takes, there is always this knight e8. Something like this, also queen to e7, bringing a rook to d8. So, yeah, bishop b5, bishop g5, rook b8 on the board, and Lemon Aronian thinking in this position. What else do we have? Let's go to Peter's Builder game.
Sure. I wanted to check if I can find any games in
Okay,
the Aronian position, but we can go back to that later.
No, actually it was a novelty, I think, this knight c3.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to see if any position later, but yeah, it's impossible if we transpose to knight f5.
Yeah, because knight f5 is not allowed anymore, and all the games continue here with knight f5, as we were saying.
Maybe some older games, because I'm only checking the recent games.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's go for the other game.
Yeah, let's go to Peter's Builder game. So knight a5 is played. This is pretty natural move. Now you actually want to continue at some point with c5, gaining some space in the center, and then maybe later on with d5 or d6, then bring this knight back. So as I told you guys, for example, let's say bishop c2, c5, then at some point you want to retreat this knight back to c6 with the pawn on c5. You gain more control on the center. Some ideas with d6 or d5. Yeah, pretty standard maneuvers in this kind of position by Peter's builder. I'm wondering if it's possible just to go bishop a2 here. I guess it's also possible.
Yeah, bishop c2 is more common, but there are only a few games in this position. Bruton played bishop c2, and bishop a2 I see in one recent game, but it was between a club player and, with black, Hector, the grandmaster.
Johnny Hector, yeah?
Yes.
Johnny Hector, really strong Swedish grandmaster.
So white seems to prefer bishop c2.
Yeah,
because later if you go for the d4 push, this is where you prefer to have the bishop.
Yeah, you control the e4 square. That is actually really important. In order to be able to play d4, you have to defend this e4 pawn. So actually with these three pieces now, you are able to push the pawn to d4. But I guess now black continues with c5, yeah? So precisely avoiding this kind of central pushes with d4. And I guess now knight f1, right? Or something like this. Or d4 is possible as well.
d4 was played by Bruton, and Krivoruchko, I think as well, also went for d4 against Stefanova.
What happens if I just take everything?
Takes, and, well, Stefanova played there knight c6.
Knight c6 was played, and also I guess e takes d4, and now something like d5. Yep. This allows e5, yeah?
Exactly, that's Bruton's game, actually. If you take... Actually, no, it was c-takes, and there d5, so that's a very pawn structure. Can we go back to that position? Because the Bruton-Kaidanov game went with, after, d4, c-takes.
Oh, sorry, bishop c2, c5, d4.
d4, c-takes, and d5.
Wow, what's going on here? You had to start calculating all the possible continuations here.
Exactly, this is Bruton-Kaidanov from 2012.
So, what's going on here if I just take the free foot? Let's say knight to, knight to e5. The problem is, I guess you can take on e4, everything. And if you take here on on e4 everything, there is always this f6 baboom, right? Winning on the spot because there is not this queen to b3 check. This square is controlled, and then this rook is pinned, so you cannot take it. So,
yeah, very complicated position. But instead, what happened in this game is after c5.
Yeah, c5, bishop c2 was played on c5. Yeah, this is what is in the board already. Split play c5.
And we don't have Vichy's move yet.
We don't have Vichy's move. I guess d4 is one move. The other move should be just continue regrouping your knights. But I guess this just, knight c6. You cannot play d5 straight away because after e takes, this pawn on e5 is hanging. That's why you normally go
back with the knight and then
d5. Knight c6, and then you want to go d5. And there are some interesting breaks with c4 or even d4. So black gains a lot of space in the center. This is the kind of positions that arise in this kind of opening. So,
everything is normal so far. This is a known position. Both players are very well aware of the plans here. And I think we will expect something more happening in this game 10, 15 moves later.
Yeah. This is really a slow game with a lot of strategical maneuvers. Many possibilities. So, which game should we analyze now?
Let me see if there are any new questions in the chat by you guys, if you are suggesting something in the games. So many comments, I wish I could read them all.
I love when the chat is so active, I keep reading all the comments, and this is really great. Ani's position already better, shows me the power of the Benko, just one off move, people are saying on the chat.
Yeah, also Spooky Tooth is saying that Topalov was prepared, but Giri played a novelty. Yeah, actually it's not a novelty, but we also think that he reacted very well to h4. Yeah. So that was a moment where Anish was thinking, in which variation do I want h4 as a move which doesn't really belong there?
Exactly.
And he decided that that's the Benko. So normally he doesn't play the Benko, but he knows that in the Benko, white doesn't really go for h4.
Exactly. So Benko was played here. And as I told you guys before, h4 is not a move that you normally play in the Benko. You normally try to develop your pieces as quick as possible because you can see all your pieces are in the background and black already developed 2 pieces. So h4 normally is not played. So after knight c3, castles, e4. Now you don't want to go bishop takes a6 because this actually gives white a lot of tempo. After bishop takes, now knight f3. You can see now that white has developed almost all his king side. Instead, you want to go d6 or queen a5 directly, d6, knight f3, and queen a5. And you see here now that after some move like, of course, now black is threatening to take on e4, so you have to go bishop d2 or knight d2. And after bishop a6, it's not so easy to develop the king side for white, because after something like bishop a6, queen a6 is the idea. You want to recapture with the queen, that's why queen a5. And now it's not so easy to castles. The only way to castle is just exchanging queens, and this means just a really great version for black without queens. With this pawn on h4 is just...
Pepe, I think I have to interrupt you because everyone is excited about Sergei Karjakin sacrificing his queen.
Really? What's going on here? People are getting crazy in my birthday. That's amazing.
Let's see what happened.
Wow, what's going on here? Let's go back.
So we saw the position after knight c4, knight b6, knight a5, bishop a6.
Sorry, let's just...
Yeah, we have all seen this.
All right. So, and I was saying that it's not possible to take on b4, guys. I'm just analyzing without engine, so yeah, maybe it's possible. I thought that queen c6...
What's going on?
Wow. Okay, I saw that you have to move the queen. I'm just a normal human being, so I thought after queen c8, just knight takes b4, and then after queen c3, knight a6. So... after bishop b4, knight c6, he goes for bishop takes c3. And after knight takes d8, bishop e2. What's going on here?
I wish I could understand it.
So let's just think a little bit. Wow. So bishop e2. Let me just count the pieces first a little bit.
Yeah, what do we have here? The material. So we have captured...
2 pieces for the queen, yeah? No, 1 piece for the queen.
Just, only? Well, we will capture the knight.
Yeah. Now, I mean in this position, yeah? 1 knight for the queen.
We can also capture the rook, so what are we capturing? Imagine queen c2.
Queen c2, there are so many pieces hanging. 1, 2, 3. Now you can decide.
What do we capture here?
Let's say, for example, if you take this guy here, I think I can just take your bishop, and this is completely winning for white, right? So just a rook for a queen. So you cannot take the knight on d8.
You should capture the a1 rook first.
Yeah, or for example, the f1 rook. What's the problem here?
I just thought that then the c3 bishop will be hanging.
Yeah, so rook takes f1, and after rook takes, we reach the same kind of position. So only move for black here is bishop a1, yeah? What about e... Okay, couple of...
This is crazy.
So I think you have to take on a1. Just correct me if I'm wrong, Anita.
Possible, rook takes and now rook d8.
So I think you have to... Okay, you cannot take with this rook because the bishop on e2 is hanging, so you have to take with the a rook. And
yeah,
what's going on if I just take on a7?
Pawn?
So this is a rook and a pawn.
Yeah, it's not only about the pawn, but the 7th rank for the white rook.
Okay.
What do we have here?
Yeah, but there's a rook, a piece, and a pawn for a queen. And the pawn is a pass pawn. Okay, you have the 7th rank, but it's not so easy to create any attack here on the f7 pawn.
That's true. Perhaps this is what Sergei Karjakin wants. He wanted to have a piece, a rook, and a pawn for the queen.
Yeah.
Saying that the d passed pawn is very strong. Imagine it starts running d4, d3, d2.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to push this guy here to d3. And then, yeah, black has a lot of counterplay. I don't know what the engine is saying, but I think this is quite reasonable. You can play also knight c4, blocking the queen here at some point, d4 and d3. It's not so easy to create any trouble to black's king here. It's not so easy to go... I mean, you can go here, for example. You want to go queen c7 in this position maybe, but it's not the end of the world. So what do we play here with black? You can go rook c8 maybe. Just avoiding this queen c7 or something like this. Or you can go bishop c4 as well. Some move like that.
Many options for black. We are still in shock by this sacrifice because, I mean, in that position, can we just go back to that moment? Yes, it's b4 seems to be a good move for white. We were happy with that move. I still think it's a good move, but imagine how black, as black, what do you think here after b4? Instead of taking, I mean, white has just pushed b4.
Yeah, it's...
Just in this position. You are the tournament leader, you have +2. A draw is good for you. But instead, Sergei Karjakin just doesn't care. He just goes so brave, he sacrifices a queen.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works, yeah? So, the other option was going, I guess, rook c8.
That would have been the normal move.
Yeah. But instead, looks like bishop b4 is really interesting move after knight c6. Now you have to take on c3, of course. Knight takes d8, bishop e2, queen c2, rook takes, and sorry, that's not the move. Yeah, and now you're gonna go queen c2. You take on a1 first, rook takes a1, and now rook d8. After rook a7, bishop c4. I mean, I would say it's. I don't want to say it's easier to play with black here, but maybe because you have a really direct plan: d4, d3, and then just install a piece on e2, maybe a rook on e2. Maybe you can jump even with the knight on e4. Black king is so safe here. Anita, what the engine is saying?
We should see what the engine says, but for a human being, what we can see is that this is a mess. So you have a rook, a piece, and a pawn, as we have already said it. And if this position could be good enough, this compensation, pushing the d pawn, then maybe the queen sacrifice was good. The engine says, because the engine doesn't think like us. Let me check the position. About this very same position, I have it somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just open it. Yeah, so the position, if we go back to where the game is.
Yeah.
So after the queen sacrifice, bishop takes e2.
Yeah.
Do we have any new moves there? No, it's white to move.
No.
So Caruana is still thinking, but according to the engine, after bishop takes e2.
Yeah, you had to move the queen, yeah?
This is advantage for white.
Yeah.
With queen c2.
Okay.
And if bishop takes a1, that's
bishop
what we
takes a1,
said.
rook takes.
Rook takes d8 and rook takes a7. And the engine says that this is a good position for white.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think black should be fine here, yeah?
That's like yesterday's game. You remember, guys, when Aronian's position, the engine said that it was horrible for Aronian after having sacrificed 3 pawns, but at the same time, the position was so complicated that for a human being, it was just, oh my god, but the black king was getting mated. So many times we can't just say that, okay, the engine says white is winning, or in that case it was black who was winning according to the engine. We are humans, the players are humans. This position is complicated.
Yeah, I'm just trying to judge, to evaluate this position. It's not so easy for me. I mean, the only plan that I see for white is just trying to create some trouble on the king side, of course. There are no pieces here, but black pieces coordinate quite well. For example, let's say some bishop c4, and then you have a lot of ideas. You can go knight d7, knight c5, and put a knight on e4 or on e6. If the queen is not looking at this guy on c4, you can go d4 and d3. I mean, for example, let's say bishop e3 here. I would love to place a bishop on d4, for example. If I manage to block this pawn here and then just putting some pressure on this diagonal, could be a little bit annoying for black.
Maybe that's the problem, because imagine that the black pawn reaches the 3rd rank, so d4, d3. But
here you cannot just play d4,
yeah. So we are dreaming. We are dreaming of having the bishop on d4, but how do you achieve that?
I mean, okay, let's just play, for example, and also you are threatening just winning the game in one move.
Exactly,
right?
So bishop e3, d4, and you are almost lost.
Yeah, so for example, let's say h3. Yeah, this is a natural move. You give a room to your king, you give some fresh air to your king, and then you avoid these jumps to g4. How do you continue here with black? I mean, I want to go d4 here. It's possible. Something like rook b7, it's not annoying. Rook b7, you can go d3. I'm making a queen, Anita. I'm making a queen.
Queen c3.
Queen c3, and you have always... Okay, now could be a trouble, yeah?
That's what I thought.
Maybe knight d7 is possible still. Oh no, knight d5, yeah? Knight d5.
Oh.
You can... Bishop takes d5, bishop takes.
But
what's going on here? No.
Yeah. e6 knight is hanging.
Yeah. So maybe knight d7, yeah?
This is a bit weird.
Yeah, but bishop c7, yeah. Now
This
suddenly the black
something-
pieces are not so well coordinated.
You will lose something there. So it's not that easy to
Yeah.
push the pawn then.
Yeah, it's...
What if not bishop c4? Why is it not okay to keep the bishop on e2?
You mean...
Yeah, here.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering what happens if I just go queen c7 here. So
Okay.
what are you gonna play?
I don't know. I was hoping.
So for example, let's say knight to c4 or something like this.
Maybe, but then no.
This is also interesting. For example, bishop g5 or something like this.
I was a bit worried about that pin because
Yeah.
in the previous position we always had knight d7.
Yeah, and also bishop c4, you are threatening to go rook e1 check, so yeah. But here, for example, let's say knight c4. Knight c4, yeah, bishop d5 maybe, yeah? Bishop d5, this could be a little bit annoying. That's true, Anita. But d4, I mean, d4, d3, d2, d1,
Okay,
queen.
let's see what happens to your
Queen.
king. Bishop takes f6.
My king is safe.
We
because
will
it-
see if it's safe.
What do you think?
I don't know. I want to attack your king somehow.
You attack, you come to me.
I want to have the
Come
queen
to
and-
me.
No, but I can't because all the squares, the g5 square, the g4
Okay.
square, h5 square are covered.
Yeah, d3 is not so easy to play because queen takes c4 and then there are some threats here.
That's true. But what do I do in the meantime? Maybe I can go. Can I go bishop e4? What do you do against bishop e4?
Sorry, bishop
e4?
e4. Yeah,
I'll mate you.
yeah, you're so strong.
I'm just trying. I mean, look at your king. This is what we discussed in the other day in the middle game show, that once there
Yeah.
are doubled pawns and such a weak king, it's difficult to defend it.
Yeah, now I think he found this idea at the board for sure. Because maybe if you look at with the engine, it says +1 for white, maybe you don't go for it. But it still is extremely interesting. I think Karjakin found it over the board, yeah?
I guess it's not home preparation. If the engine says that it's bad for black, you don't really...
No, of course,
Really?
this should be better for white. But, I mean, I think black is not worse.
But I'm still impressed that Karjakin is this brave. You are the tournament leader. You don't need to take risks.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thought that the position was a little bit unpleasant after this b4. Then this rook c8, there are so many ideas for white. And then he saw this, of course he analyzed until this position. And then he thought it's more or less fine for black, yeah?
He should believe that this position is fine
You're
for
extremely solid. Even if you do nothing here, just bishop c4, even knight d7, knight f8, h6, knight g6. So how are you gonna beat me here with white, yeah?
Maybe that's what he thinks, that his position is fine here.
Sorry?
I guess that he believes that this position is fine for black. If not, you don't go crazy and sacrifice a queen.
Yeah, I mean, the Jin says it's better for white, but I think black is okay.
Yeah, Mitiras is saying...
Just trying to see, I mean, according to what I see with my eyes here, I don't see any concrete plan for white that causes me too much troubles, yeah?
Yeah, that's what Mitiras is saying in the chat, that Karjakin's position isn't losing. The engine says +1, but all the lines show no progress. So you make 10 moves, but the engine suggests, and there's still no progress.
Yeah, you see this kind of endgames where the engine says +2 and then all the time repeating moves, so... But we know nothing, Anita. Maybe we are missing something that creates trouble to black. Just straight away.
Karjakin is a genius if this works.
Yeah, it's extremely interesting variation played by Karjakin. We'll see. Next moves. We'll see what's going on here. And I want to go to Topalov's game again. This was really interesting. So, wow. So he went to knight e2. Wow, this move is considered to be not the best move in this kind of positions. Knight to e2. Wow, this should be...
You mean that it's too slow here?
It's too slow, yeah. When I was analyzing this position just 2 months ago, even with the pawn on h2 and with the bishop on with some more tempo, you never go this knight to e2. This looks terrible.
So is Topalov being outplayed in the banco?
I'm not sure, but I would say he went here for bishop c3. Okay, that's his idea. So how to continue now with black, yeah? So let's just think a little bit. Bishop c3. Okay, the idea is interesting. You want to go bishop c3, create some opposition to this guy here. But of course, you don't have any development on the king side. So how can we take advantage of that, Anita? Just give me a hint. Give me the keys of this position.
You're the Benko expert.
I'm not an expert in anything. It's just my birthday. So
you're an expert, so tell us the plans. What happens when the bishop is on the long diagonal, the white bishop? Because I love this g7 bishop, but I don't really want to exchange it.
Oh, you mean taking this guy here? Or?
No. I mean my other bishop. I love the g7 bishop, but I don't want to exchange it.
I mean, normally when you don't have developed anything, I will always consider this move e6, yeah?
Just
e6, opening the position, just trying to crush white king here. I think this is a really normal move here in this position. I don't know what the engine says. I don't care, because probably I'm saying just bullshit. But e6 is really natural move to me here. I would play this with black here, and then just bring the rook to e8, because the plan is not now to put some pressure here. It's quite difficult with the bishop here on c3, but you have to open the position since there's not a proper square for this king.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's very logical to open the center when the opponent's king is in the middle of the board. So there's this king on e1. It takes quite a few moves to castle. Yeah. I don't even know how you will castle here. Yeah,
you have to go something like knight to g3 and then just exchange this bishop, but it's never easy because you always recapture with the queen.
So e6, I like that move.
Yeah, I mean, Pramod is saying. Pramod is saying in the chat, what is he saying? Wasn't a4 followed by rook b1 and b3 a strategy against the Benko? Yeah, I think this is just too slow here. For example, after this position, knight b7, knight here, he means something like a4 followed by rook b1 and b3. This is just too slow, guys, here. It doesn't work at all. You have to develop your king side. e6 is gonna come and then open the position up. If you take on e6, normally, let's say here, if you take on e6, the normal ideas are to go with d5 here, continuing opening the position up. And then if you hit the e-file square, you could be really in trouble here.
So this is not good news for Topalov.
I mean, I have no idea. He went for h5 here.
h5?
Yeah, he went for h5.
He goes... Oh, black went h5. I was like, white went h5?
He goes for h5 here. Actually... Alright.
We were already really excited about this e6
Yeah, I was...
move.
Maybe we can check with the
engine, what the engine says.
Yeah, with the engine says in that position, because it's a really interesting moment. Now, if you have played h5, you are not gonna play e6 so easily because g6 will be extremely weak. So let's see if there was some trouble playing e6 directly. Just show me the key of the position, Anita.
I have to reconstruct it, so in the meantime, if you can talk about the position and I will tell you in a moment.
Yeah, sure. So the thing is about h5 is now these plans with e6 actually... Okay, let's say, for example, I don't know, any move, a4, e6. Now it's not so easy to play this e6 breaks because g6 can be really weak in some variations. So, for example, knight f4. I'm not saying in this concrete position, but g6 could be a little weak. But of course, still I think it's a reasonable move because the king is just in the center.
Yeah, give me a moment.
Yeah, I'll give you...
Bishop takes...
I'll give you... A moment, Anita.
Knight e2, so here we are with knight e2.
What about e6 here?
And you're saying that it's very slow because of queen b6,
queen b6, bishop c3, and then e6. It's just too stupid? No, it's reasonable, yeah?
The engine says that it's already quite a pleasant position for black.
After e6, yeah?
Black is a pawn down, but as Pepe said, an expert on the Benko,
no, really.
e6 you have to exploit the center while the opponent's king is still on the e-file.
Yeah, I mean, you see here the lack of development, so I think it's just natural to open the position here. But after h5, he played h5 here in this position.
Yeah, we don't like h5, unfortunately, because it seems like it was the moment for e6.
You know, it's tricky to play e6 in this in the Benko always. So it's a move that I always want to play, and then I end up losing like 10 games after playing e6. But here looks so reasonable to me because the king is in the center, yeah?
So why do you think Anish played h5?
I have no clue here,
was
actually.
Was he afraid of h5 by white? Or?
I think there is no proper attack with white here. So let's say.
But is it scary if white pushes h5?
If what? I don't think so in this position, this particular position. I don't think that white is on time to create any kind of attack after e6. You have to worry about yourself first. I think that the attack is just you just have two pieces attacking the black king, and you can see after the center is open up. I don't understand h5, guys.
Yeah, we don't understand it. Why Anish
Of course,
went for...
Anish knows thousands better than me, but I don't understand h5.
But the engine confirms you, because the engine says that after bishop c3, e6 was a really good move for black.
Yeah, there are also some ideas like c4, for example, a knight c5 in the Benko, as usual. So, for example, here in this position, I think c4 is also an interesting move. You are intending to go knight g4 in this position. There are so many tricks here. The knight can come to c5, to d3.
I think there's a variation. Maybe that's what Anish was afraid of, because after e6, the engine shows a line where it's d takes, f takes, and h5 for white.
Okay, yeah, this is extremely double edge, yeah? So h5, and what's going on here? You can take on h5 with your knight, or you can go d5 or what?
Yeah, the engine, of course, has no feelings, and he just takes the pawn on h5. So you open the h5 for white's rook, and black. It says that black is fine.
Bishop takes and then...
takes with the king, and knight g5, rook f6, and protects everything.
Protects everything, yeah.
And now what if like g4? What's going on here?
What's going on here?
Like, we can understand that for a human.
You can always take and then knight f4, yeah?
Yeah, but the h7 pawn is hanging.
Sorry?
Pepe, I'm gonna take your h7 pawn. Like, this is a crazy position.
Wow, you come here. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
This is crazy.
So
we
maybe
can understand that for a human, this position is like everything is hanging. You are like almost lost.
So maybe h5 was a little bit dangerous, yeah? That's of course I miss a lot of variations, yeah? So I thought here you could take with the knight, but it's a little bit... So after king takes, you were saying here knight g5 and rook f6 here.
And if g4, the engine says, because the engine is really
what about
called
c4 or what?
You know what the good move is here, the only move, h6.
h6, wow. Yeah, this is just too much for me, yeah? So takes.
Yeah, this is crazy. We can understand that for a human being, this is just... And the engine said that after h6, he's so happy. G takes h5, h takes g5, and he says that it's already a good advantage for black.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you can have the feeling that black attack is faster than white, but of course it's dangerous. Yeah, it looks like h5 is dangerous, seems to be dangerous. So let's say e6.
Especially against Topalov, because you know that Topalov will go for it.
What's going on if I just take here with the pawn? Tell me.
I don't know.
I just want to take with the pawn.
Pawn takes. The computer says that you are worse because of knight g3.
Knight g3
so
and then you're worse.
Guys,
yeah,
these variations are so crazy. Yeah, knight takes seems to be logical, but as we said, after bishop takes and knight g5,
here?
The pawn hanging. No, I mean the other variation with
the
knight on h5 and this knight g5 thing, and the pawn was hanging on h7. It's all crazy. So this is not easy to evaluate.
Yep. That's true. Anyway, I love the Benko. So many crazy variations and so many interesting ideas here in this kind of position. h5. So now you have to think, I guess, in other kind of plan. So now you don't want to go e6 anymore because g6 is extremely slow. But instead, you can go for the normal plan in the Benko. You can go rook f8. It's not gonna be easy for white to castle. I still like Anish Giri's position here. I still like Giri's position. Let's say knight g3 and, for example, rook b8, I guess. This could be normal. And the idea is if you take on a6, queen takes, it's not easy to castle. And I guess this kind of endgame still is okay for black. You can even think on exchanging and then going c4 and then knight c5. The rule is actually when a knight can come to d4, it's not so good to play c4, yeah? But still here, I think you can go for something like knight e5 and then you want to go knight d3. This knight can come to d7 and to c5. Yeah.
Crazy positions today, guys.
Yeah, and
they definitely want to entertain us, the players.
Yeah, the tournament has been extremely exciting, yeah?
Very exciting. So we are very happy to see such spectacular chess.
I'm learning a lot in this tournament, guys. So knight g4 was played. This is another important moment. Actually, you want to give up your monster, but also you are going to be able to increase the pressure on the b2 pawn, yeah? So let's say after bishop takes, king takes, if you play something slow, like for example, okay, slow. Maybe queen c3 is the most natural move here, right? You could just go back to g8, and for example, bishop takes, queen takes, stream, still really uncomfortable for white because you cannot castle.
So it's still a complex position. It would have been a lot bigger mess after e6, but we can understand that that's such a double-edged position. If you cannot see until the very end that black is fine, you don't enter such a position.
Yeah, and this is more in the Anish style, yeah? Just being solid and interesting idea, knight g4, exchanging the guy who protects the b2 pawn, that is the weakest pawn in the Benko, always. So, alright, so let's change maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I can see in the chat that Peter has used a lot of time, according to you guys, that he's down to 50 minutes, I think I've seen, and 26 more moves to make. Well, it's not time trouble yet, but it means that he is really taking his time to think about this position. They begin with 100 minutes, and then after move 40, there's 50 more minutes, and after move 60, 15 minutes, and 30-second increment from each move.
We didn't have such a long game yet, right? So all the games...
No, not really. I think the longest game was
Svidler against Nakamura.
Nakamura-Svidler, the rook end game.
Yeah. All right, so let's try to say something.
I think we have to go back to Karjakin's position because everyone is shouting that Karjakin is losing.
Really?
But maybe it's still the engine variation that, yeah, we have said that here the engine says advantage for white. But this position is not clear at all.
So now you can take with the rook, with this rook, or not?
If the queen was on c2, not. But in this case...
In this case, you can take with this rook, yeah? And then you keep this guy too. So I'm wondering what's the idea. Maybe bishop c7 here. Maybe bishop c7. Of course, you're gonna go rook d7 because the knight on b6 is hanging.
So he played queen b3. That's the position we have.
Yeah, he went for queen b3, and I guess bishop a1 is the only move.
Yeah, definitely.
Rook takes a1, and now it is possible to take with this rook on e. Rook e takes d8.
Yeah, according to the engine, that's the good move.
Okay.
Or even bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4 intermediate move, but at the end you're gonna take with this guy.
Definitely.
Right. Let's say rook takes d8.
Pawn.
And now what? I mean, I'm wondering why Fabiano didn't take with the...
Didn't play queen c2.
Okay, maybe bishop c7 is possible. And now you have to remove your rook from the d file.
And then he wins the pawn on b6. So it's a similar position.
But are you... So let's say rook e8, yeah? Now you want to capture here on b6? I'm not sure. You have back rank problems later. Sorry, with this guy here. Let's say bishop takes, here.
You got mated.
Yeah, checkmate. Wow.
So he cannot do this, but let me tell you what the engine says. Okay. Always smarter than us human beings. He takes on b6.
Yeah, and then remove.
Then takes on a8, and then captures the d5 pawn.
Okay. Yeah, but I guess this is nothing special for black. I think you can just take here, and then after queen takes rook e8, for example. Maybe you are gonna be able. What's going on here, Anita?
No idea.
What's going on here? So I would love to go rook e8 and b5, and bishop c4, and then I'm not worse in any case. But after rook e8, the problem is you have queen c6.
So you just miss one tempo to build the fortress.
Yeah, I wanna just even though if you lose this pawn, should be a draw. Yeah, so rook on f8 and then a bishop on g6. So how are you gonna beat me? Yeah.
Yeah, this is once again a case where the engine says advantage for white, but if you end up exchanging everything, you cannot win with one queen
Yeah.
against a rook and a bishop if everything is protected.
So let's say just bishop c4, so we don't lose the d5 pawn.
Okay.
So bishop c4, and then I remove the queen, I don't know, maybe to b4 or something, or to b2, I guess. To b what? To b2, to b4. I'm just thinking.
We are blundering.
What?
Queen a3, and then the a8 rook will be hanging.
Wow, there's queen a3, yeah? Queen a3, and now when you go here, just take here, and white wins. So there are some tricks in this position.
Definitely. So many tactical
So
motives.
bishop c7, really interesting move. Bishop c4 loses on the spot due to queen a3.
What's the difference then? Because the engine wants to play bishop c4 and move earlier, instead of rook takes d8.
So the move earlier, the idea is, I guess, now after queen a3, you can take with the a rook. And then after queen a7, rook a8 back. Winning.
It's always about the a file, and now it's black who is winning.
Yeah, so now bishop c4 in this move is really
Very
interesting.
accurate move.
Very accurate, because now queen a3, of course you don't take with this rook because of bishop c7. But you can take with the a rook, and then this pawn is untouchable. It's just so poisoned, you cannot take it.
It's gonna be an incredibly exciting game. This queen sacrifice by the tournament leader, when he could have had tried to play for like a very solid draw and keep his +2 advantage.
Yeah. So...
Incredible how brave Karjakin is.
Exactly. So what do you think, Anita, if...
We go on a short break,
Yeah.
and then we will be back.
Do you understand me so quickly?
Because there are so many exciting games going on, we won't be away for long. There's so much to commentate here. Thank you guys for your comments in the chat and for your tweets. We will be back shortly.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Ciao.
Hi guys, we are back from the chocolate break. This is the birthday of Pepe, St. Patrick's Day. We cannot wear green because the background is actually green, so we would disappear. We would only have floating heads in the air. But it's a very exciting round as well at the Candidates Tournament round 6.
Yeah, so many interesting games. I suggest that we go directly to see what happened during the break. So basically, we were having this Benko structure in Topalov versus Anish Giri's game. So we were in this moment where actually Anish decided to exchange dark square's bishop. This allows, of course, some more pressure against the b2 pawn. So after bishop takes, bishop a6, queen takes, important move just to avoid castles. Topalov went for knight e2. Of course, now he wants to castles. And knight d5, knight takes. As we said already, normally exchanging pieces is a good idea for black in the Benko. Now, after castles, I really like this move, queen to d3. Exchanging the queen, this is a really natural way of playing the Benko. Because after queen d3, knight d3, this is actually one of the dreaming positions that you get in the Benko. Now you have pressure for free against these two pawns. Let's say b3 is a really natural move, and now there are so many ways to put pressure. For example, rook a3, knight to b4, rook to a8, and white is gonna suffer a little bit, right? You are a pawn up, but probably you are gonna lose one of these guys, and could be even worse.
Yeah, this is what we said, that this is a funny way of well, it's normal in the Benko, but in general, when we are material down, it's not normal to go and exchange pieces, go for an endgame. But in the Benko, thanks to these semi-open files, and since the queenside pawns cannot be pushed, you can try to push the a pawn, but you cannot really go far with it. So this is very normal to play an endgame with a pawn down in the Benko.
Exactly.
If you want to know more about the opening, for premium members, there's the opening tab that is very useful. So you can see in our database what other games have been played in your opening, in your favorite openings, or in the openings of the candidates games.
Exactly, yeah. And don't forget about our video series. So many hours of great lessons from the best players in the world. Yeah,
premium features. And actually, some of you were asking about the engine on our website, and it's a big difference. If you are not registered on Chess24, then the depth is a lot lower. So you need to be a registered member on Chess24 to see the engine on, I think it's depth 12 if you are registered, and for premium members, it's all the depth that's possible in the world. So that's also quite a big advantage, and you can analyze on the board. So you can make moves, you can try your variations on the board if you are premium. A lot of advantages, and it's Pepe's birthday, so give him a birthday. What happened in the other games? Because today we have so many exciting positions.
Yeah, I just want to mention just
the Benko.
One more plan.
Pepe loves the Benko.
I love the Benko, yeah, it's my love. So I just want to mention another plan. So normally in King's Endgame, or when you don't have rooks anymore, this king can become active. And when you defend the chain pawns with f3, there is always an important break with f5 in this Benko structure, because this pawn d5 can be weak later when these pawns are exchanged. So this f5 break is really important in the Benko, in Benko's endgames.
Yeah, and a shout out to GM Mardaker, that's Gevorg Harutyunyan from Armenia. So we have a GM in the chat. Thank you for being here and for following us.
Yeah, super grandmasters following the action on Chess24. That's great news, of course. And let's go to Bish's game. Pramod was asking, please Pepe exchange the sacrifice by Bishi Anand. What did I say?
No.
Please explain the exchange sacrifice in Bish's game. So we were here in this position after d5 from Peter's builder. This allows actually e5 by Bishi Anand, and Peter played knight to e4, sacrificing a pawn. The idea is after you take everything, I get there is always some blockade in the d5 square related to, I want to move twice. That's not possible. Rook takes, and now something like queen to d5. You hit this rook, you want to go knight b3 and recapture this pawn back. So that was the idea. As
usual, Peter goes for some dynamic counterplay. He doesn't mind giving up a pawn if he gets enough counterplay for it.
Exactly. Basically, no. He took first on a5. The big difference, first you open the a file for the rook. So there are not these jumps anymore on b3 because now you can just exchange these rooks. And he took here with the rook here, an exchange sacrifice. Really interesting play by Vishy Anand.
Today all the players are inspired and sacrifice exchanges, sacrifice queens. Today there's a lot of fireworks going on.
Yeah. And people are saying Pepe will pronounce Pepe correctly, Svidler. Before the no guys, I don't know how to do it. I'm just stupid. Sorry guys.
It's the Pepe's last day in the commentary booth, so
bye guys. Yeah. So what happens if Vishy plays the natural way? Rook takes e4. Yeah, there is a nice trick here. Yeah, there's this trick here because after if rook takes a8, queen takes a8, now the rook is hanging.
You don't have time to capture the knight.
So you have to go back and then there are some ideas related with c4 and queen to d5. Yeah, there's a lot of counterplay blocking these guys here and then related with b4 and c3. Quite interesting.
I can see that the people are worried about Peter Svidler's time because he doesn't have much time left and we are still on move 18.
Yeah. So problems for Peter and rook e4 played by Vishy Anand. Let's try to analyze. Of course, the critical test is just taking the rook on, accepting the challenge. And after bishop takes, the thing is, actually this rook cannot go to b8 or c8 because the knight is, I mean, it can go actually because it's just well defended. But there are so many tricks here, guys. Just some tactic trainer. What do you play here with white? It's a really known theme.
So when you think that all the action is going on the queen side because we were focusing on this a5 knight, no, suddenly it's all about the black king.
Suddenly, bishop takes h7, knight takes, and then you come here really fast with your queen. If king d8, queen h5 is gonna be checkmate soon, right? You have no option, you cannot avoid queen h7 checkmate. And for example, let's say bishop e7 just checkmate, right? So
yeah, black has to be really careful here.
And there is another possible move, is king to g6, of course, but you can play just queen to d3. Only move would be f5, for example. And now there are so many ways. I mean, for example, queen h3 just wins the queen because you are threatening queen h7 and you cannot avoid anything. But almost every move, even e takes x6.
And there are so many questions now saying that if Peter has blundered. No, he hasn't blundered. It's just a possible variation.
Yeah, it's just a possible variation. So we're in this position, and now it's maybe it's a critical moment. So how do you avoid this bishop takes h7?
But wait a second. This is the position on the board. No. He hasn't taken the rook.
Ah, he hasn't taken the rook. Yeah, guys.
Because if he takes the rook...
Yeah, if he takes the rook, there are so many...
After bishop takes e4, you cannot move the rook because there's this bishop takes h7 beautiful sacrifice.
Exactly. And let's say you just try to avoid it. So, for example, now bishop takes a8, queen takes a8, and there is this pin here now. For example, bishop d2. And after b4, I guess queen a4 is just winning. Boom. Queen a4 is just winning.
Peter has to be really careful and perhaps he shouldn't take the rook then. This is a very good move by Vishy Anand. Rook takes e4 if it cannot be captured.
Rook takes e4, extremely good move by Vishy Anand, who is putting some pressure in this game. I mean, there is a lot of counterplay. Of course, you don't have to take now. This bishop is quite active, even though if you don't take the rook later, it can take on f3, for example. So let's say just a defensive move like g6, for example. So how do you continue with white? I guess some natural move like bishop g5.
I see a move, knight b3. You guys are saying that Pepe has... Pepe is sitting next to me. Peter
has played knight to b3. Whoa, what's going on here, guys? Wow.
What is this? What's happening? I don't understand it. The rook is hanging. All the rooks are hanging. Knight b3. But is it in this position that he played knight b3?
He played knight b3. It's over the board, guys.
Yeah,
what's going on?
You're saying that Peter, he did blunder with knight b3.
Yeah, our bar here, you can see here, this bar has jumped like a beast. Yeah, it has jumped like a beast. This means he blundered, but we have to analyze it here. Yeah? How?
Just let's calm down first.
So first you have to take on a8, right? There's no other possibility, I think. Yeah. So you take on a8, and let's say queen takes or bishop takes, for example. Let's say queen takes. Yeah.
What's the point of knight b3?
What's the idea?
Okay, if we take the knight, then the rook was hanging, so you cannot go bishop takes b3. That's the point.
Yeah, you cannot go. There's no trick. I mean, knight to g5, you can just go bishop g6, I guess, or bishop d5. You defend on f7, yeah?
So this is not the refutation.
This is
what
not,
happens?
It's related to this guy again.
One second. What happens if we go and attack that pawn?
So knight to g5. What's going on here?
Well, why do you attack it with the knight? Why not with the rook?
With the rook, yeah, rook h4 is...
I mean, it's hanging.
It's hanging, just move it, right?
Now the h7 pawn is hanging and the b3 knight is hanging. How
so
do
there is a lot of attack here. I guess if you just take... Of course, now you are threatening to take on h7. You have to do something about it. Let's say, for example, g6. But now the knight is on b3.
Yep.
So, and the idea is after knight c1, you can take just here, and after king h8, there is just, for example, knight to g5, and the queen is coming. Wow, this is just gonna be checkmate.
What has happened in Peter's position? Has he really blundered? Knight b3 is losing.
So, what's the difference if we take with the bishop? I mean, just go the same idea. So, can I go rook h4? Because now, after bishop takes f3, for example, what's going on here? His idea is... the rook is hanging. So maybe it's better to take with the bishop, yeah?
To keep an eye on the h4
To keep an eye on the h4 square, because, for example, after rook h4, you have bishop takes f3. But now maybe knight g5. The idea is you want to come here with your queen, threatening to take on f7 on h7.
Yeah. So if I take your rook, bishop takes here.
Yeah, bishop takes. You, for example, just take here, and let's say, for example, and your knight is hanging. That's the problem. You cannot go g6 because queen takes b3 is just completely losing for.
And if you play something like knight takes c1,
knight takes c1, mated. Yeah, you get mated with queen h5, for example. There's no way. There's no proper way to defend these guys here. Wow.
Well, this would be a whole rook down, but Vichy is giving mate.
Yeah, Vichy is giving mate. Yeah.
I guess that all the fans in India are just celebrating because Vichy's position seems to be winning. Are we missing something?
Maybe. What happens if I just take on a8 and, for example, bishop a8, knight g5? What's going on here? What's going on here, guys? Let's say you just take on... There's no proper way. Because now after g6, you can just take on b3. The difference is now the rook is protected, yeah? So after, for example, bishop takes e4, you can even take on f7. Bishop takes f7, after king g7, you can just take on e8, and now you are threatening to go knight e6 with a double attack, yeah?
Wow, I think there's already a move on the board. Rook takes a8 was played.
And now the thing is, after queen a8, you can play rook h4. After bishop f3, you can just go intermediate move, bishop h7, and, for example, just bishop g6, queen to g8, and, for example, queen to b3. Now there is a pin here. After c4, for example, there is an intermediate check, bishop h7, and then you can just take the bishop here on f3. Wow. What's going on?
I'm still in shock because Peter...
I mean, it's not obvious. It's not obvious. For example, this knight to g5 here is not that obvious, but it looks natural. I mean, because queen h5 look like a terrible, like a really scary move here, right?
It is a really scary move.
Because, yeah, there's no proper way of defending these two guys here. What happens if I do some defensive move like bishop d5? I can't just take on b3 all the time. I can just take on b3. Wow.
Oh my.
Wow. Because now rook h4 doesn't work. After bishop takes f3, bishop takes h7, king h8, there's no discovered check because the rook is hanging. So after some move with your bishop, queen takes f4, and it's good for black.
But there's this knight g5 move that you have just shown to us, and it seems like Vichy's position is winning. Suddenly, after rook takes e4, then what was the good move for black, if not knight b3?
I mean, if not knight b3, I think you have to play something like g6, first preventing the ideas on h7.
Now you threaten to capture the rook, maybe?
Yeah, maybe now you threaten to capture the rook. That's true. And for example, bishop g5 should be played maybe after queen to d7 or something. You can just go back with your rook. So it's a pawn up, so the position is a little bit difficult for black, but of course, yeah, this looks like a terrible blunder by Peter's builder. It's not so obvious, so now Vichy has to find knight g5. It's a really critical moment for Vichy. He has to find knight g5 here in this position. Rook a4. Rook h4 doesn't seem to work because of bishop takes f3. The idea of knight g5 is not only bringing your queen to h5, that yeah, this would be terrible for black, but also you protect the e4 rook, so you are threatening to take on b3, yeah? So these are good news for Vichy. If he wins, again, he will be in +1.
For all the fans of Peter Svidler, including me, because we at Chess24 love Peter. We love his video series, we love his Bantamlist sessions, and of course we wanted to see him being the candidate, but to challenge Magnus Carlsen. But if he loses today, then I think his hopes are shattered, and Vichy, on the other hand, will be back on track on +1. That would mean already his second victory.
Exactly. +1 for Vichy after this game.
Yeah, let's not say it yet.
Yeah. I mean, after knight g5, I think it's over. After knight g5, okay, there is a way that he can sacrifice the queen. Let's say knight c1, queen to h5, queen to g5. Yeah, this is some possibilities. For example, after queen takes, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4. For example, you have knight e2 check and then take on d4. But then you can take just the knight on c1. Yeah. And after takes, c takes d4. Okay, we can reach this kind of endgame.
So another queen sacrifice.
It's not so clear still, yeah?
Today is the round of sacrifices. Exchange sacrifice by Vichy first, then Karjakin at the same time sacrificed his queen.
Yeah.
Very creative day today in the candidates.
Exactly. So you can defend here e5 with Fiona. Fiona pawn to f4. Yeah, you have some squares here. Queen to c6. The king comes fast to block this pawn if necessary. So this looks winning for white, but still it's not completely lost for Peter, right? So there's this line where he can sacrifice the queen, I think.
So he will end up having a similar situation as Karjakin. What's happening in Karjakin's game at the same time? Because he's also a queen down. He sacrificed his queen.
Yeah. What's going on? Wow, we have a lot of new moves here.
How did that happen?
So h3, yeah, natural move, giving some fresh air to your king.
He took on d8 with the other rook.
Yeah.
Because he saw this bishop c7 line. Here, the computer was suggesting instead of rook takes d8, bishop c4 first, which would have been a really precise move, we thought.
Yeah. The idea is after queen a3, you cannot take with this rook because of bishop c7 and then bishop takes b6 with a lot of pain for black.
That's losing, but you can take with the other rook, and now queen a7 is bad because of rook a8.
Yeah.
So that would have been maybe the best choice for black. Anyway, the position is complicated, so he went for rook a takes d8, giving up the a7 pawn.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Here. Tell me, Anita.
So that he has given up the a7 pawn, but still this position we just said that, okay, you have a rook, a piece, and a pawn for the queen.
Exactly.
And he believes in this position because he thinks that the d pawn will compensate. You can start pushing that passed pawn. The problem is that you have to do something about the b6 knight, and there's not a really good square for it unless you go to c4. But then with this bishop on e2, knight on c4, it's a bit like there's not that much harmony between your pieces.
Yeah, you need harmony, guys, in your life. We need harmony in our lives, yeah?
So if you go knight c4, the other thing is that h3 is what Pepe predicted. It's good to have a square for the king because the back rank can be weak. And then bishop h5, since you don't have the c4 square anymore for the bishop.
I mean, this is a natural move, a human move. You want to defend your only weakness, the f7 pawn. So a g6, I mean, at least to me, looks like a natural way to play. Because, yeah, f7 is your weakest pawn. So, I mean, you don't want to have any troubles over there.
But now bishop g5 is logical. You want to destroy the opponent's pawn structure, so what do you do against bishop takes f6? It's not really easy to prevent.
Yeah, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, but still, I find this not so easy to win with white at all. This bishop does a great job here. I mean, I'm wondering if there are some plans related with h4 and h5, but still, I mean, I would love to push this guy here, but it's not that easy. I cannot remove the knight because d5 is hanging. So, let's say what can I do? Let's say I just do nothing. For example, king h2. How do I continue? Yeah, there are some plans with bishop e4, for example, or rook b8, activating your rooks and then coming to b2, putting some pressure on the f2 pawn. There is some counterplay here. It's not so trivial. So I think Karjakin can hold this. What do you think, Anita?
I'm a bit worried about him, but at the same time, we said he's so brave. He was the sole leader, or he is actually still the sole leader. On +2, playing with the black pieces, he could have tried to make a solid draw today, but instead, he sacrificed his queen. So he is playing really brave.
Yeah, I mean, there's a plan that actually annoys me a little bit. So, for example, putting the queen in this diagonal, let's say queen to c3, and then this is now our worst pawn, our worst weakness.
Exactly.
And now there are some plans related with rook e6 or g5, h4, g5 or h5. This could be a little bit annoying. You can put your knight on e5, but then always Fiona comes for the attack. Yeah?
The game. Yes, perhaps this is the best chance, well, not the best chance for Caruana. I wanted to say that it's a good chance for Caruana to win, but actually he had a lot more winning position against Topalov, so he did not manage to win that. But today this is different, because this is not about just making one move, and if you don't make that move, you're not winning anymore. Here, he has an advantage, the engine has advantage. We will see if it's easy to crack black's position or not. The f6 pawn, as Pepe pointed out, is the vulnerable square in black's position. So how do you attack it? You have to have the rook on the 6th rank, and then what will black do against it?
Yeah.
You can try to go rook e6. And with the g2 bishop, you can't really attack black's king. That's the good news for black.
Yeah, I mean,
so far.
Normally normally you don't wanna. Even if you win a pawn like this, let's say this kind of position, queen c4, I think this king can be a little bit vulnerable, right?
Exactly. If you give up the g2 bishop, now look at these large squares. If we go bishop e4, I don't know if in this position, but imagine that black will place the bishop on that diagonal, threatening checks on the back rank, so it could be really dangerous to give up that bishop.
Yeah, no, I think the most natural plan is just, as we said, just putting the queen on this diagonal and then just pushing these guys here, coming for help to destroy this f6 pawn, to create some trouble to the light square bishop. Yeah, so Bishi, did he find knight to g5? Did he find knight to g5? Troubles for Peter. Troubles, a lot of troubles.
If he plays knight g5, the position is lost for Svidler. Let's see if he plays it. Well, I think he will find it, because tactically he is very strong. Okay, I mean,
he's a really,
in everything he's very strong. Yeah. Former world champion, one of the best players in the world.
He's good in everything,
but great. He will play knight g5.
But especially, he's a really great attacking player.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mark is saying, international master is saying that he will probably place his rook on a6. So, for example, queen to c3, for example. You can always go rook e5, rook e6 maybe, just putting some pressure here. One of the ideas is f4 and f5 here as well, just trapping this guy. You can always go rook e6 after rook a6. So I don't know if what happens here. Wow, and I wanna take a look on Topalov game versus Anand-Svidler. So after he went b3, and after he played rook b8. I really like this plan with rook a3 and knight to b4. Let's say rook a3, rook to d1 and knight b4. This is the typical stuff you do. Now everything is blocked. White is gonna suffer a little bit. I mean, you can defend these guys with rook knight c3, for example. Let's say rook d2 or f3. Let's say f3, rook fa8, rook d2, and there's always rook takes a2, right? Or for example,
rook b3 as well, because the pin on the a5, couldn't we just take on b3?
Yeah, you could take on b3, yeah. So rook 8, a4, if you try to defend everything, not possible because of knight c2, and rook d2 runs into rook takes b3. So this is the kind of position that you can lose. This pawn on c5 is really, really strong. So he didn't play rook a3, and instead he played rook b8. And now the difference after rook d1, knight b4 actually runs into maybe a4, some move like this, and then you want to go knight c3 and install a knight on b5.
So once you force the knight to b4, the b3 pawn is not hanging. That's why we can push a4.
Exactly.
So rook a3 was more precise.
I think rook a3 is more precise in this position. Just wanna go knight to b4 and then install all the blockade there, and then start putting some pressure. Because after this, now you have to go to e5. That's what happened in the game. And actually, I would love to have this knight on b4 and the rook on a3, putting a lot of pressure there.
I can understand that.
Still, I think this is nothing for white. Maybe you wanna go just c4 and liquidate everything over the board.
And Vishy has played knight g5. He is winning. Ladies and gentlemen, Vishy Anand beating our favorite hero, Peter Svidler.
Yeah. So one more line that we didn't analyze. Bishop e7. Now you can take on f7 actually, and after king takes, there are so many moves. Like for example, queen to h5. Let's say queen h5. If the king goes back to g7 to g8, there is something like rook g4 or rook h4 even. Rook g4, I think it's really natural. So you wanna go take on h7, and this is just checkmate.
So we are a piece down, but there's no defense.
Yeah, let's say knight takes e1.
Even two pieces,
queen
but
takes,
you cannot avoid mate here.
Yeah, for example here, and boom! Queen takes e7.
Knight g5, and Peter is in trouble.
Yeah, I think there's just, he has to go for this force line. Knight takes e1, queen h5, queen takes e5, queen takes, bishop e4, queen takes c1, bishop c2, queen c2, cd, and now for example f4. This doesn't look so lost, but at the end you have this file for your queen. You can bring your king quite easily to the center, or for example let's say g6 here, or b4. This looks natural, so you defend this guy here. And for example, queen to c6 or queen to c7, you want to go queen to d7 in this position. So probably this pawn is gonna fall, but still some hopes for Peter to try to defend this position, yeah?
On the other hand, this position is a lot worse than Karjakin's version of the queen down, because here, if the d pawn falls, that's gonna be a queen and a pawn against rook and piece, while Karjakin has rook, piece, and a pawn.
Still not so easy to win this game. This pawn is well protected, so you have to create something on the king side, what means your king will be open, will be a little bit weak. But I think this should be winning for white, yeah? So Peter took on c1, people are saying, and actually, yeah, we're gonna lead to this position that we just analyzed. What else do we have? Rook a3 played by Anish-Giri in this position after f3, rook a3. He wants to do the same kind of stuff. He wanna go rook e8, rook a8 maybe some c4. But the thing is, if you give this pawn, this is normally the pawn that wins in the Benko in this kind of endgame. So
you don't want to exchange it. You just want to win back the pawn, the b pawn, and then have the c passed pawn.
Yeah, this is normally my dream, right, in the Benko. But of course, it's not that easy. This plan with rook a3 before and knight to b4 was a little bit annoying for white. But now if you just play c4 at some point, let's say, for example, king f2, c4, then you just take here, and this position, probably you are gonna win back this pawn on a2. It's gonna be a dead draw.
So we are expecting a draw here, but it was a very interesting game. Topalov played h4 on move 3. And that's what led to this Benko type of position, because Anish-Giri thought that, okay, in which variation I think that the h4 move is not useful for white, and he said that's the Benko, and he went for it. He never plays the Benko, but today he did. Yeah,
it's a kind of Benko. I think it's a favorable version for black of the Benko, of course, with the pawn on h4.
Okay. Knight g5 on the board, and knight takes c1 as well?
It's on the board, yeah. So, of course, now there's nothing to do. Just if you take, for example, on c1, now you can take on e4, of course. So you have to go queen to h5. Only move. You cannot defend both guys here. So let's say something like h6. For example, you can take with the queen here. And for example, after something like queen to e7, you can just go rook to g4. And this is not that easy business. For example, Queen takes f7, bishop h7 is on the board, and this queen falls, and of course you are losing.
Yeah, Titan Prometheus is saying that Peter has a huge time advantage, so perhaps he can complicate with a queen sack and fight for a draw. Maybe.
So how much time?
I don't know how much time, but according to him, Peter has a lot of time advantage. So at least if the position is so bad, he's got more time. If Vichy gets into time trouble, maybe he won't find the best moves, but still, his position is winning. So
yeah, I mean,
knight
this is
g5, and he really deserves it after playing rook takes e4 and knight g5. So he is playing brilliant. Rook takes e4 was such a nice move.
Yeah, was really nice move by Vichy Anand, playing all the correct moves in this kind of position.
It was such a solid opening, and then it ended up being really double-edged.
Exactly.
How did it all happen?
I don't know, they want to give me a nice gift for my birthday, so they are playing interesting and attacking chess, yeah? So, this is quite forced. We are gonna end up with the position that we just analyzed, so let's wait just for that. Instead, let's just take a look maybe on the game between Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura. So we were where we were.
Yeah, we said that Aronian has given up this deep pawn. It's a typical sacrifice in this variation. So you have a lot of compensation for the pawn. You have the semi-open d5. You have this fianchetto bishop. This g2 bishop is very strong, and also it's not so easy to do something with this backward pawn, this d7 pawn.
Wow, Anna, sorry to interrupt you, but people are saying that h6 has been played here.
h6. Wait. Queen h5, h6.
Queen h5, h6. Wow, so h6, and now after queen takes f7, for example, or knight takes f7, both lines I think work. I mean, first line I will consider is just to go, for example, queen to f7, king h8, and for example, no, knight to f7 was more common, I think, because now you want to go just rook g4 and then take on h6. So what can you do about this?
f7, you move the queen.
Let's say
e7 or what?
Let's say queen b6 just to put an eye on this guy, and after rook g4, but still you cannot avoid knight h6, yeah? Or maybe rook e6 here. So after queen b6, what's the move? Okay, this is really complicated. After queen to e7, it's clear to me that now rook g4 is completely winning, because you cannot take on f7 because of bishop h7, and knight h8 is coming, opening the h file. Wow.
So queen b6 might be a way to defend, and in case of rook g4, rook e6, so what's the move here?
Maybe knight d6.
What's that move for? So,
I want to take the rook, yeah?
I understand that. And if we move the rook away, then
for example, rook e7.
You have to, because queen f7 was a threat.
And then what's going on here? Now you have control over the f7 square. So now you want to try to give checkmate here. Let's say queen to g6. You take, I just take, and then queen h7 is a forced mate. Yeah?
It's a rook down after bishop takes e4, but there's no way to avoid queen h7 mate.
Yeah, this knight has a really nice job. Yeah?
Incredible position by Vichy Anand.
Yeah, really.
What an attack.
You have to be really precise here with white, but I think Vichy will find the moves. I mean, I think also queen f7 should work. Let's take a look on queen f7. So let's say king e8, and what's the idea here? Now, of course, you want to go queen to g5. My plan is, I would love to give you checkmate on the on h7. So what's the idea?
Okay, the problem is that if we go queen g6 and wanna remove the now queen g5, and you can, doesn't matter that the rook is hanging on e8.
So maybe first something like rook g4, so you cannot take with the queen, and if you take with the pawn, this is just checkmate. Queen h5, king g8, bishop h7. Wow, and then here.
Mate, Peter Svidler is getting mated.
But what's going on here? Because after rook h4 is black's turn. So there are some ideas here. Can I give a check and then come to f4, for example? Let's say.
Let's see.
Yeah, queen to, and for example, king f1 and knight to f4. Ah, you can also come by f5, yeah? And after g6, what's going on here? Just knight f7 and takes on g6, yeah? Wow!
Yeah, but even in worst case, white can always capture this knight on f4, but of course there are so many other moves, stronger moves.
I just want to give checkmate. That's why I was thinking on knight f7, and the queen is hanging as well.
Yeah, no, everything. I mean, if not queen f5, instead, like the knight was hanging on f4, so even that move was winning. But there are so many threats here, and Svidler is getting mated.
Svidler is a piece up, but now, of course, you have to think, if I take with the knight or with the queen. Both ideas look reasonable to me. I would take, I think, with the knight. I would take with the knight because this idea of rook g4 is really strong. The point is, after some move like, what about queen to d5? Yeah, then you can just take and then, for example, and then just rook g4. The idea is you're gonna give checkmate here on e8, yeah? So the queen has to defend this rook probably. So let's say queen to e7 and now rook g4. There is no escape for Peter here. After queen to b6, the point is now knight takes h6 is not possible because of queen takes, and after queen e8, you can just go, for example, something like knight e2, and then if rook e2, just checkmate here. And if you move the queen, just for example, queen to c1, yeah?
Papa, I will have to interrupt your analysis because queen takes f7 was played.
Wow, queen takes f7 has been played. So king h8 only move, and then he has to find this. Then Jin is saying, yeah, that rook g4 is the only move that it's much better for white. Yeah, right?
Yeah, it seems that that's the only clearly winning move, rook g4. Everything else, of course, in this position with the piece down, you have to play very precise. Rook g4 wins the game for Vishy Anand.
Yeah, the thing is, the knight on g5 is being threatened. So what do you do? I mean, there are just two possibilities.
As we said, if queen g6, queen takes g5 is possible.
Yeah, and now after queen e8, there is some beautiful knight e2 check. The idea is when you come to f1, for example, you can come to c1 and then take on c2, and then this is good for black. And if you don't take if you take, there is just checkmate here on the back rank, right, on c1. Wow. So rook g4 seems to be completely winning for Vishy in this position. Where am I? In Hamburg, yeah?
I see some comments that Peter has resigned. Is that true? Has Svidler resigned?
So
resigned after rook g4.
Rook g4 was played.
On the board. Vishy Anand wins again. Now he's back on +1. He has just beaten a favorite player, Peter Svidler.
Yeah. Pepe, relax. Peter resigned. Stop analyzing, yeah?
Sad day for the team of Chess24, but we congratulate Vishy Anand for a brilliant attacking game.
Wow, this is how an attacking game should be played. Vishy the king. For some reason, he's Vishy, yeah? And we are who we are, yeah?
Yeah. Let's just go through once again this game, because after the opening we said that this is gonna be a long game, nothing will happen for 20-30 moves, long maneuvering position, and then suddenly
in this position,
after
d4.
c5, d4, and here takes. We have seen this happening, but there was this...
And this is where the party starts, yeah?
Exactly. There was another game in this position. We said that after d4, c takes. If you can go back to d4, c takes. So instead of e takes, it was c takes. No.
You're making me crazy. Okay. Here, right?
Yes.
I just say takes all the time.
C takes, and d5. This was what happened in a previous game. We mentioned the players too, so if you want to check that game in our database, use the opening tab. Premium members can check all those kinds of games from our database. This was a different game. In today's game, Peter Svidler took on d4 with the e-pawn. Shouldn't be a mistake. So where is the mistake?
I mean, here maybe this is normally what people play in this kind of positions. And, well, the thing is you have to calculate e5 here, yeah? And then this looks a little bit scary because the h7 pawn is hanging, so you have to move the king or the knight to d5. There are some ideas here, then you can just take on d4. This is a normal position, I would say. So you can go knight b4, bishop b1, this kind of positions, queen b6, knight to f3. Yeah, this is a pretty standard position, I think.
And instead of this, what happened in the game was d5, e5, and that position is already really sharp. So what do you do here? Is it already everything forced?
No. I mean, after a takes, for example, you mean Yeah,
But this is the game. Rook takes.
Rook takes.
Brilliant move. Rook takes e4. So if bishop takes e4, as we have already showed this. Bishop takes, bishop takes. You cannot move the rook because bishop takes
Boom.
h7 wins. And doesn't help if we have the rook on a6, does it? I mean, imagine the same position with the rook on a6.
You wanna go rook a6 here,
Just
yeah?
trying.
So let's just try. Or we can. It works. It doesn't work now because of king h7, knight to g5, and then you just go back.
I want to defend with rook a6.
It's extremely interesting, yeah, but still you can do it. Knight, queen takes f7, king h8, and then this is extremely double-edged. I don't know what's going on here, really.
Yeah, you cannot win the knight by playing rook takes a5 because it's a back rank mate with queen e1 at the end after capturing the rook on e8. But
yeah,
there is something maybe with...
maybe queen to d3, you threaten to take here, and then
queen b5.
on b5, yeah? So let's say g6 and queen to b5, and then you just go, for example, I don't know, to a7, bishop d2 maybe? You have some troubles. Maybe knight c6 here, rook takes, queen takes, and for example, let's say queen to a4. This position you want to go d5 maybe, d6.
So it's an exchange down, but we have this passed pawn, d5, d6. If we can push, then it's really dangerous, the pawn. Still, maybe this is more of a complication than what happened in the game.
Yeah. So in the game, d4 was played, rook e4 and knight to b3.
Knight b3 should be the last mistake then.
Yeah. After rook takes, knight to g5. Wow, what a move by Vishy Anand. Just want to bring the queen to h5 and defending the rook on e4. So now you are able just to take on b3 if you do nothing. So knight takes c1, queen h5. The only possibility for Peter was sacrificing the queen. It was leading to a worse endgame, of course, for Peter, as we analyzed before.
But at least he wouldn't have got mated. Queen takes g5, queen takes. In that position, we thought that maybe there's still some hope to hold this position.
There are, yeah. I'm pretty sure that if I play this with white against one of these guys, I will never win this game. But yeah, this is the endgame that could have been reached in the game.
Which should still be winning for white, but at least it's not a mate. Well, what a sad day for Peter Svidler. He has been playing extremely well in this position, in this tournament. He has had many great positions, very good preparation, but today he collapsed.
Yeah, and it's already official that he resigned.
Yes, it's official.
It's
After
official,
rook
yeah.
g4, Peter Svidler resigned. Vishy Anand is on +1, Svidler now on -1.
Yeah, the idea is pretty simple. You want to go, let's say you just do some, for example, move like bishop d5. So queen to g6, now you take, and then it's just checkmate, yeah? So really difficult position for Peter here, and I mean, it's just lost, so he resigned. Wow.
First result of the day and the decisive result. Perhaps today we will see a lot more decisive games because Karjakin has sacrificed his queen. So that's a position where nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
We also have Aronian against Nakamura, two players who will fight till the end. And maybe today's game between Topalov-Giri is the least exciting because it started in a very promising way, h4 by Topalov, and Anand-Svidler responded to it by playing the Benko. So we really hope that there would be a lot of complications on the board, but they ended up with this endgame, which seems to lead to a draw.
Yeah.
At least it's equal-ish.
I mean, you want to go now rook b1 and rook b2 and free your rook from the a5 and from the a1 square. I think at some point you can try to stuff here. Two things. One is c4, the other one is this f5 break. I don't think it's good now, because there are too many pieces on the board. Let's say c4, b takes c4, and for example, knight takes c4.
Okay, we have to go back to Vishy's game because that's not the position that we... rook g4 was played, after which you guys are saying that queen a5 by Peter Svidler.
Queen h5, and now
and
h4 was played.
And that's where Peter resigned.
Okay, h4.
Okay, you have to do something about the back rank mate.
So why? There was a question. Why h4 is much better than h3? The difference with h3 here is you can go queen e1, king h2, and then you can go knight to e2, and then you are threatening mate.
Who is getting mated here?
Yeah. What's the difference?
you have a square on h3. So, but still, it's let's show this position with h4, with the pawn on h4.
Okay. Sorry. h4, queen to e1, king to h2, knight to e4.
Still a mate threat because queen g1, queen h1 is a mate.
But you have this knight to h3 move.
That's why you need the h3 square. Knight h3.
Knight h3, and now there's just checkmate. Queen g6 and queen h7 is coming. Wow, really amazing move h4 with the deep idea of coming back to the knight with the knight on to h3.
It's not something we usually see. Knight h3 winning the game.
Yeah. So here there's nothing to do. Let's say, let's just show this position again. Queen to a1, king h2, knight to e2, knight to h3. Let's just try something. I mean, let's just try rook d8, for example. So queen to g6, only move to avoid checkmate is just king to e8. And then how do we win this game? Anita, show me. So for example, queen to h7, king f7, e6.
Yeah, just let's be careful so that the king doesn't escape, but there must be several ways to win this.
Yeah, king to a6.
Okay,
Wow.
now currently we are a rook down.
Yeah, I mean...
So we have to give mate.
Maybe I just played too fast here, right?
Let's think. I think we should think after knight h3,
Rook d8.
rook d8. Okay, let's calm down. Queen g6 should be.
Should be okay.
King g8. What if
e6?
Yeah, what if e6?
Yeah, e6.
Queen h7 mate. What do you do against it?
Yeah.
Bishop d6
Bishop
is a
d6
check, but now...
f4, yeah? Yeah, this is the move. Yeah, f4. You are threatening 20 kinds of mates, yeah?
Queen g7 to start with, and it's just impossible to do anything here with black. You only have bishop takes f4, one check. How would you take? Bishop takes f4?
Just rook takes.
Because if we move the knight, then of course queen g1 check, but rook takes.
Rook takes, yeah.
And now, no matter that the rook can be captured, knight takes f4.
Knight takes f4. You can just go, for example, queen f7, king h8, and e7 even. Yeah.
Yeah, but once again, look at this position. We are a whole rook down,
rook
and
f8
it's winning because queen f8 is the threat.
Yeah. Yeah, queen f8 is just checkmate.
It's a brilliant game by Vishy Anand, the oldest participant of the candidates tournament, playing like this is, I don't know, the most important tournament of his life, and he has played so many other tournaments, World Championship matches, so imagine that he's still motivated, he's still inspired by chess.
Yeah, Vishy the king, the tiger, coming back to +1. Just putting some pressure to Karjakin.
If Karjakin loses, then Vishy joins the lead.
We should check then Karjakin's game. So, we finished with the conclusion of this Anand victory, and then we should focus on the rest of the games, right? So, Fabiano played queen to c3, and then now there's a direct threat of going g5, so maybe h6 is normal, just giving some room to this bishop.
I think it was said in the chat that he played h6.
h6, yeah? Okay, and now the question is, can I go h4, for example? Can I go h4? One of the ideas is just to put a knight on e5, and now f4 is just not possible because knight takes h4. So
yeah, knight g4 is possible there, so...
Because if you play knight e5 straight away, now f4 is coming, and then f5 just better for white, right? But once h6, once h4 has been played, now knight e5 is possible because the g4 point is hanging, and then you put this knight in this diagonal, so now g5 is just stupid. You can take everything, right? And this is not a problem.
I see that, according to you guys in the chat, Sergei Karjakin has sacrificed a knight.
But what's going on here today? Everybody is sacrificing everything.
First he sacrificed his queen, and then he sacrificed the knight, so the pawn is on h6.
How can you sacrifice knights here? Tell me.
I think he started pushing his d pawn.
d4? d4.
I don't know what happened, but we don't know what was the move here by Caruana.
Anna, d4 was played and not h6. Wow.
Immediately.
What's going on here? This is extremely double-edged. Okay, the idea is just after queen takes e4, d3, and then rook a1, d2, you are threatening to play rook e1. So a lot of counter play here. d3 is gonna come, then just say, for example, rook a1, maybe just an accuracy, d2 is coming. d2 is coming.
And
how,
you promote the pawn. So
how do you stop? Only move queen f1 here. But
okay, and now bishop d3.
d3.
Queen d1,
and
bishop e2, or what do you do?
I mean, minimum you have rook e1, yeah? This is a draw. This is a draw.
Bishop e2, maybe.
Bishop e2, maybe, yeah. Bishop e2, and then you have to sacrifice the queen. This is just a queen here, and this could be even a better version for black. So what's going on here?
Wow.
Maybe bishop f3, just to stop with the bishop, not with the pawn.
Okay.
Let's say d2, and let's say...
You move away the king.
King h2, and then d1, I guess. d1, queen, rook takes. Wow. What's happening here?
So he wins back the piece. Most likely he will win back the piece because this d pawn is just way too strong. You have to take it with one of the white pieces. And this is a case where it's a rook and bishop against the queen, 3 pawns. The black king is weak, but also look at white's king. That's quite a vulnerable king too.
Yeah.
The only problem is that we cannot activate the bishop because you have to protect the f7 square all the time. I would love to have this bishop on f3 or on e4.
Yeah, and there is a direct plan with h4 and h5 here in this position. So I mean, if I play at some point h4, for example, here. But the thing is, what's going on if I start giving you checks like crazy? Rook e1.
I don't know. Where do you hide the white king?
So
h5 checks.
Here, king g3.
Another check.
Check. I just go to f4. Ah, there are some tricks here. There are some tricks.
Exactly. We are winning the queen.
Boom! Rook h4. So not so easy. Let's say I go to h3, then you have rook h3, and after king f4, same trick.
So where do you hide with the king?
I don't know. Tell me, tell me. There are no more squares in the board. What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
What do you want me to do, Anita? I don't find a way.
Maybe h5 is not a good move, but what do you do here?
I will go h4 here. I'm pretty sure. I will fall in this trick. Yeah. I will fall in this trick. h5. I would be thinking, oh yeah, I'm winning. I'm gonna beat Sergei Karjakin. Yeah, and then suddenly rook h1, bishop h5 is gonna come later. So after king f4, bishop takes h5, and then there's no way you are gonna win this game with white here.
Adominio is right that it's funny that we have the cartoons of Levon and Hikaru and we are not talking about that game because today that game is the least exciting. It's gonna be exciting for sure, but in the other games the players have gone so creative, sacrificing queens, exchanges, pawns, all the things happening in the other boards. So we will, of course, go back to Aronian's game as well, but we just want to know if Sergei Karjakin is losing or winning or what's going on.
I don't know. There's another possible result in chess?
Draw.
Draw and something else? No,
Perpetual.
Right? Perpetual is a draw.
Yeah, but I mean, we have already said everything. He can win, lose, and draw. Anything
something
can
else?
happen.
Something else different?
Yeah, you can have 0-0 by...
Yeah, if you, what happens
What do you have to do for a 0-0?
You can just start fighting each other and then that will be a 0-0 for sure.
Start insulting the arbiter.
So everything can happen in the candidates, even this kind of stuff. No, guys, no. We are really peaceful guys in chess. Okay, so h4 doesn't seem to work yet. So then what do you do? How do you continue? Maybe rook queen f4 or something like this, or queen to c3. But if you remove the queen from this spot, at some point some bishop a4 could be coming as well.
Yeah, the bishop on e4 once the f7 pawn is not under attack. What happens in this position? So d4 should be a good move because white has to sacrifice a bishop for the d pawn.
Yeah, I mean there's no... So d3 was played, and then how do you stop the pawn?
You have to give up the bishop.
Yeah, if you try to stop with the rook, there's just no time because rook e1 is just coming. And there is a... If you were a tempo up, I mean, you could think of bishop f3 and rook d1, but you don't have time for this. After something like bishop f3, just rook e1, and you are even worse. You are losing this game. So... Yeah, bishop f3, d2, and then... What about if I just try d2? There's something else I can try. I don't have time for bishop d1 because rook e1 is coming. Yeah, you have to give out your bishop.
There's no way to keep all the material for white.
Yep. And we're gonna reach this position, rook and a piece versus queen. Symmetric position, just pawns in the king side. So we'll see what's going on.
I think we should cover the game Aronian-Nakamura again because it's true.
We keep avoiding commentating on this game, all the time.
It's just that not so many things have happened here.
Yeah. So Rook B8, Bishop F4 was played. Rook C8. The idea of Bishop F4 is you don't want this knight coming to D4, so still this bishop is hanging. So Bishop H6, Rook E8, and Queen F4 was played. Now Knight to A5 was played. So finally you want to exchange this guy here. Knight F5.
Wow.
Of course you cannot take because Queen to G5 and Queen to G7
So we
made.
did miss some action in this game because before it was a bit boring in comparison to the other games. I'm sorry to call it boring, but Knight F5.
Yeah, Knight F5, beautiful move. This knight is not doing anything here. Probably you are not gonna give checkmate, but you have better squares from
Knight
F5.
D6.
You can jump to D6, you can go back to E3 and the important square D5. So after Bishop G2, King to G2, sorry, intermediate move.
Was it necessary?
No, you can take, I think. You can take here. Of course, where black can start pushing this D5 pawn. And after queen takes, knight takes, for example, queen takes, bishop G5, you have always this rook C6 and king to G7. So this should be around equal. But instead he took on E7 and king to G2. And shouldn't be this okay already for black? I mean, too many exchanges and still a pawn up.
Well, on the other hand, you have holes on the dark squares and there's bishop on H6 is annoying. So I think there must be compensation.
But after queen E5, you are offering the queen exchange.
I wish I could keep the queens on the board.
Looks to me that it is already good for black. E3, D5. Okay, knight, bishop G5 was played and knight to E4.
You have just given back the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give back the pawn. D5 was necessary. I mean, maybe something like queen E6, but then rook D6 is coming. Yeah, it's not easy. It's never easy. So, for example, rook D8 it would be a terrible move because of bishop G5. And then after exchange, you just take with the E pawn. There is a ping here. Knight to D5 is coming. So, D5 was played. Bishop G5, knight E4, rook takes. And this position, what's going on?
What if you just take the bishop, knight takes G5?
You want to take this guy.
I think that's an annoying piece.
Yeah. I guess you take with the pawn to fix your structure again.
This should be really pleasant for white because you have the D file.
Yeah, you have the D file. You have no risk.
Also, this A5 knight is out of the game.
You can bring your rook here, and then, for example, let's say if you go rook C7, avoiding this. There are so many threats here.
Oh, knight D5, we've just stepped into this.
Yeah, knight D5. And what's the trick? Because rook D7 still, but you have this nice knight F6. So here,
let's show it because it's beautiful.
Yeah, and now knight F6,
Knight
boom.
F6.
You cannot take here because of checkmate.
So you take on D8.
Yeah, you take.
And then you cannot just. There's no square for the king. Doesn't matter that you push the H pawn, you get mated.
Exactly.
So this is something to remember. Pawn on G5 with the knight on F6 is so dangerous, even in an endgame.
Yeah. So, after rook D1, this is really pleasant for why you want to play rook D7, maybe B3, controlling this knight here. Yeah, this is a pleasant endgame for Levon Aronian. So instead, he took on C3, B takes, and king to G7. And this looks also... I mean, I'm wondering what's happening with this guy here. It's not in his best square.
Exactly. King G7 seems to be a really good move because if you allow white go bishop F6, then the bishop will be a monster. But after King G7, this bishop is suffering a bit.
I mean, I'm not so sure. I mean, for example, let's say, for example, knight C6. So you want to go bishop F6 here, but I'm wondering what's going on if rook is 6.
Yeah, the problem is that I would need two moves. I would need to push the C pawn and bishop F6, so I don't have time to place it on the long diagonal. You're right that the bishop here is not that good as it seems.
Yeah, so king G7 and rook D7. What it's clear is that white rook is extremely active, and you control the D file. The other rook is gonna come to D1. This is a really pleasant position for Levon Aronian. H6 was played and bishop E7. Yeah, bishop E7 was played. So now I'm wondering what's going on if knight C6. This seems natural to me. I guess you have to go to h4 because bishop d6 runs into rook d8. There's no trouble at all, so bishop h4. And still, this is really pleasant for white, I think. You want to go rook d1, maybe rook b7, and then bring the other rook to d7. This is a really direct plan for Levon Aronian. Push Pendra, user from India, I guess. Let's check. Yeah, user from India is saying, hey Jose, in Fabi Karjakin game, how about rook a1, d2, and queen f1? So,
Fabi Karjakin.
Rook a1, d2, and queen f1. Yeah, we were saying, like, for example, bishop d3. It's a really good move, and then followed by bishop e2, and then you're going to make a queen anyway. So, Nakamura suffering a lot in this position. This guy is so annoying here. This bishop on e7 make your life no easy, right? Not easy.
Well, now it's gonna be annoying, yeah, because on g5 we thought, yeah, it's not an active bishop, but once it gets to d6, e5, suddenly it will be once again a monster.
Yeah, and the thing is, don't go to d6 here, guys, because rook d8 allows you to remove all the pressure. Now rook a d1 is not possible. You have to take... And then there's no proper square for this guy. And now who is on controlling the position is black.
Yeah. So what do you do after knight c6?
I have to go to h4. It's only square. That actually is a really important diagonal. It controls every rook coming to d8. So now you are free to play rook d1, maybe something like knight b7, rook b7,
rook b7,
and here. So I don't see any reasonable plan to stop this.
So
just tell me, Anita.
Yeah, the point is that even though our bishop on h4 is not ideally placed, in a sense that it's not the most active piece of all times, but it controls the d8 square, and that's what matters here, the d8 square and the e7 square. So you cannot do anything about this rook on the 7th rank. We're gonna double rooks on the d file, and then on the 7th rank, two rooks will appear, rook b7, rook d7.
Exactly. And I don't see any reasonable plan to stop this. I don't see any. Maybe you have to sacrifice a pawn with knight a5 or something, but I think this is just good for Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian, a win for Levon Aronian could mean that...
Could be. And I've seen a question regarding Nakamura, if we can still count on him as one of the persons who could win this tournament. We believe that he is out of shape. He's a very strong player. Everyone in this competition is very strong. But now what matters is who is in the best shape. And Nakamura seems to be out of shape. He already blundered in a previous game. And today he is suffering too. So I'm afraid that Nakamura doesn't have a lot of chances to win this event.
I mean, if he manages to draw here, he still... will be still on -1, but -2 is just too much, right? Normally you need +3 in this kind of tournament, so...
If he loses today, then he will join Topalov at the very bottom of the standings.
And I really like... Okay, let's just analyze this idea by Great Dan Red Spot. He wants to go g5 here, and then maybe not in this position, but... So, yeah, maybe here in this position, he wants to go g5, sacrificing the pawn. So takes, and king g6, with the idea of playing f6 here, but still just a pawn up, yeah. So you wanna go you can go, for example, bishop h4 here in this position. Yeah, this is a pawn up for white, even though, yeah, this is just a pawn up. Let's say, for example, rook a4 and bishop g3. Okay, you have some active play, but the rook on d7 is still quite active. I think this is just very good for white, yeah?
And as we can see in Rohit's tweet is that Anand is once again #1 in India, because yesterday after his loss, so the day he lost, he just dropped back a bit on the rating list, and suddenly it was Hari Krishna being #1 in India with 0.3 difference. But today, with his victory, of course, he's back, and he should be #1 in India. He is the best player, not only in India, but in the world. He is one of the strongest players.
Yeah, exactly.
Still.
Exactly. Knight c4 has been played, rook a d1, and a5, people are saying. So after a5, I'm wondering, what's the plan here? The idea maybe is after rook b7, you can just go rook b8 and try to follow this rook b8 and rook b7. So without a rook, this is less dangerous for black, right? So I would love to have the 2 rooks on the 7th rank, but it's not that easy. So how do you continue here with white?
Good question.
I
like white's position, but it's not that easy to progress, so we have to go creative.
I mean, I'll just go king to f3.
Yep.
Just improving a little bit the position of my pieces.
And asking what can black do.
Yeah.
Black should somehow do like...
Let's just say
Yeah,
he stays
nothing,
quietly.
okay. Yeah.
With king g8. So how to continue here? Let's say rook b7.
Another thing that maybe black could do is to bring the rook to the 6th rank, like rook c6, rook e6. I don't know if I achieve anything, but I just wanna bother your pieces.
The thing is, when you wanna go rook c6, maybe now I'm on time to bring the rook to b7, and now you cannot go rook b8. So my idea is just to go rook d7, and then looks like little dangerous for.
So that's why you think that black should just stay, just keep calm. And move the king.
Keep calm and enjoy your life with king g8. And then if rook b7, I guess you can go rook b8. Let's say queen, rook e7, you just go behind me. But rook takes, rook takes. What about this endgame? I think this should be better for white. Of course, you want to go king e4 and maybe king to d5. Just...
I think I will have to interrupt your analysis because now there are a lot of moves on Anish-Giri's game.
Wow,
Topalov-Giri, and what's going on? Is it
Okay.
already something? Because now the h4 pawn is hanging. There's knight f4. What happened here?
Yeah, let's go back. Oh, he went for this break with f5. This is really typical in this position, as we were saying. The idea is this pawn is gonna be extremely weak in a lot of endgames. But of course, you have to pay attention to these guys too now. So rook b1 was played. He wants to bring this rook to the action. So rook b8, rook b2, rook b4. Hey, I want to take you.
So king h3, but now he played c4.
c4 here. Wow.
Opening the 3rd rank for the rook. So suddenly the king, the white king, can be vulnerable.
And people are saying, please go immediately to Karjakin. We will just go in a minute.
So many things happening today. We have to focus on each game.
So c takes b3, knight takes b3. Wow. And knight b6. What's going on here?
Yeah, you threaten knight f4, rook takes h4.
g3, and then you have... Wow. Boom.
Nice. That's nice.
And then takes here, and then knight f4. You move your king, and knight takes e2.
And the a2 pawn falls as well.
Too many
Pawn
weaknesses,
islands.
yeah? So after knight g6, you cannot go g3. And that means you are going to be able to take this pawn sooner or later.
Yeah.
You have to pay attention to this guy as well. Let's say, for example, to
Okay,
g3.
yeah, maybe that's the idea. If king g3 and we take on h4 with the rook takes e7. But still, what's this?
Yeah, this is possible, yeah? This should be around equal as well.
Okay, instead of rook takes h4, now but how can you improve the position?
Yeah, maybe
Do we have time to...
Maybe I just want to go rook a4, so now I can take. And then my rook will
possible.
be...
Why
and
not?
then I avoid this. It's really important
You
to...
avoid knight d4.
Yeah, now the knight d4 is coming, you have to avoid it, yeah? You don't have to allow it. So after...
Okay, you cannot allow knight d4.
Yeah, I mean, if you just do something stupid like this, then knight d4 is coming. There are so many moves like rook e6, and then f5, Fiona 5 is just weak. So rook a4 looks to me like a natural move just to avoid getting this knight into the action. Right? And then you can just take on h4.
Definitely you are threatening to capture on h4. What can white do here?
No clue. Maybe rook h1.
Ew, but that's sad.
Yeah, you bring your knight here, and then to your king to f7, and then you are able to capture on h4, yeah?
I like black's position here. It's f5, this breakthrough.
And these kind of endgames are so tricky to play with white. This is what happens in the Benko, yeah?
Yeah, and people were saying that Anish-Giri always goes for the draw master. I see nicknames like that, but look at this position. He is going for the win with the black pieces.
Yeah, I mean, the position is asking for that already. What's going on Fabiano versus Karjakin's position. Wow.
He did not play bishop f3, but he went for g5.
I don't get anything here. Just explain to me.
What happens if d2 and g takes bishop?
My first question is why I cannot take here?
I don't know.
What's the difference? Now the difference. What's the difference?
The king is weak, but does it matter that you have some queen?
There is a difference now. You can go rook a2, and after d2 you can just take here.
Check at the end.
g5. The idea is now you cannot take on g5, so d2 has to be played, and he went for g takes f6. Yeah.
Logical.
Logical move. What's going on here?
Can you take it, or that's too much?
I think you cannot take it because there is queen c3, and then your king has to start dancing over the board. Yeah, some salsa here, bachata here, techno music there.
It seems to be really dangerous. Yeah,
I mean.
So instead of king takes, because it's horrible.
But looks also extremely dangerous to go back. Let's say, for example, king to h8 is normally the reasonable move because you always have this square foot for the rook.
Not to get mated on g7, and now really white has to stop the pawn with bishop f3.
Let's say, for example, after king to
h8, bishop f3.
Yeah, now this is a queen, yeah?
Yeah, you have to prevent that.
This is a queen. Bishop f3 and d1, I guess. What's going on? d1.
Yeah. Takes, and king h2, not to be in a bishop e4 check.
And what's going on in this position, Anita? I don't get anything. Let's say, for example, rook d8.
Why do you go back?
Why? I don't know. Tell me one move.
I don't know, but I don't want to go back.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, what if we move then the other rook to g8 if you want to stay? I mean, just something against the white king.
Yeah, but this looks dangerous for black, yeah? Something like queen f4, h4, maybe queen h6, and then some tricks like rook a8. So let's just say queen f4.
That would be very nice at the end with a queen on h6, rook a8.
I just want to go queen h6 and rook a8, yeah?
But maybe when you go queen h6, do I have time for bishop e4 or is nothing? Bishop e4 protects the a8 square.
E4.
No. When you go queen h6, I will go bishop e4. So I prevent rook a8, but the f7 pawn is hanging. I just want to give a check on h1 and see if I have something, but I think I can't because the f7 pawn is always hanging. So imagine, pass.
I imagine.
Pass, rook e1, pass.
Okay. I pass, queen
h6, and I wanted to go bishop e4.
Yeah, and that could be even checkmate soon, yeah? So I cannot play the smart guy.
I want a position like this, where I have bishop e4, I prevented your rook a8, and I'm threatening on g2. So, you have to avoid this with white. Imagine rook a1 here, and you need to do what, rook e7?
Rook e7, yeah, that's a good move. So I stop bishop e4, I ask you where you want to go. And then after going away, for example, rook b1, maybe now it's time to go queen h6.
Okay, you prevented my bishop e4, and you're threatening rook e8, so now bishop e4 is not even...
So let's say after some rook b8, now I can try to push h4 and h5, yeah?
That would be winning for white. I don't believe that this position can be defended in a passive way.
So what has been played? Still waiting? So he can go to h6? No, right? Queen f4. Queen to h5 and bishop f3 checkmate, yeah?
This is getting really unpleasant for black, if not lost already.
Exactly.
Maybe we are missing something. King h8, bishop f3.
Now, bishop e4, somebody was saying in the chat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot take because there's d1. So what can you do here? Bishop somewhere.
I mean, the first question is what happens if queen takes f7, yeah? So now the difference is that you are going to have some checks here. So bishop takes, rook takes, king to h2, and rook g8. Wow. Wow.
So it is rook h1 mate.
Wow.
And it's black who's giving mate, not white.
This is amazing. Bishop e4. Bishop e4 and queen f7 is not possible. Now what to do? Maybe bishop g4 or something like this. And now rook g8, you want to go d1, a whole queen. And I have no clue, guys, again. What's going on here? I wanna go rook
This
g4.
is a mess, but it's true that bishop e4 is a much stronger move if this is really the position that would appear on the board. So bishop e4, well done guys for suggesting it in the chat.
Yeah, and Anish-Giri playing rook a4. He wants to collect this guy on h4, and then more weaknesses for white. This pawn on a2 is not going anywhere. This pawn is weak. There are some ideas with f4 later. This king is gonna come to f7. Really interesting position for Anish-Giri.
I like it. I think the key was to break through with f5, and maybe then we were not right when we said that the knight will not be useful on the king side, because remember that we wanted to go towards b4.
Yeah, but I think...
Or where was the mistake by white then?
I think maybe here you have to take with the pawn. Sorry. C takes b3. I mean, let's go back a little bit. So at f5, normally you had to take, otherwise it's just worse. And rook b1, rook b8, rook b2. I really like this maneuver from Topalov. King h3 normal, c4. Maybe you have just now to go rook b2. And after takes, you always have this rook d4 here, yeah?
So the key was to take on b3 with the pawn and then try to swap one rook.
Maybe this rook, he went for rook e2. I find more natural going to d2 because you have this rook d4 later. So just to avoid all these kind of problems. And on e2, there's maybe he missed rook h4 here. Sorry.
C takes, and then this, that's a beautiful motive. Knight g6. You cannot go g3 because of rook takes h4. Could it be possible that we see 4 decisive games today?
Maybe. I mean,
for your birthday.
Yeah, they are really being great guys. You know, they want me to be entertained today. So.
Wow.
So what's going on here? We are reaching the time control as well, so they should be short on time. It's a pity that we don't have the times, but
short on time. What about Aronian-Nakamura? Any change?
Yeah, he went for your plan, actually. He went for your plan.
I don't know if that's good or bad for Nakamura if he copies my moves.
Rook 1 to d5. One of the ideas could be going f5 later. So rook c6, and now this allows rook a7, and I guess he's gonna go rook d7. And I don't know what's going on here.
Really unpleasant position for black because
Really
you
unpleasant.
cannot do anything. And for Nakamura especially, it's so annoying for him when he cannot do anything active. I think he will try to look for some push like g5. I don't know.
G5?
He cannot
Anita is getting crazy already
no,
here.
I mean, but he should look for something. He should do something.
Yeah.
You cannot just wait until you are killed.
That's true. But maybe you have to wait. King to g8.
King g7, that's so sad.
Yeah, I like this kind of play, you know? Just waiting, so
Nakamura,
come to me.
I would bet a lot of money on that. Nakamura won't just stay quiet and move king g8, king g7. He will try to do something.
Yeah. Wow. And bishop e4 has been played in Fabiano Caruana's game. What's going on here, guys?
Bishop e4, so he found that move that you guys suggested in the chat.
Wow, this is an amazing game as well.
Yeah, and I see about this game a comment that, Egan566 is saying that Fabi's heartbeat must be like 210. So yeah, especially if he's low on time. We are not sure about the time situation, but what we do know is that they are move 32. So here, I don't think that any of the players have a lot of time left.
Let's say I want to go king h2. Hey, if you take on f3, queen f7, checkmate, next move. Right?
Let me just digest it.
What's the move here for black? I don't know. I don't see anything here now, suddenly. I just want to take on f7.
Yes, since d1 is not a check anymore, bishop takes, queen takes f3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f7 leads to mate, and then?
So maybe you can just go back to g6.
I don't believe that you can go back in this position.
Wow, so maybe, I don't know. I have no clue, guys. What about bishop g4 is also possible. Eight seconds for Giri? 8 minutes, I guess.
For Giri. And then Topalov. Also, I would love to know how much time Caruana and Karjakin have on their clocks.
Wow. So maybe we should just stick to this game.
Karjakin 10 minutes.
Karjakin 10 minutes. Bishop d5, one of the users is asking. Here, after king h2, bishop d5. Wow, what a move. The idea is just to put this bishop between the queen and f7, and now if bishop takes, just d1 is possible, because now you cannot come to f7 with your queen.
That's an incredible sacrifice. You sacrifice the piece so to avoid queen takes f7.
Well, what's happening here, Anita? Then tell me. I don't get.
You
Queen
give
to
up a
g4.
bishop to block the queen. Oh my. What if we move the queen?
The queen where?
Somewhere. Queen
f4, for example. This runs into bishop takes f3 now.
And now queen h6 is nothing because rook
d8, yeah?
And I don't have time for rook f7 because rook g2 and then d1 is check.
Wow. Is checkmate? It's not just check.
Checkmate.
It's checkmate.
Okay.
Checkmate. So, what about queen to g4? Let's say, just now, of course, bishop f3 is not possible because of mate.
g8.
And then, what's going on here?
Who is winning this game? I thought that Caruana was winning, and now I'm afraid that it's black who's giving mate. Or there's no mate. You give up the queen and you don't let me mate.
How do you want to mate?
I don't know. Move the queen away and then...
No.
Move the queen away. Yeah, move it away. I take on a free. I queen. d1 promotion. I'm winning.
That's rook up, yeah?
So, wow, what a game. Who is winning?
I really have no clue. So bishop e4, now Fabiano's turn. What is Fabiano gonna play?
And especially if he's short on time, I wish I could know how much time he has left.
Wow. So let's check what Anish-Giri is doing here. Rook a4, still Topalov thinking. He went for rook ed2 here. Rook e2. The idea is pretty simple. He wants to go knight d4. So he went for king f6, and now, for example, let's say if knight d4 still looks
Sorry,
good
but Caruana has 20 minutes, Karjakin 10. So
Karjakin 10. So Caruana some time to think.
And it's really important that he has time in that position, because if it's winning, he has to calculate so precisely with all those bishop e4 moves and bishop d5.
Yeah.
Incredible move.
So it's been one of the most exciting tournaments I ever saw.
It is incredibly exciting, especially today. Spectacular games, sacrifices in all the games.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's literally sacrifices in every game, because at least was a pawn sacrifice and queen sacrifice and exchange sacrifice. Fireworks today for Pepe's birthday
and
party. For St. Patrick's Day.
Exactly. Wow. h4 has been played here. I like this square for the bishops in some positions. This h4. But maybe he wants to go h5 later. No, I don't think so. It's just a pawn. You can just take this pawn. So let's say you do nothing. King to g7. Maybe bishop d8. There's this idea. Why not before? Bishop d8 here. I just put some pressure here, but actually I cannot take it because the bishop is hanging, yeah?
What's your next move? Okay, we cannot go back to g7 with the king because then it's a check, but...
so maybe it's some kind of Sukwan, yeah?
Okay, we have to do something. I'm saying that
Let's say knight d2.
Nakamura will go for some g5. He will play g5. I'm pretty sure.
You want to go g5 here?
He will go g5.
Anita is getting crazy all the time.
I mean, I don't think that Nakamura will not make that move.
I mean, I cannot take. That's the point, yeah? You want to go rook g6?
At least I'm doing something with black.
You're doing so many things with black. What's the idea? I mean, I can also have this.
Yeah, you have the square for the knight.
g4, knight f3, rook h6, checkmate.
Maybe I'm winning with black.
Okay, so we are here. in this position after h4. Let's see what Nakamura plays. It's not easy. For example, after king g7, now bishop d8 could be annoying. Now you are threatening to go, and then after king g8, for example, you can just try to improve your position, king e2, king to d3, asking this knight where he wants to go. You can put a lot of pressure on the b6 pawn after rook a b7. So this knight is tied up to the defense of this guy here.
What's going on in every game of today's? Because it's crazy, so spectacular. I think they really want to entertain us.
Really interesting. Wow, he went for queen to c4 here, right?
What?
No.
No, the queen is on c4.
The queen is on
Bishop
c4.
e4 was played. Bishop e4. Don't go crazy, Pepe, yet.
Still thinking.
Just still. Bishop e4, very strong move. And now bishop...
What about bishop g4? Cannot make a queen, or what?
I don't know. Takes, king h2.
I wanted to go... Oh, I wanted to go rook g8, but...
h2?
I wanted to go rook g8 here, but the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
This guy is hanging, so I cannot go.
And with check doesn't make so much sense because then the king escapes.
Yeah, let's say
so
rook
it will
g8.
hide on h4, on f4.
Bishop g6, but anyway, this looks good. So you can try to go queen to d5, queen to rook takes, and rook a8, yeah? So this could be worse. This could be lost for white, for black, sorry. For blacks, sorry.
Yeah, we have a question by SD Baez, and that is, Anand Jose, do you feel like everyone is playing at full strength in this tournament? Of course they want to give their best, but sometimes you are out of shape even if you want to be in your best, because this is the most important tournament for all the players. You have to win this tournament to challenge Magnus Carlsen. So everybody wants to be in their best. They have been training for months, working with seconds, trainers, analyzing all those things. But when the moment comes, some people will be in their best, others will be out of shape. This is always like this. Imagine if we always performed according to our rating. That would be really boring for chess. In sports, it always happens. There are upsets, surprises, and in this tournament, it seems like Nakamura is not really in shape. Topalov had his bad days. Now he seems to be back, but today against Anand-Svidler, once again, he's suffering. So there are some players who are clearly not in their best. On the other hand, Karjakin is on fire.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think everybody trained so hard for this tournament. I cannot imagine any of these players relaxing at the beach 1 week before.
No,
I mean, they were training so hard for this tournament.
They've been working so hard to prepare for this event, and then it's painful if you cannot perform as well as you normally do, of course. But still, so many rounds left, so let's not just say that Topalov will finish last, because it's nobody can say that. Topalov might just start winning games.
Exactly.
And Nakamura the same.
So how much time do we have until we reach time control? More or less like 30 minutes, right? So people, Karjakin had 20 minutes, Fabiano had 10 minutes. So 30 minutes in total, more or less, to reach time control. So I'm just trying to analyze this position. It's just too crazy for me.
It is crazy. I would just love to see what will happen. I'm so curious about this game. I want to know what Fabiano thinks. I wish I could see what's in his head right now about this position.
I mean, can I go to d1?
Maybe.
Rook g8 check and king h2, rook g8. No, this doesn't look good for white.
Rook g2, you mean? King
rook
h1.
g2, king h1, rook g4. Not possible. Yeah, this is a perpetual.
And if f3, you win a queen, so you have to go back to h2.
Yeah, f3, you just win the queen.
Boom! That means that it would be a funny draw, actually. Rook g4, king h2, rook g2.
Yeah, this would be a really funny draw. So bishop d1 leads to a draw, seems to be, yeah? It seems that bishop d1 leads to a draw. Incredible.
In such a mess position, we find a forced draw line. I mean, not it's the position. It's just there. Bishop d1 is a draw, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah. Rook
because
G8
you
by rook
cannot
G2.
go to f1, there's bishop d3. So what do you do here? You have to go king h2.
Yeah, bishop king f1 is not possible due to bishop d3 check. So, and here this position, I really like this position for Levon Aronian. I think it's really unpleasant to play this position for Hikaru. And Hikaru is this kind of player who loves to have some counterplay. And here you just have to wait.
Look at that move. Aronian played h4 to
H4.
avoid g5.
Yeah, the move that Anita wanted to play.
Nakamura would have played g5. I was sure.
I mean, I just see now I see some nice plan for white. I just want to go f1, e2, and d3, asking where you want to go with your knight. Then put some more pressure, maybe with rook b7, maybe bishop d8. What are you gonna do, Anita? Not you, but Hikaru.
Anita and Hikaru, what are you going to do? Well, since I'm trying to be in Hikaru's team in this game, I should find a move.
I will play 11, yeah?
Okay.
It's easier to play 11.
Yeah, since I don't have g5 anymore, I start disliking the position, and I understand that as soon as your king appears on d3, my knight is in trouble.
Let's say you stay quiet. Let's say king g7, I go king f1, you king e8,
I don't
king
believe
e2,
in
king
staying quiet
d7.
and not doing anything.
Yeah, but tell me, what can we do here with black? I'm also trying to think. You cannot move b5 because c5 is weak. You cannot move this knight to a proper square. d6 is covered. d2 is covered. So what are you gonna do in b2, for example?
d2 is covered, but your bishop is hanging.
Ah,
Knight
Anita.
d2, knight d2, knight e4.
Okay, let's just move. Okay, after h4, you wanna go knight to d2.
I don't know if it makes sense, but I'm trying.
Okay, then you just lose a pawn, yeah?
Okay, bad timing. I will go knight d2 when your king is on f1.
Ah, okay. You wanna go knight d2 here.
Yeah, check.
So knight d2 check.
And you cannot take it because that's a rook endgame. Now I have the knight on e4.
Really interesting play by Anita Rudolf.
I'm just suggesting moves.
This is actually quite interesting.
So
yeah?
if you go, what do you do now with the c3 pawn? I'm asking.
Maybe c4.
It's a good idea. Fixing the pawn structure on the queen side, but I like my knight on e4. I think I have improved the position.
Yeah, you have improved your position, but still I think it's quite unpleasant for black. King d3 is coming. No, not coming, because f2 is hanging.
Yeah, the problem here is that black doesn't really have many useful moves, so you have to go like king g8, and that's sad if you have to make moves like this.
Now maybe that your knight is not defending the b6 pawn anymore, I can just try to go bishop d8 and rook b7, just trying to collect some free food. Yeah.
I agree, it's not easy, but maybe can I find a way to attack this? Like I was wondering about knight d6, so to give up the b6 pawn and get the c4 pawn, but the c5 pawn is dropping as well. I mean, I don't want to lose all my pawns.
Yeah.
No, this is not working.
So, but I like your idea. So king g7, let's say, and let's say king f1. Or maybe bishop d8 first. So now you have to go to g8 and now just king f1. Yeah, this is a better version, I think.
Okay, so you improved because I cannot go knight d2.
Yeah, exactly.
Then what can I do with my knight? I don't want you to arrive on d3 with the king and capture it. Where am I heading? Okay, maybe even if you arrive to d3 with the king, I will have knight b2 check. Once you move away with the king.
So let's say you just take...
Yeah, let's see if that's so bad.
Let's say knight a3, knight here, knight here.
This is sad if I have to do this, but knight b2 check.
You always have this knight d6 once the bishop is on d8. And the idea is you can maybe go knight c8 here if I take your pawn here. Knight c8, yeah?
And is it...
Still,
am I winning a piece or...?
Yeah, maybe just an exchange here. And I don't know what's going on here. This position, I really have a monster here, bishop d4.
Yes, an active king, c-passed pawn. Wow.
Whoa.
Oh, the games are so exciting.
What's going on in this game?
What about Caruana?
So, bishop d5, king h2 was played and bishop d5 has been played.
They are both playing the best moves suggested by the engine. So these inhuman moves that you have to find in time trouble, incredible play by both players. No matter who wins this game, they are both heroes.
Yeah, heroes, yeah. That's true. This position is extremely complicated. What did Fabi played here in this position? I'm so looking forward to see the move. King h2 and bishop to d5. Extremely active play today by Karjakin, sacrificing the queen for some compensation, and later sacrificing another piece. Wow. Maybe it's Fabiano here who has to be really precise. For example, queen f4 just loses because of bishop takes f3. So you have to go, I think, this... What do you play here, actually?
I don't know.
What do you play here?
I think we were trying to do some queen g4, queen h4 moves.
Yeah, for example, queen h4, what's happening if I take on f3, I think just rook f7 wins, yeah? There is checkmate, you don't have any check.
Okay.
So then you have to go, as usual, this kind of move with rook g8, but what's going on here? What about if I just take on d5? Ah, you make a queen. So you can never take on d5 because d1.
Exactly, and after rook g8, now we threaten bishop takes f3.
Wow, what's going on here?
I don't know, who is winning here? Guys, today is spectacular. We don't know what's happening, we don't know who is winning, but it's a lot of fun to watch it, for sure. I wouldn't like to be the player, any of them.
Bishop d1, I like this idea.
Okay, you just want to survive in an endgame.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you have problems in your back rank, so you cannot really activate your rook quite quick.
Fabiano down to 5 minutes, and this is move 34.
Yeah. So let's say h6, just give some fresh air to your king. And now, for example, king to g3. King h7, what's going on here? Maybe king f4, I want to go king to e3. This is probably a draw, actually. This is probably a draw.
We are talking about an endgame because White has given them back the queen. Is it necessary to give back the queen? I mean, you are a whole... you have a queen.
I mean, the thing is actually...
against the rook.
If you just go queen h5 now, I'm able to take
then
on f3.
Then you are losing. I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just asking if it's possible to play something else, try to keep the queen. I mean,
yeah, maybe queen h4. And here rook g8. And now I don't see anything. What should I play with white here?
Crazy positions, guys. Everything for Pepe's birthday.
What about if I just play bishop g4? Ah, you have this trick all the time. d1 and then just rook g2. Rook g4 later.
Exactly, you lose the queen.
What?
Not that one.
Not that one. Here.
Incredible. I don't know what else to say about this game because it's crazy, spectacular, fireworks, and we don't know who is winning. Both players can win it and lose it at the same time.
Yeah. What
happened here in the game between Topalov and Giri?
So he went for king f6, knight king to f2.
It was not possible to capture the pawn on h4?
I think it's possible. Just give me your pawns, baby. Rook takes. But I think Giri thinks his pawn is more important.
The d5 pawn he wants to capture, but it's well protected.
Okay. The idea is maybe he wants to prevent all the time this queen knight to d4 because now the d5 pawn is hanging.
Okay, that could explain because imagine you go rook takes h4 and knight d4. Maybe he was afraid that his rook will be just cut out of the game.
Yeah.
So what do you do now with this rook on h4?
Yeah, maybe that's the explanation. So rook b5. I think this pawn on h4 is already it's lost all the time because g3 this f4 is quite annoying all the time. Yeah.
True.
Then at the end of the variations, after capturing this guy later, you will have a pass pawn here on the h file. So
Fabi down to 2 minutes.
So rook to b5, and this is really unpleasant position for Topalov. This f5 break, so
and Giri is also
important.
Short on time. He only has 30 seconds left, if this is correct.
So Topalov-Giri, rook h1.
Rook takes, knight takes h4 was played.
Rook h1.
Yeah, rook takes, knight takes.
Wow.
So now
this pawn is so weak.
Exactly. He has won back the pawn, and now the d5 pawn is the new target. I mean, it has always been weak, but we will go back for that pawn. Knight g6, knight f4, And what do you do here with white? The problem is that you cannot activate your pieces. The rook is just passive. It has to be protecting the pawn on d5. You don't really have a good square for the knight. You cannot go to d4 ever. You cannot push the a pawn. So what do you do here with white?
Yeah, I have no idea. I wanted to go something like
There with the knight. Knight c1,
knight
d2.
c1, knight g6, for example, and then you protect the f4 square. Let's say knight g6, knight e2. At least I managed to protect the f4 square. But I mean, these kind of positions are just so annoying. I mean, rook a5, knight e5 maybe, knight c4 is coming.
I think we have to go back to Caruana's game. He has no time. He is down 1 minute or even less.
Really?
Yeah, he's running out of time. He has to make a move and it's such a messy position.
Fabiano, it's time to move, otherwise you just lose the game. So just move something and then you have to move the queen.
Queen g4 was played, I think.
Queen g4 was played, are you sure?
Not sure. No, Queen g4 is the suggestion of the users.
Bishop d1, people are saying that Fabiano played. And this is the... Wow,
Yeah?
what? No, that's not
No,
true,
no,
guys.
No. I think we don't have the move yet. We don't know. We don't know. He is running out of time.
Fabi, where are you?
What's going on in this game?
20 seconds. Maybe just...
Hey, we will lose on time.
can you imagine this?
No, I can't imagine that. Although it happened to Magnus Carlsen, but it was because he thought there was more time after making his move. So he was expecting the time control.
What do you think, guys? What is the game of the day today? Okay, we still have to wait for the results, but
Yeah.
Bish's game is really nice. Anish-Giri's technique is being extremely amazing in this kind of Benko position. I really love every kind of game. Karjakin, bishop b4, sacrificing the queen, every game. So, queen to g4 has played, it looks like, rook to g8 and
bishop d1.
bishop d1.
This is what you said. He will give back the queen because it was just... Let's just show once again why you shouldn't move the queen away.
Yeah, let's just try.
Like queen wherever. The is taken and there's no mate, but d1 is a mate. So there's no mate on h7.
Yeah.
Wow. So white has to give back the queen. Queen g4, rook g8, and you shouldn't move the queen away. You play bishop d1 to block the pawn, give back the queen, and play this endgame. Incredible. From a queen up.
And then the thing is, of course, you had time to activate your rook coming to e1 or something, but you have a lot of troubles in the back rank, so you should give some pressure to your king. Let's say h6, king g3, king h7, king f4, king g6, king e3, king takes. And now, for example, just check or something like this, king back, and for example, f3 or f4, f3. It's not so easy to recapture this pawn. At some point I will be able just rook b6 and rook b2, and whenever you give me a check, I'm not trying to capture this guy here. So this should be a draw, actually. So this could end in a draw.
Incredible. We thought that it could have been Caruana winning. Maybe he was winning. Maybe his advantage was really big, according to the engine. At the same time, he's just bored by what I'm saying.
No, sorry.
So, once again, we thought that Caruana had an advantage and he was winning. That's what the engine said. But at the same time, the position was just so complicated for human beings. And even the engine was not really making a progress in the position. So, it doesn't matter that it showed advantage. It was no clear way of winning for white. And at the same time, this d-pawn, after Karjakin sacrificed his queen, he then sacrificed his knight. He was just a rook against the queen, pushing the d-pawn. And in this position, white had to give back the queen.
Exactly.
Very exciting game.
Wow. Wow, this is real chess. Incredibly exciting.
So let's see if they make it to move 40. After this, it seems like it's gonna be...
Yeah, after rook takes, g takes...
less spectacular, but this endgame is still annoying because of the d2 pawn. And also for black, the f6 pawn doesn't let you move the rook away from the back rank.
Yeah, so I think more or less you have to go for h6 and just trying to activate your king. You're gonna lose this pawn, probably.
Yeah, king h7, king g6.
Yeah. And then, for example, let's say king f4, king g6. let's say something like rook a3, for example, just trying to win this pawn back. Like, for example, king f6 would be, yeah, played rook d3, king e7, for example, and then rook d2, bishop e6. This is just a draw, yeah?
Wow, this would be maybe the most exciting draw we have ever seen.
So people are saying that it's already a draw. Draw agreed. After,
wow.
But anyway, it's a draw, but it has been really amazing game,
we
yeah?
We cannot complain about draws like this.
Who's gonna complain today about the 4 games? I mean...
No, so many exciting games. All the games are exciting actually today. Spectacular moves. Everyone sacrificing pawns, exchanges, queens. Wow. They are fearless.
Yeah.
All the players today were just enjoying chess, not caring about the standings.
Yeah, no more boring Berlin games, for example.
No boring Berlin, no playing for a draw. Everyone has done such a good job today. I think we should congratulate all the players.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really happy that we have this spectacular game. So then, a draw agreed, we should focus on the next games. We should focus on incredible, great technique shown by Anand-Svidler in this Benko structure. So after rook takes f4 was played, the knight is misplayed, so you have to go back. Knight g6, g3, and now I guess h4 is really annoying move for Topalov. The thing is, of course, you cannot take here. You are gonna take this guy here, and then you already have a pass pawn. You have more active king. You have 3 isolated pawns. 3 pawn islands, and just 1 for black.
Yeah, the d5 pawn will fall, so this is just a really good endgame for black.
Yeah, and if you don't play g takes f4, maybe you could think of going h3 in some positions, but also you can take on g3 and then something like rook b4, then put a lot of pressure on the f4 pawn. So let's say, for example, king f3, and then you just take, not good idea to go h3 here, because this pawn could be weak at some point. So let's say king takes c3, king takes, what to do now? Maybe rook b4 is not the best move, because knight d4 is coming, or rook d4, but maybe just to regroup this knight, let's say knight f4, knight f8, knight d7, and knight b6. This could be a really annoying maneuver for Topalov. I don't see any reasonable way of doing something with white here. This knight is extremely... It's not so well placed here on b3. You cannot go to d4. Maybe you have to go...
That's the problem. You need to find some other route for the knight. But where do you want to place it? Because it's just not easy to decide. Where do you want to go with the white knight?
Yeah, let's say, for example, knight f8 here. Knight c1, for example. And, for example, knight d7.
Okay, but let's say you can place the white knight wherever you want. Where do you place it? You go...
Yeah, I would place it on d4 and then capture your rook, yeah?
You can't. Whenever you go to d4, the pawn falls on d5. Maybe I would say I would like to have it on c6 and then play rook e2 quickly, but it's just, you cannot get there.
No.
So there's just no, even if you let me play 5 moves, I cannot go anywhere with my knight.
Yeah, and if you play a4 now, just rook a5, and then knight is coming to c6 or b6. This is an extremely complicated position for Topalov, actually.
He might lose once again, and that would mean a very bad tournament for him. He's already on -2, and this can be his 3rd defeat.
Exactly.
And
wow.
the first victory for Anand-Svidler if he manages to win this game.
Wow. So h4 over the board, king to g3. Now it's time to think. Knight f8 was played already. Knight f8 has been played.
As you suggested, the knight is heading to b6 and win the pawn, knight d7, knight b6.
Yeah.
What can you do here with white?
What can you do here with white? Let's try to think something interesting. So I'll just go... Okay, I'll just defend this pawn with all my heart. I'll just go knight d2, knight f1, and knight 3. So let's say knight d2, knight d7, knight f1, but you are on time to go knight c5, and you have a nice spot on e4. This is so complicated to play with white. And if you are short on time, okay, they're gonna get 50 minutes very soon.
They have already reached.
Really?
Maybe?
Okay, this is the moment, yeah. So, what about the other game? We have
also very interesting, Aronian against Nakamura.
So rook c7 has been played here. Sorry. h4, bishop d8, king g8. He's waiting. Nakamura is waiting. Bishop e7.
He's waiting because he cannot push g5.
Yeah, that's true. And after rook b7, king g8, rook c7, looks like Aronian is just, he wants to pass the time control and then think if he can do something about it. So let's say rook b7. So we are still in the same kind of position. Bishop e7. Now you shouldn't allow rook d6, I guess, here. Because, yeah, without a rook, you have less pressure, of course, on the 7th rank. So bishop e7 should be played here. And this is the position. How can you improve your pieces? After something like king f1 or king f3, there's this nice trick that Anna was showing, that knight d2, knight e4, getting your knight into more active squares.
I just would like to place it on e4, so if you let me, I will do it.
Yeah. What happens?
So they have reached, in both games, the move 40. No, not yet. Aronian-Nakamura still needs to make a few more moves.
Yeah.
To get 50 extra minutes.
Exactly. So I think we'll wait. I think we'll wait until they reach move 40 before we make a break.
I think you need a chocolate.
Yeah. I'm gonna sleep here. No. So
it's a really exciting day today, so we cannot complain. We shouldn't complain ever.
I think this is for sure the best round so far in the tournament, with more exciting games.
So much action going on. We didn't know which game to show because all the games were really, really impressive.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanna analyze a little bit this position. What's the best way to defend this with white? I mean, what's the best way to do something about this knight d7 and knight b6? What about a4? I guess rook b4 is the move. And what about a5? Let's just try to push this guy.
Okay, but now the f4 pawn is another target, so knight g6, what do you do with that pawn?
Yeah, I want to go knight d4 maybe, but now rook a4, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is that all those pawns are weak, all the three. You cannot just protect them all.
Yeah, so what am I gonna do? So a4 and rook b4, and now you want to go knight to g6, yeah? Now, of course, I have to go a5, knight g6, so it's possible as well. So how to do something? Knight f8. Let's say a3, just to say something stupid. Knight to d7. And what should I play now? Maybe now that your knight is not coming to g6, maybe now I can play a4, and after rook b4, a5.
But still, isn't it similar to the previous position? Once I have my rook on a4, you cannot push the pawn further, you cannot move the knight away.
Yeah, I cannot move anything, but okay, let's say I just stay here with king f3.
Okay, but I have other knight maneuvers. I can go king f7, knight f6, knight
That's
e4.
True. Yeah, there are so many possibilities here. The pieces are so tied up to the defense of these guys that now you can even think about going knight f6 or even knight b8, knight a6, this kind of stuff. But knight f6 looks reasonable, and then there is some knight
also,
h5 coming.
H5, yeah. So many ideas for black and so few for white.
Yeah, I have no clue what to do here. So let's say something like rook d4,
then
rook a3, rook
back.
d3,
but knight f6, now I threaten to capture the pawn.
Wow.
It's really tough to defend this. I don't know if it's possible to hold this position for white. I would not like to be in Topalov's shoes now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Did they play anything new in Nakamura versus Aronian game?
All I see is that Pepe badly needs the chocolate.
Maybe that's true.
It's because he doesn't have lunch. Tell him to eat.
You know, guys, this in Spain we have lunch at 3 p.m. or something like this. But in Germany and in every country in the world, more or less, they have lunch at 12. So what can I do? I cannot have lunch at 12. It's against my religion.
And then we are here in the show, and he just cannot have lunch.
Yeah.
So poor Pepe doesn't eat because of the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Everything for chess.
Yeah. I love chess, so I will die for chess. No. All right, so
Monte Cristo is saying that he thinks that MVL could have won this tournament. What do you think about Maxime Vachier?
I mean, MVL is, of course, one of the guys that can play in this kind of tournament, so I think we'll see him.
He would have had good chances, but first you have to qualify. Also, Veilly, another promising player. Maybe it's not his time yet, but soon he will cause trouble.
I mean, he's 16 years old, right? I couldn't even walk without the help of my mom at that time, you know? So... All right, so bishop e7 has been played by Aronian-Nakamura. Yeah, I think he's gonna go king g7 and just wait. I mean, you have to do something. Maybe this maneuver with king f1 and king e2 has to be played at some point. After bishop e7, rook b7 has been played. Just move 39, knight to c4, defending the b6 pawn. And yeah, I think he's gonna do another waiting move. Rook a7 or something.
Just move 40, get extra 50 minutes, and then think about the position.
Yeah.
But definitely, it's so unpleasant for black that you cannot do anything. Like, there's no active plan here, just waiting.
Yeah. So...
A question by Ronald Justin is, if Magnus Carlsen is in Moscow watching, I don't think he's in Moscow, but for sure he's watching the event. He said that he will follow it not only as a world champion, but as a chess fan.
Yeah.
And also said that it's gonna be a very unclear tournament. There's so many favorites, well, favorites, if you can call anybody a favorite. But what he expected is actually what's happening now. He expected Karjakin to perform very well.
Yeah. And I'm wondering now, Anita...
What you predicted.
No, I'm wondering this line, you know, sometimes I analyze lines
when... d2, you wanna go for the rook endgame?
Yeah, what's going on here? I think...
Why did you take with that rook?
Sorry. And rook d6. You have just this rook e6. Because if you had to go rook b7, then I could think of bringing this king here. But you have always these ideas with b5. So I think it's just not the rook endgame. And
so
Boring Chess, he's saying Carlsen is probably busy playing football and dating models.
Maybe, but I think he's following the games. He really loves chess, so he doesn't just look at these games as their possible opponents, but also because he just enjoys the show. Oh, something's happening here!
Happy birthday to you. I'm gonna be saying
Happy birthday, dear Pepe. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you, guys.
Birthday sombrero.
I'm from Mexico now. That's amazing.
Nice. Happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
Happy
Nice work.
birthday.
Thank you, Anita.
Unfortunately, we don't have any
Well,
candles,
We
but
were-
Fiona baked you a
Really?
No.
A raspberry cake. Let's show it to everyone. The birthday cake of Pepe.
Okay.
Will you share it with us?
The guys probably are saying, I don't care about Pepper's birthday. Just show me the games, all right? But okay, thank you very much, guys. Really nice. I'm really impressed.
We were desperately looking for candles, but it unfortunately didn't.
We searched the whole office, there's no candles in this office.
Okay,
that are
no problem.
small enough to fit.
No problem, guys.
But feel free to eat it now.
Yeah.
I'm sure the users will understand.
Just like this, a bite.
Really?
So what did you guys think of today's games?
Such an exciting day.
I
It's all
think-
for Pepe's birthday.
Yeah, I think it was the best round so far for me. So many exciting games,
It's
yeah?
not a coincidence, I think. I think they wanted to give you a gift. By the way, if you guys want to give Pepe a gift, just feel free to purchase a premium membership, and he will be happy. Actually.
I will be so happy. Yeah, I will cry. You guys become premium member.
I think he deserved at least the cake and also like 1,000 premium memberships because he's doing such a great job alongside with Anna.
Thank you.
So you deserve it.
Thanks. I really appreciate this.
So we do have the best chess platform in the world, but no candles.
No candles.
And it
We
It
have
will
to
make
save
it
a little
easier.
bit on
I
this.
think we probably need
edge.
to go on a break soon and eat the cake.
Yeah, I think it's.
Or we just eat it in front of the camera.
We don't really have any knives or forks.
Why would you? We're in
I
Germany.
think-
We don't need that.
I think we already reached move 40 in every game, right? In the remaining two
Yeah,
games.
we timed this perfectly,
Yeah,
obviously.
I think that means a short cake break. Then we will be back with the remaining 2 games.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. So guys, stay there. See you in 5 minutes, all right? Once I am full, okay?
See you all soon.
See you.
We are back from the cake break. We've had a really delicious cake, thanks to Pepe for his
thanks
birthday.
to you guys.
Raspberry almond cake. I really liked it.
Yeah.
But now it's time to talk about chess again.
True. So, tell me, do we have anything new?
I think now that the players have reached move 40, they will once again take their time to think about the moves, so we cannot expect that many moves.
Wow,
so
actually,
quickly, or we
maybe
can
yes.
already. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
They are not thinking anymore.
So in this position, Nakamura, okay, he goes for this maneuver, Levon Aronian for this maneuver, King E2 maybe, and he went for A4. Levon Aronian keeps waiting, and he went for this knight to D2.
Yeah.
11 took. What's the
We
difference
saw this
now?
idea that knight d2 heading to e4, and if it's captured, then the e7 bishop falls.
Exactly.
The
But
pawn is not attacked. Before we saw the rook on b7, so we couldn't capture with the 6th rook.
wow, now there is a difference.
What's
Now
the-
it's different. Now the
what's
A4
the
pawn is
difference?
weak. Let's just analyze. Rook D2, Rook E7, take, Rook D8 check, King G7, Rook A8, B5, Rook B8.
Put it on the board
All
because
right.
it's hard to follow you.
So let's see. Takes, check, Rook
Okay.
D7.
So you think that it cannot be protected?
That's a pawn up, yeah?
Because if b5, then it's rook b8.
Rook B8. And, okay, this kind of endgame, let's say, for example, Rook D7, you can just go King E2 maybe. Or let's say, yeah, King E2. There are some ideas with C4 and then trying to go Rook D3. So let's say Rook B5, Rook D3, Rook B4, Rook C3, Rook A4, Rook C2, King F3. And how is this position? I mean, probably these pawns will be exchanged and then it will be 4 against 3. Then this should be a draw, right? What do you think?
Should be, but white can always push, and with these pawns, it's a funny pawn structure, f2, f4, e3 for trying to create a pass pawn, because how do you do that if you push like e4, e5, rook on the 7th?
You want to go e4, e5, yeah?
No, I don't want to do that much, because then the f pawns I cannot make
Yeah.
take advantage of. But if I could maybe exchange one of the f pawns for the g pawn, but you will not capture it, so you will not let me do something like
Yeah, you want to send
take
Fiona.
with the king. Yeah, if I could achieve something like removing the f pawn for the g pawn,
Yeah.
but
No.
even then,
No, removing these two guys, right? For example.
oh,
That would be perfect,
that would
yeah?
be a dream. But that I think we cannot achieve. Maybe what we can achieve is the f pawn for the
Yeah.
g pawn, and
Whoop.
still then.
Yeah, I think you can take just with the king in that case and should be fine for black, I guess. But still, Aronian can try to play for free. You can also try this Rook C6 here. Rook E6. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Rook E6. Yes, we are gonna reach the same kind of position. Rook D8, King D7, Rook A8. Things still should be a draw. This B5, Rook B8. But Hikaru is gonna suffer a little bit.
He already defended a difficult endgame against Svidler, so
Yeah.
he's already on that track. He's used to it.
Exactly. I'm also amazed by the technique that Giri is showing in this game, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough or not to win this game. So after A5, now how are you gonna continue? We were saying like there are some maneuvers such as King F7 or something like this, but actually now this allows Knight to D4 because this pawn is not defended anymore. So after something like Rook A4, Knight takes A5 should be a draw. That's why it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Let's try King G6. Knight D4, Rook A4. You can go to C6 to some more active square, attacking the E7
Are
pawn.
you okay? Need some water?
It's fine. Sorry, guys. Now it's fine. All right. So Knight C6. You defend the A5 pawn. Shit.
Okay, Pepe is dying live for you guys. He would do anything for keeping you entertained, so he might die here trying to entertain you.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you should show your water, because our water is called Magnus.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen. My man.
Okay, I'll talk in the meantime. So what we thought that this knight will never get to c6, but suddenly in this variation it does manage to arrive to c6, and then at least it's doing some kind of a job attacking d7 pawn. Before we didn't like this position for white.
No, I still don't like it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't like it. Even with the knight on c6, but it's some kind of a progress I wanted to say, because in this position everything is passive. Like imagine the black rook on a4, and we were saying that you can never really move neither the knight nor the white rook nor nothing. So that's why we thought that black's position is really nice, because white cannot do anything. That's why we shouldn't really enter variations where the knight can get to c6, is it?
Yeah.
I think if we just avoid it.
Exactly. So what about this rook b5 idea in order to avoid this knight to d4? The question is, this a6, normally it doesn't work because of rook b6, and now you force a7, rook a6, and then this pawn is going to be ours. So after rook b5, you have to just wait, like something like king e3 or something like this. And now the question is how to continue. So an idea could be just go knight to b8 and knight to a6, then try to go for knight to b4, something like this. The other idea is to go just knight f8, but I think, yeah, this even allows king to d4. Actually, you have to be a little bit careful, yeah?
Just some of you guys are so fun in the chat.
What are they saying?
That you have eaten.
Whoa.
Can't even read it out. 10 kebabs
I
in the
cannot-
coffee break.
I cannot see even the comment there. Okay.
Mufus in 45 is saying that. Sorry, I just found it too funny.
Yeah, it's funny, guys. So, what I was saying is actually, white could think about bringing this king to the action. And could be even dangerous at the end of the day for black.
So maybe then we do need the rook on the 4th rank, but then this knight
No.
d4, knight c6.
And also maybe just bring a knight to a6. So whenever the king comes here, you have this rook b4 check.
Okay.
Do you like
Yeah,
this idea?
I like, but at the same time, from a6, where are we going? We go knight b4 next
Knight
move.
b4, yeah. I'm trying to collect this guy here.
Okay, it's possible, yeah. Maybe that's a good idea.
So let's just try. So knight b8. King to d4, for example. Knight a6. Right? You can just come to c3, and in case you want to go knight b4, there is always this king to c4, yeah? So I think Topa can try to hold this.
Trying to see if there are any new questions or comments on the games.
So let's just, you tell me whenever there is a question. Meanwhile,
Sure.
I'll go to Levon Aronian's game, trying to see what's going on here in this rook end game. I think should be a draw. b5, rook b8, rook d7.
Hashtag Babu Merci.
c4.
And if will Naka be able to save half a point? Doesn't look good.
Sorry?
If Naka will be able to save half a point.
I think he's gonna do it. Yeah, he will have to defend this tough, always tough endgames 4 versus 3, where your opponent will try to play for hours if necessary, but at the end it should be a draw, I think.
There's another question by Rohanya Suryan. How did Anand win so quick?
Yeah, it
was a brilliant attacking game. You should check it. You can go back to that game. Maybe we can even show it quickly until we wait for the moves, or you wanna...
As you please.
It's brilliant, so I think I wouldn't mind watching it again. I hope you guys also feel the same way. It was incredible.
Let's just show the crucial moment, maybe.
At this d4, c takes, already before this, I think, because this is unpleasant.
Yeah.
Maybe there were games with after d4, no, one move before. We saw in the database that c takes, and d5 was played in one game.
Yeah, by Lázaro Bruzón, the Cuban player.
Yeah, Bruzón with the white pieces, and here Svidler played. The only problem with this, maybe it's still okay if you capture once again on d4.
Yeah, so here and then...
Takes and takes again.
Sorry, not this. C takes d4, knight takes d4, maybe, or e5, knight d5, knight d4. This is another game. You can go knight b4, bishop b1, this queen b6. This is pretty normal stuff in the Spanish. It's more or less equal, but he decided to go for d5 here.
And perhaps here after e5, what Peter missed is that in the variation that he plays, this one, 8 takes, the game, just like the game.
This is the game.
Yeah, 8 takes b5, 8 takes b5.
Yeah, 8 takes
that
e5.
I think he missed that knight takes, d takes, and rook takes, exchange sacrifice by Vishy Anand, because had he captured on e4 with the bishop, that's a different story. That's what I think Svidler wanted to see. Bishop takes, rook takes, and you have this nice square on d5 for the queen.
Yeah.
So this is a position with the pawn down, but very good compensation for the pawn.
You block the center. You have this nice jump for the knight. Two versus one here on the queen side, where you can create a pass pawn. So yeah, this is you have here a lot of compensation, of course. So
instead of this, what happened was rook takes e4, a beautiful move, and if it's captured, bishop takes. The problem is that you can't play rook b8 or such moves, because then bishop takes h7 wins the game. So maybe
boom.
Here black is getting mated. This is a rook down now in this position, but you cannot avoid mate after queen h5. You have to give up the queen on g5. Maybe after bishop takes, rook a6 we were considering.
Here you mean?
Yeah, in this variation.
Here, rook a6,
rook
yeah?
a6. And so now if bishop h7, at least the rook is defending the 6th rank.
Yeah, but maybe queen d3, right?
Threatening queen b5 and also on h7.
And
very complicated position. It's an exchange down, but lots of pawns.
Yeah, for example, bishop d2, knight c6, give me, queen a4, followed by d5, maybe d6, and a lot of compensation, right? Let's say, for example, knight c8 or something like this. There is also bishop a5, and then this rook is hanging.
Yeah, you can go only to e7. This position seems to be really bad for black, no matter that he is an exchange up. So brilliant exchange sacrifice by Vishy Anand, and after rook takes e4, actually Peter blundered with knight b3. He couldn't react in the best way. Maybe it was already bad, but knight b3. What he might have missed is that here knight g5.
Wow.
And there was just no defense.
An amazing move, just aiming to go queen h5, also defending this rook. So now you are threatening to take on b3, and the thing is, after bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, now this knight is hanging, so let's say g6, now you can take just on b3.
And if you capture instead on c1, then queen h5 wins.
It's just crashing black in this position, yeah?
So what we reach in the game is knight g5, knight takes c1. No, the game, I mean.
The game, knight g5, knight c1.
And here we thought that Peter had to go for queen takes g5, giving up the queen, but at least not getting mated.
Yeah.
This position, we were discussing if it's possible to hold this.
Yeah.
Not so likely, but there's no mate at least.
Yeah, this was the last try for Peter.
Should be bad, but...
Yeah, I mean, she should be lost. This pawn probably is gonna fall down, and then 4 versus 3 with the queen. Yeah, probably this was losing for Peter, but this was a better try than what happened in the game.
Yeah, because he played h6 after queen h5.
Yeah, h6.
Queen h5, h6, and now either knight takes or queen takes, both were good moves. And here, the only winning move, the only move that clearly wins is what Vishy played, rook g4.
Yeah.
Incredible move. The idea is clear, you want to go queen g6 and give mate.
And you don't...
You don't allow queen takes g5.
Exactly.
Because if we had gone queen g6 a move earlier, then queen e5 saves the day, and there's no queen e8 because of knight e2, and who is getting mated?
Yeah, be careful, guys.
So rook g4, winning move after queen a5. This was the last move.
h4.
Yeah.
Really amazing move. The idea is after queen a1, queen e1 check, king h2, knight e2, threatening checkmate. There is knight h3, extremely great move. covering the G1 square, preparing for going Queen G6 and Queen H7 mate.
So this is a piece down in the current position, but Peter Svidler resigned because he cannot defend against the mate, and his rook is also hanging on E8.
Yeah.
Brilliant attacking game by Rishi Anand.
Exactly. So, should we go back to the games that still on play?
Definitely.
So knight f8 was played by Anish here. And he wants to go, of course, to d6, maybe. He wants to force knight d4. Let's say, for example, king e3, knight g6, knight d4. You have to cover the f4 square. Rook d4 is not possible, so knight d4, and then rook a4, knight c6. Covering here, but you lose this guy. So what's going on if, for example, knight takes f4? I guess you can try this, rook d4.
Oh, so it's a funny knight endgame where this a-pawn is running.
Yeah, this guy, so this endgame would be even worse for white. I mean, how are you going to stop this guy? Yeah.
But that's a queen.
How are you going to stop this guy?
So we shouldn't go for this at all.
No. So I guess after knight c6, there is this nice check here on a4, on e4, king d2, and then you take on f4. But this is pretty unclear, yeah. Rook a3, and probably you will end up. Maybe you can take this guy.
The knight for the pawn.
Yeah, you can put this knight on b6, a7, and maybe, yeah, you are gonna sacrifice this knight for the pawn, and then you have 3 pawns versus knight. Who knows what's going on there? Should be a draw, I think, but you never know.
So is there another way to play with black if he doesn't want to go for this, sacrificing the knight at the end for the a-pawn?
So
I
the
don't
thing
know
is,
where to deviate.
okay, king e3. If he wants to go for knight g6 now, knight d4 is gonna come, rook a4, knight c6. Here, I don't see anything else. I mean, rook e4, king d2, and then what are you gonna do? If you don't want this pawn going there, you just have to go back. You can take here with the knight, and what's going on here? I think you have to go for this knight takes d5, and then sacrificing this knight for the pawn. And still, really unclear position.
I agree. Suddenly there's a counterplay for white. But maybe it was not possible to avoid it.
I mean, you can always stay there on a4 and nothing is gonna happen. I mean,
yeah, but at least the white knight has made it to c6 better than on b3.
Yeah, I really prefer this idea with knight b8 and knight a6, but we already saw that was not so special either. So yeah, and knight d4 has been played. Knight g6. So he played knight d4, knight g6, and probably king e3, right? Because now knight e6, now you are on time to take with check and then to go back. Yeah?
Yeah.
Rook a4. And this pawn runs like a beast now. Runs like Usain Bolt. So, good business. So instead, he will go for king e3 probably. Something like rook a4, knight c6 is gonna come, and then this line. After knight takes f4, there is rook d4. That's a problem here. Maybe knight g2. You can go king to f3 or king to d3. You can bring this king, and if you try to keep the rooks on the board, this king can come even here and extremely double-edged again. Yeah.
I would not like to see that pawn running, the a-pawn, but how do you avoid it if the king appears on b5? And also after king b5, rook a4, so if you don't get back with the black knight, you just end up losing because of this a-pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the f-pawn too to compensate, of course.
Yeah.
But it's double-edged.
Yeah, and Adam in the chat, user from the States, Gavin, is saying, is it easy for a GM to see rook e7, rook e7, rook d8, king g7, and bringing the rook to a8? Yeah, this is pretty easy. I mean, if Aronian is thinking, is not because he hasn't seen this maneuver, bringing the rook to a8. This is pretty easy, right? It's just the first thing that comes to your mind, right? There is a weak pawn here, so the only way to attack is just rook d8 and rook a8. There is no other way. But probably he saw that at the end of the day, they reached this endgame board 4 versus 3, and then maybe he's thinking about rook c6 here. After rook e6, he will have to go for this line. There's no other way. Take here and then go for rook d8, king g7, rook a8. This is the only way. You have to try, the only way you have here to try something with white. b5, rook b8, you can activate this rook very quickly. So if rook takes, probably rook d2, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, rook d2, rook c5, rook a2.
Yeah, we have seen this position in our analysis that you are likely to get later the c pawn for the a pawn, and then we end up having 4 versus 3 on the king side.
Yeah, and actually people are saying that rook e6 was played, rook c6, rook e6 was played, and then they exchanged rooks. Now rook d8 is gonna come. You can also try rook d7, this kind of position, then just try to bring your king here. This is also interesting. I would think maybe this is better. So let's say king f8 and then something like king to e2 maybe. But the thing is, if you are too slow, then maybe rook e7 is coming here, yeah? And rook d8, rook e8 simply.
Yeah, you definitely need to go for the a pawn, or after rook a8, b5, rook b8 to get the b pawn, at least have a pawn up and try to win that rook endgame.
Yeah, he will go for it. For sure, he will go rook d8 and
there's no
rook
other
a8.
chance here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The surprising thing is that he wanted to go for this rook endgame. Couldn't he just keep the bishop? Because we thought that maybe, but after knight d2, but the knight will go to e4.
Yeah, that's a.
And it's getting unpleasant.
Yeah. Now you have suddenly you have an active king. It's not so easy to defend it. Let's say king d3
No,
not
the
possible.
pawn is hanging, so you have to go c4.
You have to go c4, and suddenly there are some knight c3 check and knight takes a2, right? In some positions.
Yeah, so that's why he captured on d2, going for the rook endgame.
And Aronian played c4 here. This is another interesting move.
Wow.
Yeah, fixing the black pawn structure.
So now rook d8, rook a8 is a different story.
Yeah, now rook d8 and rook a8 is different story because there is no b5 break. So the question is, can I go king f8 and after rook d8, rook e8? That's my question. So rook d8, let's try rook e8 here. If this endgame is nothing, so it's just a draw. Or can you try something? Just bringing your king pretty fast to the center. So king d7, king to d5, and then you can just stay here, right? King to c7, king to d7. The thing is, if you go too far, then you can just play b5 and create a pass pawn here, right?
You cannot go far from that pawn.
So my question is, what do you do after this? What about rook d6? Now this endgame is maybe a different story. Maybe you can try this endgame now.
It will be a matter of tempos because the position here after king e5, this can be at Zugzwang.
Yeah, this can be Zugzwang.
So imagine h5, a3 perhaps,
Yeah.
and what do you do with black? I will enter with the king.
Yeah, king. I'm not so sure.
Because b5.
It's coming, so we have to lose this game.
Yeah, you have to be so careful
But
here.
you can
so
try
what do
just
you play?
e4 and f5, trying to create a pass pawn, and then should be the end of the story, yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
But the thing is, after rook d6, can I go just rook b8, trying to go b5 here?
That should be a better try than the opponent game.
Yeah, I think you will have enough counterplay here with black if you manage to break with b5. Yeah, so c4 has been played. Anyway, really interesting play by Aronian. He saw all this maneuver with rook d8 doesn't lead to anything special, just this endgame 4 versus 3. Something has been played in...
Yeah, that's what I see too, that everyone is talking about Topalov's a6 and we don't see that move yet.
He went for a6 here? No. No.
I don't know.
Don't lie to me, okay, Anita? We are good friends. You don't need to lie. a6 was played here. What's going on? I mean, what's the idea?
Well, to promote the pawn, but
What would I just take the pawn, yeah?
I know.
I don't really understand. Tell me. Why a6 has been played? I mean, more natural was to go king e3, and then after rook e4, it's clear that if you keep this pawn at least, maybe he didn't see this maneuver with rook d4 here. Rook d4 is a really drawish move already. The position is completely equal, I think. And if you, I think you're gonna do anything here. Wow, so a6 has been played, rook a4, and now it's just a pawn for free, yeah?
I don't understand, but is it really the position? A6 happened in that moment. Yeah, it should be.
It should be.
Or we are analyzing a different position.
So a6, rook a4, and knight e2.
What's going on?
Can I just take this guy here?
Why not?
He wants maybe to create some kind of fortress with knight c3, but you have so many tries here. You had rook a1 followed by rook f1, rook b6, trying to go rook b4 here. a6. It's a really strange move, yeah? I mean, it's so easy to talk from here, as we always say. It's so easy to talk from here. Not being seated in a chair playing this kind of tournament, but a6 looks
weird because you give up your only hope. That's the pawn that could give counterplay for white. So why to give it up?
I don't know. It's my birthday. Topalov is giving me this a6 pawn, yeah?
Nice present, but then he's giving this present to Anand-Svidler and not to you.
That's a good question, yeah?
Okay, maybe still not that bad. What he wants is perhaps just to keep the f and d pawns always protected and say that how do you create a passed pawn?
Yeah, I mean, he was gonna lose a pawn here.
For sure. So
Yeah.
the question is which pawn you are losing, the a pawn or the f pawn? And since if you want to keep the a pawn by playing knight c6, I mean king e3 here and then knight c6, then black already has a passed pawn,
Yeah,
the
but
f pawn.
the thing is not so easy to capture this pawn.
Yeah.
For example, rook f4 runs into rook d4, this kind of ideas as usual, and then how are you gonna stop this guy here? It's really difficult. And after knight f4, maybe he didn't see this rook d4. Really drawish line. You have to go for this knight to g2 and then king to d3. But it feels like you have a lot of...
Yeah, the king is going to b5, so if rook a3, king c4, you're almost there.
And we have Ernst Spike, my teammate in the Bundesliga. Sipke, yeah, I cannot pronounce his name properly, yeah?
So we have another grandmaster here in the chat and in the broadcast.
He wanted to go...
Shout out to Sipke.
He wanted rook e3 here. Ah, yeah, I see the point, yeah?
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting move because now if rook takes...
Now rook takes, you can go just rook a3, yeah?
And how do you catch that
stop?
pawn?
I mean, you can just sacrifice the rook and probably you are going to collect this pawn. So let's say rook f4 and then king e2, for example, rook h4, a7, king, rook h8, a8, for example, takes, and for example, something like knight f4, yeah? And then you are collecting this guy too. And what about this endgame? I have no clue. Knight and 3 pawns versus rook?
Well, for sure you cannot lose it with black, but the question is, can you win it?
Yeah.
I would be scared playing this with white. I mean,
yeah,
imagine
me
those
too.
pawns
Yeah.
starts.
So after rook e3, what should we play here? Maybe the best line is just to take this knight. Because if you take on a6, of course, rook e6, and then you collect this Fiona pawn, and then it's just fine for white, yeah? So, as Sipke says, maybe he wanted to go here for rook e3. But already we have over the board this position, knight e2, rook a6, and knight e4. And the thing is...
Rook e3, as Sipka suggested, would have been really interesting, this piece sacrifice.
Yeah.
And who knows what's going on in that position. Although we might be scared having that exchange down, but 3 pawns going against you.
Okay, so now how do we win this game? So let's say rook a1, for example, you want to install a knight on e6. How do you make any progress here?
Yeah, I think this is his plan, that he thinks that with these 2 pawns, he can block the 3 pawns. And if you don't have a passed pawn, what do you do here?
Maybe rook f1, king e3. I want to bring the rook here to h1. Just try to cut you from h3 or something like this, but not so easy, yeah? Now the thing is, I can never bring this knight back to f8.
Yeah. Well, you can try to go knight h4 and then what? Knight h4. Knight g2, what am I doing with the knight there? I don't know. I'm just trying to see where I can get there.
So let's say king f2, for example. And rook h2, king g3. Looks like a fortress for Topalov, yeah?
Could be a fortress.
So
and
maybe,
then we shouldn't really
maybe it's time.
blame him for giving up the a-pawn.
What about this knight f8 now? Trying to bring this knight to more active squares like
yeah,
d7
preventing knight e6.
and c5, for example.
That I like, this maneuver. The question is, if white has time to activate his rook here, because now that you don't have to protect the pawn, like rook b3 or rook c3, I don't know which one, just trying, but I on the other hand, I'm
not
not
easy,
sure.
yeah?
I'm not sure what am I doing after rook a5, exactly. Then
No.
maybe rook b3, rook a5, and I go knight b5, but then once again, I'm just defending in a passive way.
You wanna go rook b3?
No, I just thought that then I'm not losing the pawn, but
Yeah, you can go rook b5 here, yeah?
this I wasn't sure about because
And
this knight endgame with 3 pawns against
Yeah.
2, is that a draw?
I have no clue. But what about if we just try to, we just try to go knight d7 here. Knight d7, I want to go knight c5 or knight b6 in some positions. This d5 pawn is too weak.
Yeah, because rook b7 doesn't really achieve anything.
You have to be really precise with white here. Yeah.
I agree that this, even if it could look like a fortress, you still have to protect this d5 pawn. It's just such a vulnerable pawn.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Now, once the d5 pawn has fallen,
That's over.
that's the end of the story. Yeah, I think so. So, any new move in Aronians versus Hikaru game? c4, still Hikaru is thinking. He went for king to g7. So now let's try to see what's going on after rook d7, for example.
Yes.
I want to go
what
just
is
rook
his
a7.
plan?
Maybe you have this b5, and after,
We get our position.
yeah, we get a similar position. It will be a 4 versus 3 in the same flank. So the thing is, of course, now you cannot, you cannot play it here directly, because after c takes, if you want to go rook b6, you have always this rook b2, and after a3, for example, rook b1, and then you are on time to bring your king. So this is winning for white. So c4, king g7, e4 was played. Wow, 2 new moves. e4.
We are not really guessing the moves in this game, unfortunately for us.
Yeah. Rook e. Tell me.
Yeah, it's just that rook d7, rook a7 is nice, but maybe then the rook is just so passive on a4. I mean, it takes time to get that pawn.
Yeah.
And the b5 idea, maybe that's what he didn't want to see, the 4 against 3 on the king side.
Yeah, and now rook e8 is quite interesting. He wants to go just rook b8 and b5, probably. So let's say rook d7 or rook d6, you just go rook b8. And what about if I just try to put some pressure from here, from b2? Because this is a different story. If now you go rook b8, now I am on time maybe to go b5 and bring the king, yeah? But maybe you have time now to bring your rook to up this square like d4. So let's say rook b6, you can go rook d3 or rook d4. Then you collect this guy here, then should be a draw, yeah?
Yeah. But what about, can we go back a few moves?
By the way, guys, I cannot see the chat now. Something is not working. So if you are asking some question,
Yeah.
I'm not able to see. I hope the chat will be back soon.
We'll refresh it. Hope to see your messages, guys. Well, it's either that nobody's talking or that we don't see it.
It's not possible. That's not possible. So
Hope it will be back soon. If not, at the same time, you can try tweeting us by using the hashtag C24Live.
yeah,
So if you cannot talk to us in the chat, tweet us while we fix this. Hashtag C24Live. If you would like to tell us anything, questions, opinions, tweet us.
so rook b8 I think is pretty normal. Now you want to go b5. Let's say you want to stop this with rook b2. The thing is, you always have this idea with rook d8. So now even sacrificing the pawn because you are getting it back really soon. So not sure. Rook b8, what to play here? Let's say just king e4, you just go b5, yeah? And now you have a lot of content play. In the b file, these pawn are weaks. There is always rook b4 check. You cannot go too far with your king. Knight d4 in this position. Now it's time to think. Do I allow knight to e6? With what actually would be interesting for white, because knight f8 is not possible anymore. So only move to avoid knight e6 is just knight f8. I think this is the most reasonable try here. Knight f8, you stop knight e6, you want to go knight d7 to some more active squares. So
let me see if we have any new messages. I can't see anything in the chat nor in Twitter, so let's just stick to the position, because after knight f8, as you said, this knight is heading to the queen side, and we just didn't understand this position, like after giving up the a pawn,
yeah,
if it's possible to hold this with white, if there's a fortress.
It's never easy, yeah. Let's just try knight f8. Let's just try to analyze this again. Let's see with king to e3, and then for example rook a5 now, knight c6 for example, rook c5. Now this rook is tied up to the defense of the d5 pawn. I just want to go knight d7 and knight b6. So what do you do about it?
It's a simple plan. So white has to. What can white do?
Let's say something like this, and so even knight f6 here could be even more interesting. Let's say just king to e3, knight f6, king to e3. We have improved our position. Now, how to continue? Maybe another plan could be activating this king via g6, but let's say king g6, king f3, and something like king h5. Yeah, king h5. If we manage then to give a check on the third rank, then would be a problem for white. If we can enter with the king to g4.
Yeah, Boring Chess has just tweeted us that unfortunately the chess is down for everybody, not only for us. I see that our IT guys are already working on fixing it. So guys, stay here. It will be fixed as quickly as possible. Our team is already working on it. And at the same time, Boring Chess also added that he's just sick of hearing every day people saying that, oh, this and this is lost because the engine says it. So I agree with him that many times when we see the engine evaluation, we just think that, oh, it's so easy, this player is lost. Let's not forget that everyone is a human. With engines, it's easy to judge, but playing there, sitting at the board, it's not the same thing. Also, yesterday's game, Caruana's position, the engine said that it was quite a big advantage for Caruana, and at the same time, Aronian was giving mate, so
yeah,
very dangerous position. Don't always believe the engine and don't judge any of the players. They are the world's best players. That's why they are playing the candidates tournament, and they all deserve to be there. They all deserve a lot of respect.
Yeah. So looks like the chat is working again, so I can't read your comments, guys. That's good. So what do you guys think? Do you guys Giri can win this endgame? Do you guys think that Topalov is gonna hold this endgame? Knight c2 has been played, so I think knight to d7, of course, is the most natural move. Maybe he wants to go knight to e3, put in all his pieces looking at the d5 pawn. But for example, knight c5, this is so unpleasant. Rook d1, for example. And how do we continue? Rook a3. Let's say I do nothing, rook g1 or something, knight to e4. Let's say rook d1. Yeah, there are some threats now. Yeah, rook a2, rook f2, checkmate.
I'm trying to bring back my chat, but I don't see it yet, so I let you read the questions in the meantime.
All right. Who do you want to win this tournament? That's a question.
We predicted at the very beginning of the event who we thought would win, but I think there are two different questions: who we would like to see win it and who we thought had the best chance.
Yeah.
So we obviously cheer for Peter Svidler, all of us. I'm also cheering for Anand-Svidler because he's the husband of my best friend. At the same time, I expected Karjakin to do a very good tournament, and Caruana, I also thought he would be in a very good shape.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Pepe doesn't remember his prediction. That's
No.
what he says.
You guys
at least.
know I have the memory of a fish. So
Who do you think? Who would you like to see?
I
then?
mean, I don't have. I mean, I'm cheering for Peter, of course, but also, I mean, Vichy. I would love to see him back, or Aronian. I mean, almost everybody.
Actually, all the players are really nice in person too. So I think we cannot really cheer against anybody. We are just rooting for one player or the other a bit more than for the others. So yeah, I think it depends on your playing style. Who do you think would be the most unpleasant opponent to Magnus Carlsen? Because that's also a different question.
Yeah, and another question that I saw just there. Have you ever played one of these guys?
I did actually, but not in a tournament. Have you?
I played against Giri actually 4 years ago.
Me too.
Yeah.
But you played in a tournament.
Yeah, in the Spanish team
Okay.
championship. Yeah,
How was the game?
he beat me, but I was doing quite okay with black until move 25 or something.
Okay. I also played against Anish when I visited Sopico in the Netherlands, but I must admit that the game was not normal chess. In classical chess, he can beat me 100 out of 100, I think. So instead of playing a normal game, what he did was removing his f2 pawn. So we started the game with a pawn up for me. Imagine.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and he played knight h3, knight f2 because he said that he saw it, that I think it was Seiravan or at some of the US elite tournaments, they had this position analyzed by the engine, and the engine says that when your pawn is missing from f2, as if it was a normal chess game, knight h3, knight f2 is the right plan. So that's an opening.
Why do people analyze this kind of crazy things?
That's an opening for playing without the f2 pawn.
Why do people analyze this kind of stuff?
I don't know, but it was funny. And I got a drawish endgame. But then I think I was just too excited
But
about
was a blitz game
blitz game. But
in at home or something? Or?
Yeah, at their place when I
okay,
visited Sopico.
Okay.
So imagine him playing without the f2 pawn, and it was the rest was a normal game, and I managed to achieve an opposite color bishop endgame, a draw endgame. But then I think I was just too excited about drawing one of the best players in the world, and I lost.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Anyway, well done, Anita. Yeah.
Well done, you faced.
I
Anish
know.
in
Well, I faced him and I lost. Well, what is? I mean.
I also lost, and I had a pawn up from the beginning of the game.
Wow. So we see a lot of action here in Levon Aronian's game. F5 has been played. So Rook D7, King F8, F5. Really interesting move. Is of course after G takes F5. Now the king is not in G7 anymore. Cannot defend the G6 pawn. So King F4. It's really interesting. Followed by King F5. So let's say B5. Black has to create some counterplay. C takes B5. Rook takes B5 and King F5. Now you want to go F6 maybe, but there is always this Rook B6 check, so no problem at all. Yeah, I think Black has enough counterplay. For example, King to E8, Rook A7, C4. And the thing is, after King F8, you always have this, not this, but Rook B6 check. So we'll see, but F5, nice try by Levon Aronian. What else can you do here with Black? I think you shouldn't allow that white takes on G6 because we'll have a pass pawn already. I mean, just two moves come to my mind. One is just takes on F5, the other move is just B5, creating already counterplay here on the queen side.
So this is already on the board, or we are waiting here?
F5 is already on the board,
Okay.
yeah. F5 is already on the board. And in Anand-Giri's game, Rook E2, Rook A2 has been played. Now the plan is quite simple. If you have three moves here, what would you play? Knight C5, Knight E4, and Rook F2 checkmate, yeah? But life is not so easy normally.
Is this a drum session?
Yeah.
I've seen some really interesting questions, but now I scroll down and I can't see them anymore. Let me find the questions. Oh yeah, I think I know which one. I wanted us to respond as well because Kiel has asked who stylistically matches up best against Magnus in this tournament. What do we think?
Anish, right?
For instance, and also Karjakin, I think. But there's a very interesting article here on Chess24 that's about the opinion of Kramnik and Gelfand. They were both interviewed by our colleague Macaulay Peterson, and they answered this question: what do they think? Who would be the most annoying, the most suitable opponent for Magnus Carlsen? So you should definitely check out that article because, as Boris Gelfand said, it's so different to play a tournament like this and to prepare for a match.
Yeah.
And they know it because they both been there. Former world champion and former world champion challenger.
Exactly, yeah. So Gelfand challenged Vishy Anand, if I remember well.
He did. Unfortunately, he lost that match, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's talking about, so you should definitely read his opinion on the candidates.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Adomino is saying, Pepito, did you know that you are number 604 in the world? Actually, I have no clue. So you can see I'm really close to qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, let's just recap how do you qualify for the candidates because it's not an easy system. There are 2 players who qualify by rating. There are another 2 qualifying from the FIDE World Cup, another 2 from the FIDE Grand Prix. Then we also have, of course, Vishy Anand because he lost against Magnus Carlsen, so the runner-up of the World Championship match, and 1 player gets the wild card. So somebody who is chosen by the organizers this year, it's Levon Aronian.
Yeah. So not easy to qualify there, yeah?
Not at all.
Kramnik, for example, is number 2 in the world, I think, or he was number 2. I don't know if...
But at the moment, because I think what mattered was the year 2015 for the rating, if I'm not wrong. And it's Veselin Topalov who qualified by rating and Anish Giri.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to have your rating as high as possible during the year that mattered for this cycle because there are World Championship cycles, and for this cycle, that's what mattered during that year. Then it doesn't matter that you drop your rating if you qualify during the year that counted. And now, as you said, Kramnik is number 2, but he hasn't qualified for the candidates, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Topa is offering exchanging rooks. That's what people are saying in the chat. So rook h2, rook d1, rook h2, rook g1. Maybe people are saying that he went rook g2 a little bit later. We have to wait for it. Rook g1. Yeah, some ideas related to coming to g8. That could be interesting. Forcing the kings back to f7, maybe. Let's say just knight c5. So, and also, no, rook g5. Yeah, that's the idea. You want to come rook g5 and take the guy on g5. So how do you avoid this, actually? Let's just say rook h3, king to e2, and now king h4, rook h4, sorry, king h3. And what do you do next? Let's say knight c5, rook g5.
What's going on here?
Well, there is a trick. Rook takes f4 and knight d3, yeah? Whoa.
You shouldn't miss this, because now this is really long.
So maybe rook h3, forcing king e2, rook h4, king f3, and now knight c5. And now you cannot go rook g5, but you can go rook g8. You are threatening to go rook f8. So how do you deal with this?
It's not an easy position.
Maybe knight d3 after rook f8, king to g6. You cannot take here actually.
Because rook h3 and you capture the knight.
Exactly. So why not? Let's say rook h3, and for example, yeah, you cannot go to f2. That was my idea. That was my idea because after rook e3, then rook g5
Brilliant
wins.
Idea.
Yeah.
By Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. We missed a lot of moves, of course. At some point, we also get tired. And yeah, so there are some plans.
This is the
game.
The game. So rook g3 has been played. What about this knight endgame? King takes, and this knight on e3 does a really nice job. And if you have to do something, no, actually I think this is just a draw. How do you progress here? I just stay with my knight on with my king on g3 or f3.
Yeah, the problem is that we cannot enter with the king, so you can get to h5 if you protect the f5 pawn first, but even then, what's next?
Yeah. So maybe you could try something like bring the knight to d4 maybe. Let's try, just to see. King f3, knight to b3, king e2, knight to d4, and king d3. And then, yeah, you ask this guy.
So if we go knight b5, then at the end...
Yeah. We are off. Yep. Guys, can you hear us?
Are we still live?
Can you hear us on the chat? We have been informed that maybe we have some technical trouble.
I think we will go on a short break. And we'll be back just in a moment.
All right. Two, three.
So we are back with the Topalov-Giri game. I think now, once again, our cartoons are not matching the game.
Exactly.
So let's see. Topalov against Anish-Giri.
Yeah, now we can see them.
Quite a balanced personal score because Veselin has won 3 games, 3 draws, and lost 4. So quite balanced. It's not like Nakamura's score, unfortunately, against Magnus Carlsen. That's quite different. But also, for instance, Nakamura has had a very good score against Vichy. So it's so interesting to see how the style of these players matters, also in which tournament they face each other.
Yeah, we see that already rooks has been having exchange in this game, and we were analyzing this endgame, and
we were saying that you cannot really cross with the king because we would love to have the black king on e4. That's 0-1, but you cannot cross not even the center nor on the king side. So king g6 protecting then the f5 pawn with the knight, and then king h5, and then what?
Yeah, I mean, something like maybe bringing your knight to g7, but I don't even know how that is possible.
Yeah, even if we manage, like, what's next?
No,
you have the king on h5 and you...
Yeah, you bring just the queen to...
or h4, but you cannot cross. So our idea was to place the knight somewhere on, like, you can go to e4 or you can go...
Yeah, let's say knight c5 and king f3, knight e4, and then what's next, yeah?
I don't know.
So, for example, king g2, and then what? King g6, and then queen f3? You cannot move your king because f5 is all the time attacked?
True. So what could be the plan?
Let's just try to think some plans here.
Maybe at some point we should push the e-pawn, exchange it for the d-pawn, but I'm afraid that if we end up exchanging pawns, then at the end, white can sacrifice a knight for the pawn, and that would be a draw if we exchange everything else.
Let's say e6, d takes, king takes, for example, king e2, d5, maybe, and knight c2 all the time, yeah? So knight c2 followed by king, knight b3, king d3, for example. This looks like a draw. For example, Knight e4, king d3. You are gonna bring the king to d4. This looks like a dead draw as well. So
It's a pity if it cannot be won, but then we should admit that maybe giving up the a-pawn wasn't actually a mistake. In that position, can we go back to that moment when we were surprised that Veselin gave up his a-pawn?
yeah.
We just somehow thought that keeping this pawn was White's chance, because that's a passed pawn, you can support this pawn, so we would give up the pawn, playing king e3, and then knight c6, and you just want to protect this pawn.
Yeah, knight c6.
Giving up the f pawn, but you have an a passed pawn.
Yeah, and knight f4 runs into rook d4. Extremely double-edged, yeah? There are some plans related to bringing your king as well to the king side, to the queen side, so was not that clear.
Yeah, but instead Veselin gave up this a pawn to keep the f pawn. You put one pawn anyway, so he decides to give up the a pawn, because this seems to be like a fortress.
I mean,
A kind of a fortress.
Not so sure, but yeah, it looks quite difficult to break White's position. So rook a2, rook g1, rook a3, and rook g3. And I was thinking, can't you keep the rooks for a while, just playing something like rook h5, then just improve the position with knight c5 and knight e4? Not so sure, but okay, let's just try to analyze it endgame. There is any possibility for black here. So let's just try, for example, king g6, king f3, and knight f6. What about this endgame? Let's say king e2 and king to f7. My idea is if you take on f5, I take on d5. Is that endgame a draw? I'm afraid, yeah?
But maybe that's a better chance than playing e6.
Yeah, so let's say knight f5, knight to d5, king to f3, let's say king f6, knight d4. Whoa!
Okay, we've just lost. So there are some motives which can win the game for black. Oh, we haven't lost.
No.
What happens here?
No, this is
Why
a draw.
did the thermometer jump? This is a draw.
This is a draw.
So what? Not here? 94?
No, it's just
Nothing.
not possible.
Okay, the thermometer.
No, this is a draw, yeah?
The thermometer has gone crazy. You see this bar next to the board. Sometimes it jumps, and that's when we are like, wow, we blundered. But no, this is still a draw. No blunder.
So, yeah, I don't see any proper plan for black to improve the position. All the time this f5 pawn is hanging. Maybe I'm wrong. Just guys, let me know if you see...
A plan for white and for black. Well, for white, just to keep the position. Now we are looking for a plan for black.
Yeah. We should go back to Levin's game. So f5 was played, king f4 and b5, creating counterplay, c takes, and probably rook takes is going to be the move. Also c4 is interesting, but I think, yeah, rook takes b4 is the most natural move. After king takes f5, now something like king e8, rook e7, and c4. What about rook c7 here? How do we continue? I think we can try to go rook b2, and f4, rook takes a2, maybe runs into king f6, yeah? So maybe you had to keep this rook in this file in order to give this check on f6. So maybe just a3, and just in case white takes on c5, then we are on time to capture here.
Yeah.
Because after rook, well, okay.
This is still interesting, but what's going on if we go rook f2 and a2 quickly?
What about f5, a2, and rook a5 here? Yeah, the thing is, you are not able to capture on f7. I mean, you are, but you will always lose this guy here.
With a check, that's a
So let's say rook a8.
Well, it's black to move, so let's
black to
make
move.
h5, rook a8, king d7.
Yeah, king d7.
And now we cannot capture a pawn because of rook f5 check.
Rook f5 check,
So
king
if
to
you can't
g6,
take it,
and then rook f2 again. So this should be a draw. Right?
yeah, I was just thinking if I can also capture on e5, but rook takes a2 then, and then you go for the h pawn. So why to give it?
You want to capture what?
I was just checking if rook takes e5 is also a draw, but then at least you can capture on a2, go for the h pawn, and I still have to draw that.
Yeah.
So why not to protect the a2 pawn?
Yeah. So, yeah. And knight c5 has been played in Topalov versus Giri. Still wondering what Anish is gonna try here. He's gonna play for a while, that's for sure.
This is his birthday gift to you. A long game.
Yeah, long game, yeah. So they don't want me to party this night.
I think you will celebrate your birthday anyway.
Yeah,
With Lawrence.
Trust me.
Actually, we are also invited, the whole Chess24 team,
Yeah.
to have some pizza at Pepe's place.
Yeah, not only pizza, but yeah, pizza.
Champagne.
Not champagne. That's too.
To what?
To. How would I say this?
Girly?
Champagne is for sirs. I'm not a sir. I'm just a.
So what do you drink? And I think we should not talk about this.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it like this. Pepe will celebrate his birthday.
Yeah, just that. All right, so how should we continue here? I don't see any plan, Anita.
I don't know. Lots of knight maneuvers. The question is, where do we want to place the knight? We can try to have it on e4, on d4, on d3, any square. We can get to any square.
Yeah, we need.
And then what's next?
I don't see any plan. Just.
No, he pushed e6 because, as we said, sooner or later he has to push one of the pawns. That is now the only way to push is e6. The other way to exchange pawns was to attack the d5 pawn and then give up the f5 pawn. But in both cases, you exchange one pawn. So e6 is already on the board, d takes, king takes.
Yeah, king takes, and whenever you go d5.
Not
sorry.
better.
Sorry. Knight to c2. Knight to c2. I'm wondering why
King d5.
he allowed this.
Because he can go back to e3 maybe.
Yeah, he can go back to e3, of course, yeah. King to e3, you have to go back to e6.
That's a draw.
I don't agree that Giri... People are saying Giri has been a really boring player today. I think he played a quite interesting game today. He was pushing with black.
Exactly, and after h4 he went for the Benko. He never plays the Benko, and it's not any drawish opening to sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah.
Also, this endgame he was pushing.
Exactly. So the idea is after d5, you guys could think, okay, I'm gonna make a queen here. So king e3, for example. No, this actually loses, yeah?
Because now king d5 and there's no
No,
knight d3.
not loses, but...
you shouldn't allow king d5, king c4.
Sorry, what I was saying here... Yeah.
I think instead of knight b3, you wanted to show...
Yeah, knight e3. I wanted to show that after d5, now, for example, knight c2 now runs into d4, yeah?
This is still some
okay,
position where you have to be precise.
You can go knight g2, for example. If d4, you can go knight h4. Yeah.
And you don't allow the black king.
You want to keep an eye all the time on the f5 pawn. Yeah. So this king cannot get activated so quickly.
And if he does, it means that you give up the f pawn, and at the end, white will sacrifice his knight for the d pawn.
Yeah.
So you can never win this.
Yeah. Finally, this knight come here, and it will be a draw. So I think they're gonna sign a draw soon. And also here, this game looks a bit equal, but this is of course much more complicated, yeah?
Yeah, especially since the white king can be activated with king f5, king f6, so black always has to keep an eye on that, and that's why, for instance, as Pepe said, you cannot really go for the a2 pawn, allowing king f5, king f6. What you have to avoid is king f6 with the rook on the 7th rank.
Yeah, for example,
now,
let's say...
Yeah, rook b2, f4, this is what we've seen.
Rook f4, and then, for example, let's say...
If rook a2, then king f6, that should be winning. Or close to.
You mean rook
a2?
Yeah, king f6, this is completely winning.
This is what you want to achieve with white. And if king e8, it's still...
Rook a7 and then rook f7, and then these 2 pawns are just too dangerous. So I think
that's why black has to keep the rook on the b file.
But I think it's precise to go king e8 first, because there are no ideas of checkmate when the king is off f8 after king f6,
so
right?
Rook c7,
rook c7, for example, let's say rook b2,
F4.
and then f4, and then it's not, as you were saying,
still, you want to wait with that move. You can push a3 first, because now it's still annoying. King f6, rook e7, and you capture the pawn.
For example, let's say...
Then now f5, and this is...
a3, and then you just rook e7, for example, king e8, and then you just take on f7. You are on time now to take with the rook because you are on time to go back.
And these connected passpawns win the game.
You see these two little monsters, they are gonna win the game, yeah?
They're connected, so it doesn't matter that black also has two passpawns. The connected passpawns are a lot stronger.
Exactly. So king f5, king e8, rook c7, rook b2, f4. You don't want to capture on a2 because of king f6. Instead, you should keep this file because, for example, after a3 now, king f6 is just stupid because after rook b6, you just have to go back. Yeah. So whenever you take on c file with the rook, I'm on time to capture here. After king f6, rook f2. Now it's not checkmate. Let's say f5, a2. You have to keep an eye to this pawn. And then whenever you capture this guy with your king, I will take your f5 pawn, yeah?
Yeah, this is the plan for black. And it seems to be a draw as well. Of course, Aronian will try. It's not a dead draw. But if Nakamura defends precisely, as he did against Peter Svidler already in a rook endgame, then he will achieve the half point.
Yeah. So, this game, I think, is going to end in a draw soon. For example, knight b4 is also interesting. Just after d5, you just bring your king here. Nothing to do, guys. Giri is going to make a draw today. And so, still Lebons versus Nakamura game. Just tell me what do we have tomorrow, because we are reaching the middle of the tournament, the equator of the tournament.
Tomorrow is a rest day. What we have is my strategy show and the thematic tournament. So tomorrow at 3 Central European time, I'll be here, but not the players.
Yeah, so you have your show tomorrow, yeah?
My middle game show with a thematic tournament with my live commentary. So if you want to join us and practice together some fun strategic positions, then tomorrow it's here on Chess24 at 3 Central European time.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday we will be back with the candidates. And let me just open the pairings for the next round. Who will face who?
So, yeah, and I agree. So Giri made it to the top 3 or 4 of the world for a reason, yeah?
Definitely. I think nobody should disrespect any of the players who are there. I see the question in the chat quite often, where is Kramnik? Yes, he's the number 2 in the world, but as we have said, for the candidates you have to qualify. So each of these players, the 8 players, have qualified. Aronian was the wild card player. He was chosen by the organizers, but the rest of the players have earned their spot there either by their rating or by finishing the first 2 at the FIDE World Cup. So that's Karjakin and Svidler, the FIDE Grand Prix, the 2 Americans, Aronian-Nakamura by rating, Veselin Topalov and Anish-Giri, and Vishy Anand, who lost the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. So all those spots have been earned, and nobody gets to the candidates tournament just because.
In the black market.
Yeah. Gus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pity for Kramnik because now he's number 2, but the year that counted for the cycle, I think it was the whole year of 2015, he dropped some rating during that year, and that's what matters for this year's candidates.
Yeah. So, do we have any new moves in Lebons versus Nakamura game? I don't see any.
What we do have
What
are
do we
the
have?
pairings for Saturday.
So
it's going to be Svidler against Caruana, Karjakin against Aronian, Nakamura against Topalov, and Giri against Anand.
Giri against Anand. Wow.
What do you expect? Because you will not be here. On Saturday,
No.
Pepe won't be here anymore. I'll be here commentating, but not with Pepe.
Yeah. So I think, okay, we have a really interesting game between Karjakin and Aronian, of course, the 2 leaders of the tournament. So Karjakin with the white pieces, I think a draw will be fine for him. Because
But he will push. Look at his game today. He was black. We thought maybe a solid draw with black for the tournament leader, and he just sacrificed his queen.
Yeah.
So I think he will push with the white pieces against Aronian too.
Yeah. And then Nakamura versus Topalov. Yeah, both of them. Yeah.
Are now at the bottom of the standings, but both players are extremely strong. Everyone is very strong. And I think they will both want to win that game. Nakamura against Topalov.
I mean, if it's a matter of wanting to win a game, I also want to win every game.
But I mean, they will go aggressive. They will fight, and it's gonna be a sharp position, so we won't be bored by that game.
Yeah, true story.
Giri against Anand maybe will be a more solid game, but as we have seen in this tournament, we cannot complain about boring games. All the rounds have been really exciting. Today has been spectacular. Fireworks on the board. Everybody sacrificing pawns, queens, exchanges.
Pawn, queens, kings, everything.
Sacrifice
Horses,
your king.
cats, dogs.
Also, so yeah, lots of exciting games have been played in this candidates tournament, and that's what we expect for all the rounds because the players are in fighting spirit.
Yeah. And I see we have some repetition here already. No, not yet, but will be soon.
I will see if we have any new questions in the meantime.
Do we have any new tweets? For example. People are asking the same time on Saturday?
Saturday, yeah, always at 1 Central European time.
Okay, so guys, Saturday, just wake up early, just be prepared for the games.
Actually, we don't know what time it is for our users because the other day we have been asking, where are you guys from?
Yeah, I mean,
and
of course.
it was so impressive to see that we have people here from all around the world. So all the continents were covered actually. And that's just amazing to see what a big chess community is here on Chess24.
Exactly. Yeah. Strange that we don't see any moves in Levon's game so far. Knight E3. Gonna be a draw very soon. So tell me, what is your show about tomorrow?
We are learning about exploiting weaknesses.
Ooh.
So we have seen already how to exploit the weaknesses when the opponent has doubled pawns in the castle. So imagine like a pawn structure that Karjakin had the other day actually. So when you have this bishop g5 and bishop takes f6, g takes f6, destroying the opponent's pawn structure and how to exploit that. And what we started studying is now the advanced pawns in the castle. I called it that way because I couldn't find a shorter title for that. But what I mean by that is when imagine that the black king is on g8, have just castled, and then suddenly he starts becoming really brave and pushes g5, h5, those kind of moves, and how to punish it. That's what we are learning.
So you want to punish brave guys,
Exactly.
attacking players, yeah?
Although sometimes it's justified, and we have seen Karjakin pushing the h pawn all the time, then the g pawn. He's really going for those moves, and today Topalov pushing h4, move 3, but he didn't castle.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. But you will not be here.
Yeah, but
Papa is traveling to an unknown destination.
yeah. No, I'm playing 2 games. So I cannot be here. And also new commentators are coming. So I won't be here in the rest of the tournament.
I'll be here. And Jan will be here. So everyone who wanted to see Jan.
Yeah, finally Jan is coming.
Exactly. But I see so many fans of you, Pepe, that they are sad about your leaving.
No, not true. Not true, Anita.
I can see that in the chat. Everybody's saying, Pepe, Baboom, who will say Baboom? Why are you leaving? Why don't you stay? He cannot. He already has other obligations for the weekend.
Yeah, and I'll be commentating in Spanish at the end of the tournament from Madrid.
So it's time to learn Spanish.
Yeah. It's a really useful language, guys. You can travel in South America to so many countries speaking in Spanish. All right, so
I don't know if anything has happened since.
Yeah, actually we have some new moves. Rook takes f5, king takes f5. And they should be arriving to trouble again, right?
Once again, at move 60, they get more time, 15 more minutes, but still it's move for 52 now. So they should be running out of time.
Yeah. And now it's a really important moment, because now if rook b2, for example, f4. And now the thing is that now after king e8, there is rook a7. And actually you cannot take now on a2 because of king f6, as we were saying before. And then white is going to collect this guy here. It's going to be a lot of black. So now it's time to play rook e8, I think. Sorry, rook e8? What am I saying here? Why am I saying rook for the king? So king e8, yeah?
Exactly. But after f4. So
yeah,
f4,
king,
rook
now.
b2, or you want to play that immediately?
Immediately.
Okay.
Immediately. So
I move the rook, and then you play rook b2, f4, the same position as we have seen.
Yeah,
already.
for example, now the difference, okay, you can try to go rook a7, but now c4 is the move, I think. But in rook c7 now, rook to b2, f4, you cannot take on a2 because of king f6. So instead you just play something like a3. And then you just wait white to take on c5 to collect this a2 pawn. Instead, if king f6 is played, you can always play rook to b6 back, yeah?
True, that's why we keep the rook on the b file, not capturing on a2 immediately.
Yeah, Naka played a3. Wow, Naka played a3 here. That's what people are saying. Naka played a3 here. And now f4, the same idea. I mean, now you cannot play actually king e8 because rook a7 is just winning for white, I guess, because now rook b2 is just runs into rook takes a3.
Let's take the cartoons off because we are talking about it another game. We always forget about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And wow. So, but is it sure that he played?
King f6 is also possible. After rook b6, rook d6 is working. Yeah, it's working. Now you cannot go c4 because d7. Yeah.
So instead of king e8, but we catch the pawn.
King e8? You
I
mean
mean,
here?
rook takes, he takes king
Yeah,
e8,
king
you catch
e8.
the pawn.
Yeah.
So you lose tempo.
But okay, this endgame you have to go back
Yeah, you
here.
get back and you catch the pawn. The
King
c
d7,
pawn.
but then this d6 pawn is hanging. But
The a3 pawn.
a3 pawn is gonna be Levon's pawn.
And
so,
the trouble is that there are more pawns on the board, because imagine, we take the c pawn, we take the c pawn, we get the a3 pawn, but if there were pawns on the king side, then this is a draw.
yeah,
Only
of course.
with the a2
You just
pawn.
go there. But then you cannot go just there because
There
you're
are more
gonna collect
pawns.
the free food here, yeah?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That can mean trouble for Nakamura.
A lot of, I mean, this is just lost because after king f6, king e8, for example, just rook e7, you collect this guy. Let's say rook e7, king to d8, just rook f7. Let's say you want to collect this a2 pawn, but now f4, rook takes a2, then just e6, for example, rook f2, f5, a2, rook a7, and look at these two little monsters, yeah?
Those monsters win the game. Connected passed pawns are beasts. So here, this could mean, but is it really the position? a3, why did he play a3?
I mean, this is a moment, it's not easy. You have to be really precise. It looks like the only proper move was king e8, yeah?
And rook b2, is it already bad? Because that's also another tempting
Rook b2
move.
is already bad because now after f4, now you cannot play king e8 because rook a7.
True.
You cannot take on a2 because of king f6. And
So it was actually already difficult to defend, because if you have to find king e8,
yeah,
it's already... This is not the most natural move in the world. I mean, yeah, you want to attack the rook and you don't want to get mated on the back rank, but at the same time, rook b2 seems to be a lot more attractive. You attack pawns.
wow, so this means Levons is gonna win this game if he finds king f6. So what does this mean?
He will find. Then he will be on +2 and he will join Sergei
Wow.
Karjakin in the lead.
Sergei Karjakin and Levon Aronian with +2, Bishi
Yeah.
with +1. Wow, so looks like we have these three leaders, two leaders, and then Bishi trying to hunt them.
Vichy, who has just won his game, but it's not enough. He has to win more games if he wants to catch the leaders.
Okay, let's just try king f6, rook b6, rook d6, rook b8. What are we gonna play? So I guess f4, and then f5, and then e6, just in case. So let's say c4, for example, rook c6, c3, and then f5, for example.
Yeah, and next move you can even capture the pawn, because then check and e6 you
Yeah,
have.
exactly. Wow.
Oh my.
So many mistakes here in this tournament. So many nerves, so much tension going on here.
There's a lot of tension, and that's the other reason why you should read the article with the interview, including Kramnik's and Gelfand's opinion, because just to sum up what Gelfand said, this tournament is about a lot of tension and pressure. On elite tournaments, when you know that you are invited to the next event, you can just make a +1, +2 score, you get paid well, you win rating. But here, +1 is not enough. Maybe you need +3 or +4 to win the event. So you cannot just calmly play chess and don't care. Every round counts.
Yeah, people are saying maybe too much Red Bull is not good for his brain.
Well, who knows? When Nakamura is a very good player, simply this position was already not easy. You have to play, instead of a3, king e8.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a natural move, right? I mean,
No.
You have to be really precise here. I understand Naka's mistake here. Yeah, I completely understand. I mean, I will blunder this position hundreds of times. I mean, I blunder this position in one game, then the next hour I play the same position and then I blunder again, you know? So
It's not like a blunder. The problem was that maybe the only defending move that really helped black here was king e8, and even rook b2, which seems to be the most logical move in the world, might be an inaccurate move here. Rook b2, f4, and that position is already unpleasant.
Rook b2 is the most natural move, because you may think that actually now, of course, now rook a2 doesn't seem natural because king f6 is coming and then try, but then you could think here you can go king e8, but after rook a7, the thing is you actually cannot take because of king f6 anyway.
Not king f7, but
not king f7, sorry guys, but king f6, and now this pawn is gonna fall down. Yeah, these two guys are really strong, and this rook stops this guy pretty easily.
Wow. a3, and it might mean that king f6 wins the game for Levon Aronian, and for sure he will play it. What else could he play?
Yeah, and he could play rook a7. This is another move you have to consider, yeah. And then the c4 push, yeah, I think gives you enough compensation. Rook takes. Yeah, you can try to hold this position, but king f6 seems that it's completely lost. The king endgame is just losing. Now you would love to play here c4, but then just d7 just makes a whole queen. So you have to go king e8, and then this pawn endgame is just lost because at the end of the day you are gonna collect this a3 pawn. It's just too advanced. Yeah. f4 is played. f4 is played?
But then he played rook b2.
f4 has been played, really.
Why?
f4 has been played.
I don't understand anything. Is the rook on b2 already, or why f4?
I mean, f4 has been played. King f6 was winning.
Do you think that he was... But no, king f6, rook b2. There's no time for rook b2 there.
I mean, there's no time for... I mean...
Anything. I mean, you are getting mated. Why f4?
Maybe he didn't calculate properly the king endgame.
You mean the pawn endgame with rook b6, rook d6?
Maybe he just thought this...
That this is now winning?
I don't know.
But it seems to be so winning.
I mean, there is another way.
I don't know. What do you
The
do?
only move you have to
Rook
calculate
b8?
is just rook b8, right? Because otherwise you are just taking on f7, yeah?
Yeah, you are either getting mated or this rook takes f7 wins the game. So you have to play rook b6 here and then after rook d6.
Yeah.
That's opponent game that wins for white.
f4. Yeah, king f6 was game over. f4 still looks good for white. Let's analyze this a little bit. f4 has been played. And that's true, guys. Not easy. It's really easy to talk when you are not playing. That's really true. So f4, and then let's say, for example...
So we are back in the game. Maybe Naka still has chances then.
I mean, if you do nothing, just rook b2, of course.
King f6.
King f6, right?
But it's the same plan. Why did he not do it one move earlier?
But maybe he wants to go for a different story here. I mean, I don't know. Of course, they are extremely exhausted. The 6th round, all the games have been really fought He goes for f4 in this position. And Naka thinking. Normally, c4, rook c7, maybe rook b4. The key is to keep this rook on this file. And how are you going to make any progress? Maybe rook a7. Maybe rook a7. And then you collect this pawn here. c3, rook c7, that's a key. a3 runs into e4, and then you are losing.
That would be ironic.
Yeah.
So instead of this, you go rook c7. You don't capture the a3 pawn. If
Yeah, you
c3,
go here rook c7, yeah? And let's say after rook b2, you can never take this pawn on a2, as we said, because of k6. This rook has to be in this file in order to give this check on b6, yeah? So, Jan, looks like f4 is winning.
We are missing something, so f4 is even better than king f6.
f4, rook b4.
If Jan says it, then that's the truth.
Rook a7. I mean, the idea is, of course, after c4, you just take this guy here. Yeah.
So this position is winning. That's what Jan Gustafsson says, and we believe him because he knows it a lot better than us.
So rook a7.
a7, and what do you do here with black?
Let me just try to do something, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, c4, rook takes a3, and then let's say I just move my king to g7. So how is this lost? Rook a7 maybe?
You're threatening e6, so what do you do here? c3, rook c7?
Maybe rook g3, but king f8, yeah?
Why not rook a7? I like it.
Rook a7, you like rook a7?
Yeah.
c3, e6?
Rook c7? No, maybe rook c7 first, and then e6.
Rook e7, rook a4. The thing is, after e6, maybe I can go rook a5 check. You go back, and now what's my idea? Maybe just go something like what? No, e7 is coming, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
No, king g6 is if e7, I can just go back, and then king f6.
Do you have time for that? Because if I take the pawn and then...
Which pawn here?
No, I mean your c3 pawn I will take.
Here?
No, e7, rook
E7.
a8, I can take the pawn, you're not taking anything. Or you mean that you will get my pawn?
Check first, and then king f7,
Okay.
yeah?
No, like this I don't like. I wanted to have my king active. Alright, let's just go step by step.
So rook a7 has been played. Now I want to go c4. I guess you want to go rook takes a3. I don't see any other choice. And now we were saying g7. So how do you win this endgame? Let's just try to play the most natural move. Rook
Isn't
a7.
that rook a7?
Yeah, it's rook a7. And then something like c3. Okay?
Yeah.
The thing
Until
is-
this point, I think we are fine. But maybe e6 is too soon to play. What
Yeah.
if rook c7
Rook c7
first?
and then rook a4. e6.
No, wait. Do we have any other move or e6 I have to go for?
You can try to play something like...
h5 first?
Yeah, but then I just take on a2, yeah?
Yeah.
Then I just take on a2, rook c3, and then I just go back maybe to a7 or something.
But can you hold this? Because this is a 3 against 2 where white is extremely active. This
Yeah.
is...
Maybe you can just bring a rook. I don't know.
Well, but then you go back to g7 with the king.
It's not that easy. I don't find it that easy. We need Jan. Jan, come here.
Yes. Jan, where are you? We need you.
So rook a7, c4, rook a3. We were saying king g7, rook a7, c3, rook c7. This is the critical line, a6. What's going on here? Rook a5, maybe you can go to e4 instead. Yeah. And what's going on here after c2? Rook takes f7, king g6, and now rook c7. King f6, e7, king f7 maybe, or rook a8. What's going on here? This should be winning, right? This should be winning.
Definitely. But how did you get it? Because I was looking at the chat and now I don't understand what happened.
Okay, we have over the board rook b2 played here. So rook a7, c4, rook a3, rook b2 has been played.
Alright, let me try to understand it.
Yeah. I think now two reasonable moves, like or three, rook a8, followed by rook a7, h5 also looks reasonable, yeah?
We have a new message from Jan Gustafsson. Time to change my mind. Should be a draw. That it still looks unpleasant, this position. Is it enough to win? Is this a winning advantage?
I have no clue. I wanna... Okay, rook b2, let's try to think together, yeah?
Let's try.
So
Yeah.
let's just play h5.
Okay.
This is a move, I mean, just to do something.
We fix the pawn on
You can never
h6.
go to h2 because of king
King
f6.
f6.
You should always keep your rook in this file in order to give a check on b6 whenever you go king f6, yeah?
So actually it's not so easy to make a move. Maybe you have to go either king g7 or king e7. But I'm just so scared of placing the king on e7 going away from the h-pawn. Maybe king g7.
g7 looks natural. I mean, the point is, after something like rook g3, you just go back. And after king f6, there is always this nice rook b6,
Yeah, and also the rook on the g file is not the same, the threat.
Yeah. And so after h5, what do you do? Let's say just king g7, and now how do we continue? Let's say rook a7, for example, okay? And the point is, you can try even to go rook b6 here, just to avoid any kind of e6 move. And after rook c7, just rook a6, I guess. This should be a draw.
Once again, this is a position where it seems that white is really active. Yes, we have a pawn up, but it's once again a rook endgame where maybe this is still a draw.
a4 has been played by Levon Aronian here in this position. a4. Now you want to make a queen here.
But anyway, c2 will come.
c3 has been played.
Yeah, c3 and then rook a2. You give up the c pawn for the a pawn.
Yeah, once you have exchanged this pair of guys here, then you bring the rook to b6. Should be a draw.
Let me see if we have any new comments in the chat.
I mean, what already this game between Anish, Giri and Topalov ended in a draw and still going on. I think it's still going on. But a4 has been played, c3, now c2 is gonna come. Yeah.
I think we don't see the new moves. That's the problem. That this.
Tons of move
Yeah.
played, people are saying.
Yeah. We haven't received those moves, unfortunately. We hope to get the updated position soon. As you know, guys, the situation is not easy. It's not a normal situation. Here, the chess words should be free. Chess moves are free. And we would all love to see the moves.
I agree with you, Anita.
Thank you. So c3, and as according to you guys, a bunch of moves have happened since. So a and c pawns have been taken off the board. We can reconstruct that position.
Which one?
That there are no a and c pawns. Rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6, c2, for example, a5, rook a2.
A2.
Let's say white a6,
a6, c1.
c1. Come on, become a queen. Become a queen. This is some kind of entanglement thing or whatever.
It is. Quantum
guys.
chess. What's happening to the c1 pawn? Have we just...
Okay, now it's a queen,
Alright,
yeah?
queen.
Entanglement and queen. Rook c1, rook a6. Yeah, this looks like a draw. Rook c7, you just keep the rook on this file. Let's say rook b6, for example. If you want to do something, you have to push your pawns, I guess. So king to g4, for example. Let's say rook a6. Now maybe after f5, for example, there are a lot of checks here. Rook a4, king to h5 maybe. But now rook f4 is coming. And then rook takes f5. If f6, you can just go to g8, for example. Then you can never take here. You can take, but then rook takes h4. Should be a draw anyway. And after something like check, king h7, rook f8, you could be thinking just rook f5, king g4, and then something like king g6. No, rook e5, yeah. Rook e5, and this is a draw. This is a dead draw.
Wow. When we thought that Nakamura made a mistake, but wasn't it good to play king f6 in that position? Why f4?
I mean, we know it was good, but yeah, looks natural, yeah? So a3, king f6. only move for black is rook b6.
That's what we thought, that why is it not winning for white?
And
King
then-
f6, rook d6.
And rook d6. Yeah, this is just winning.
People keep asking, why do you call me Anita? We have explained it in several broadcasts that it's how you call Anna in Spanish. Well, it's a nickname.
No, it's
for
not Anna, it's a diminutive. Diminutive?
Yeah, it's like little Anna.
Little Anna. So my mother calls me Pepito or Pepillo.
Spanish is a funny language. I love Spanish and Spain.
Yeah. So yeah, we already see this position over the board. Rook a5. Yeah. So also this idea of pinning the king so you can never go e6. Yeah, I think this should be a draw.
What about Topalov-Giri? Do we have any new moves there? I think I see the king on d3 in Topalov-Giri.
Topalov-Giri. Yeah, this knight is on h4, avoiding all kind of moves.
Yeah, you would need to protect the f5 pawn with the knight in order to activate your king, but that means then white can go king d4 and you are not crossing.
Yeah. So let's say knight d7, you want to bring your king, but now just king to d4, yeah? Not allowing any kind of active play from black side, so... Hola, Don Pepito.
Yeah, everyone started calling you Pepito now.
Pepito? I like it. My mother calls me Pepillo. Pepillo.
And there was a tweet by our Chess24 team about the top cities watching our candidates' coverage. And it's really interesting, actually. Number 1 is Yerevan. Number 2, Moscow. Number 3, Berlin. Number 4, Amsterdam. Number 5, Madrid. Number 6, London. Number 7, Bengaluru. And I had to look up where Bengaluru is because I'm not that wise to know that it's India. And number 8, Oslo. So wow, these are our top cities watching the coverage.
Yerevan in Armenia.
Number 1.
National sport there in Armenia. Chess. Levon
All
Aronian
cheering
is
for Levon.
star there.
And Moscow. All the people who are in Moscow are watching our coverage.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
I like that.
Berlin, Amsterdam. Nice cities, by the way. Where is Granada? Where is my city?
But Madrid is there.
Is Jan Spanish? People are asking there. No, but he speaks perfect Spanish, by the way. So I think both games are going to end up in a draw. So only one decisive game today by Bishi, the Tiger, the King. Bishi Anand. A spectacular game that probably you will see later commentated and analyzed.
There's a tweet by Michael Fordham. He says, Moscow number 2, ha, ironic. Thanks for your great coverage under difficult circumstances. And happy birthday, Pepe. Hashtag baboom.
Thank you, guys. Do you have any idea, Anita, how to
Progress here?
progress here?
Not really, because if I go rook c7, trying to push e6, but you will keep pinning my pawn on e5, so what do? You have to come back with the king, but that means then black can go... Actually, okay, I can try, but
You
still.
can try. Try.
You will always go back to f8.
I'll just go here. What do you want to try?
I mean, if I go... Okay, let's go first h5 and then king... The problem is that I can never go to e4 and in that direction. I will get checks.
I just want to interrupt you for a second because there is we're gonna finish
With Topalov-Giri.
with Topalov-Giri. Yeah,
Oh.
knight f5 has been played here after knight b8, knight f5, and after king f5, king to d5, and then you are gonna take this guy here and it's a draw. And after d5 check, you can play just king to d4, knight c6, for example, king to c5, takes and takes. So,
Draw, but
Draw.
what a fighting draw. There was everything.
Yeah.
Move h4,
h4 on the third move by Veselin Topalov.
then Giri responding to it by playing the Benko that he never plays, and it's not an opening that has good reputation on such a high level. So they don't play the Benoni, they don't play the Benko. But yes, Giri did play it because he thought that that's where the move h4 is not useful for white. And it was true.
Yeah.
It was justified. He had a better position with black, actually.
And some other interesting question. Pepe and Anita, some banter please later? What do you guys think? 7 hours commentating, I still have to record the game of the day in Spanish. I have to celebrate my birthday at some point. No banter please today.
Not today, but another day. Tomorrow I will be here in the thematic tournament. So if you want to play and see me commentating your games, then you should sign up for the thematic tournament. It will be announced soon on Chess24's website, but it's going to be from 3 Central European time. Tomorrow at 3.
Yeah. And so just one game, just one remaining game. Rook c7 has been played. Yeah. So now Rook e5, for example, or Rook a6. All of these moves are fine for Black. Tell me something new, Anita.
A tweet by Mikhail. He's saying that the battle of leaders tomorrow, Karjakin Aronian. I think he means the day after tomorrow, because tomorrow is a free day at the candidates.
Yeah.
So on Saturday, Karjakin Aronian facing each other. And yeah, but we thought that Aronian would join the lead on +2 by winning today against Nakamura.
So
maybe he missed his chance.
yeah. So what about how is the
standings?
The standings after?
If Aronian draws, then Karjakin still remains on +2. Aronian on +1, joined by Vichy on +1 after his beautiful win today. Brilliant attacking game against Anand-Svidler. Unfortunately for us here at Chess24, a lot of people with 50%.
Yeah.
And now, unfortunately for us, Anand-Svidler is on -1. Just like Nakamura, if he draws now. And Topalov on -2.
On -2. That's okay. Quite interesting. And tell me, so Aronian faces Karjakin in the next round. What about Vichy? I just forgot.
Yeah, I'll tell you the pairings.
Vichy versus Svidler, yeah?
Once again. So
good opportunity for Vichy.
Round 7. Svidler, Caruana. Karjakin, Aronian, the 2 leaders. This is what we received in the tweet. Nakamura, Topalov, and Giri, Anand. So this is what will happen on Saturday. Tomorrow is a free day.
Yeah.
Free day at the candidates, not free day for us. Here at Chess24, you will always have live shows, a lot of entertainment, tournaments, and we're gonna learn because tomorrow
become premium, guys.
You need to become premium to participate in the thematic tournament where I'll be commentating your games.
Exactly.
And as we have mentioned already, it's about exploiting the weaknesses in the opponent's play.
Yeah, just follow Anita's show. It's really useful for your games.
Thank you, but I feel like you are falling asleep.
No, I'm so awake, Anita.
I'm so entertained.
No, really. Don't be like that. Okay?
It's a long game today. Pepe wants to celebrate his birthday.
No. I'm really glad to commentate here with you, Anita. It was really easy.
Thank you. It's the last day that we have Pepe here in the commentary booth.
Yeah. I just want to find a plan.
Okay, good luck.
I just want to find a plan. Let's say just King G4.
I was thinking of the same, but you
And
move the king, not to the 6th rank, but maybe King F8, King G8.
Why you want to move the king? I don't know.
Because
What about Rook B5?
I'm afraid of
G6,
E6,
of course.
so
Yeah. I don't see anything already.
I thought that was your plan, unpinning the pawn.
Okay, let's just King
King
to 8
G8.
and King H5. King
Okay,
G7.
I can go back because you cannot
Yeah.
push.
What about this F5 break? No, not break, push.
But the E5 pawn.
All right. Okay. What about if I try something without blundering a pawn or a piece or mate?
It's a long commentary day, guys. You should understand that we also get tired. We tried our best here, but I think Peppa needs more chocolate.
No more chocolate. It's not that healthy. All right, King G7. What should I play here now? Let's just try to just wait some tempo with Rook E7 and then just Rook B5. I don't see anything. No. Looks like a draw.
Should be a draw. I will see if there are any new questions in the chat or any new tweets.
Yeah, would be great. Some more questions in this moment of the commentary because the game is almost dead. So, do we have any questions or tweets?
Actually, we have a quote from Anish Giri's tweet from 2014. Lucas Saraiva shared with us the following comment. I can feel the nerves of the guys in the candidates. They should have all made quick draws and moved on. Hashtag learn from Karjakin. Hashtag candidates 2014. Giri tweeted on round 1 of the 2014 candidates. But as you know, Anish is always ironic, so I don't think that he literally means that people should go for quick draws. You should see his game today. He was pushing with the black pieces.
By the way, there is a plan here. People are saying in the chat, rook d6, yeah? But the thing is, you can always try to put some pressure on the f4 pawn, I guess. And after f5, what's going on here? Yeah, this idea with rook b5, for example. Yeah, now you cannot defend properly the e5 pawn. Still should be a draw. But rook d6, guys, thanks for suggesting this idea.
Any other suggestions? Of course, we are here to listen to you guys.
Yeah. So rook d6, rook b4 is the idea all the time. There is always one weakness that you can attack in this kind of structure. Looks like.
Killer Mind is asking you, Pepe, how many blunders do you make in a game on average?
More than 20.
Come on, no, he's a grandmaster. He barely blunders.
I blunder, trust me, many times. You know, if Topalov blunders, if Nakamura blunders, you think I don't blunder? I blunder like a beast.
This is a tournament with lots of pressure and tension, so they blunder more than usual.
Yeah, that's true. So king f8 was played on rook d7. So tell me, are you gonna play any tournament soon?
Oh, that's a secret. But
All right. Okay.
what I'm going to do actually, and that's why I won't be here in the second half of the commentary, is
Training camp, yeah?
I have a training camp with the Olympic team, the Hungarian Olympic team. So on Monday I will have to leave and join them. We are preparing for the Olympiad for Baku.
Okay, cool. So you'll be in Baku in September, yeah?
We don't know yet because we are 8 players preparing for the event and it will be decided only in the summer who will play in Baku. So
All right, so 8 players go to the training camp and then you guys decide, or the captain decide.
yeah, exactly, who will be in better shape. Of course, they see the whole year and decide who. I agree that
And
the
you
player
expect to
who
be
is in-
there, or
I hope to be there,
so
of
by
course.
rating, what number
Yeah,
are
by
you?
rating we are all very similar, so it's
Okay.
never decided by rating. It's decided by how do you play in previous tournaments mainly.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope to perform well in this year's events and play the Olympiad because that's such an awesome event to be
Yeah.
there. I've been playing for the Olympic team from 2008, so every year except for 1 year. Except for Tromsø, where I was a commentator in the Spanish commentary.
Yeah, true. So that was the last Olympiad, yeah, in 2014. Okay.
So I hope to return to this year's Olympiad. I played European last year. but
So
it's not the
Anita
same.
coming back
To this
for the
position,
Olympic team.
we cannot find moves here. What's the plan?
So rook a4 was played here. Yeah, I don't see any reasonable improvement for white. Whenever you go king f6, so let's say rook b4, king f6, there is always rook takes f4. Of course, now in this case, not rook b6, but now rook takes f4. What else?
We have an interesting question. It will not be easy to answer, but I like the question by Ciso Bielski. He's asking both of us, who do you consider the 5 best players ever? And how would
Okay.
you rank them and why? And I
I
think
mean-
already making a list of 5 is difficult, but for sure,
But you mean best players by
ever,
level?
I think in chess history. he
Yeah, I
means.
mean, you cannot compare, for example, the level, between, for example, Bobby Fischer and Magnus Carlsen. They had different tools to improve. Now the engines are much, stronger than before. So they were not even engines. I remember Anand in an interview saying that when he was a child, like he was sending analysis in a paper to his trainers in Europe, and then he had to wait for 2 months to get the answer. So for me, it's really difficult to compare. But of course, Magnus Carlsen, Kasparov, Bobby Fischer,
I would have
Capablanca.
said those 3 already too. It's not easy, as Pepe said, to compare different generations and different technology, different ways of preparations. For sure, we would all love to see a Kasparov-Carlsen match, but it will not happen.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Rook e3, king e7 has been played. Yeah, let's say rook a3. You can always go back here. You have your knight square on g7 in case what starts giving you checks here. Just king to g7. Nothing is gonna happen. Rook e4 has been played. Yes, rook c1, for example. Even you are threatening to go now rook h1.
Adomino is saying that I never blunder because my lip balm helps me out, and that's true, of course.
Your what?
My lip balm, of course. I
Okay.
never blunder because my lip balm tells me the moves.
Yeah. What else? What else do we have in the future here?
Everyone is wishing you happy birthday. That's what I see in Twitter. Sidan Tivari, happy birthday, Pepe. I am your new fan. And Mike Carey saying, Pepe, it's been a pleasure. That the chess today has been beautiful and great commentary. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's true. We had today one of the best rounds, if not the best, during the candidates. Spectacular games. A lot of fighting chess. Not any boring Berlin or fast draw between the players. So, what can I say?
We are very
I'm
lucky
really
to
happy.
see such chess going on, fighting chess. Everyone in every round is fighting, and not for a draw. They are fighting to make exciting games and try to unbalance the position. Pawn sacrifices, exchange sacrifices, queen sacrifices even today.
All kind of sacrifices, guy. So, Anna, are you from Ukraine?
No, not really. I'm from Hungary.
Okay.
I live in Spain and I'm from Hungary, and Pepe is from Spain. I think you can know that already by the way
Accent,
of speaking, because it's not only the accent. I think Spanish people are so emotional, so many gestures. Since I live in Spain, I think I speak louder too and use more gestures. It's just so much in the culture. This.
Yeah, we love shouting and body expression.
Body language, you mean?
Yeah, body language. What did I say?
Body expressions.
Body expressions, yeah.
It's
No,
also
body,
not bad, actually.
Body language, yeah.
Yeah, and Karpov, of course, also a great player. We haven't mentioned, but for sure.
Yeah, those matches between Karpov and Kasparov were exciting as well, yeah.
Player 69 is saying the question is if Nakamura can hold this. Unfortunately, maybe the question is also if Aronian can find a plan for to create winning attack here.
Exactly.
Winning plans.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't look easy. Yeah. So, what should we do?
Let's start analyzing funny variations.
All right, let's just
we exchange the rooks and lose.
Okay, rook c1. Let's just say you play something stupid like rook b4. Then just rook h1 is possible. King to g4, check maybe, king h5. Maybe I already blundered. So maybe it's just better to rook d4, for example, rook h1, king to g4, and now, for example, king f8. Whenever this king wants to go to h5, you will love to have your king on g7 in order to protect this guy. You will need additional forces to capture this pawn on h6, what means that actually you can start attacking this f4 pawn whenever this rook is on d6. So let's say king h5, king to g7.
And then rook d6, you mean rook f1.
Rook d6, rook f1, rook f6. But you can never take on h6 without blundering and without
giving up the
f4 pawn, yeah. So this is another position where actually the engine says you are on plus whatever, plus 1.6 or whatever, but it doesn't find a plan. Yeah.
Danger Mao 5 is asking, do you think any of the players will have changed their strategy for the tournament yet, based on the results so far?
So I'm thinking on the players who are on the bottom of the...
I thought the same, because maybe after Veselin Topalov has lost 2 games, he was already in a mode like, okay, no matter what. But at the same time, he had a rest day after having lost the second game. then he survived the last position against Caruana, and that might have brought him back to the tournament.
And I'm also thinking of the players who are on, how do you say, not
like Nakamura and now Svidler.
no, Fabiano Caruana, for example. So
who should be performing better.
players who are with 50%, yeah. So they should start thinking about risking a bit more. For example, no more barrelings. For example, playing some Naidor variations, so this kind of stuff, just to get double edge positions, yeah.
And actually, Fabiano already did that because he went for the Benoni against Aronian.
Yeah.
So normally you don't see him playing the Benoni, but as Pepe said, those players need their first win. People on 50% or when you are on -1, -2, you need to start winning games to come back to the tournament and to have chances to win this event.
Yeah, and
So that's definitely a change on strategy from general chess. Like
Yeah.
you cannot just play for equality all the time.
another question, Anita, do you want to go for the GM title? Are you going for the GM
I
title?
would love to. In the tournament that people refer to, my Lib Bomb tournament, actually I was very close to making a GM norm. That's the best tournament I have ever played. It's the best tournament of my life. But since I was accused of cheating and I felt so like somebody tells you in the face that you're a cheater and then you have to play him, I just wanted to beat him because he called me a cheater. Like
Who was this guy?
a player from Latvia.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. People
I want to
who-
know.
No, people who want to know can read the articles. There were so many articles about it.
Okay.
But in that moment, how do you feel when somebody tells you something like you would never even think about cheating? Like, even if I play a card game, I don't think about cheating. How I would ever think about cheating in chess? So imagine you have to play this person who has just called you a cheater, who told the arbiter to check your lip balm because you have Ripka in your lipstick. I mean, I felt really bad. Of course, psychologically, that's I couldn't perform well in the last round, and if I did well in the last round, I would have won the tournament.
Oh. Cool. But I think also people mean you're gonna try now. Are you trying hard to become a GM, or are you training hard for this, or you have any expectations or?
Of course, I'm training, but first of all, I want to get back to 2400 because that's where my rating was. My highest rating was 2393, and then virtually it was 24. That's why I got the International Master title. First of all, I would like to get back my rating because I had some bad tournaments where I dropped rating, and I need to get back to that level first, and then I can start thinking about taking a step ahead. But first, I would like to get the rating that I used to have.
Yeah.
What about you, Pepe? Because you're a GM.
I just became
what's
a
your
GM.
motivation?
I just became a GM last year. I actually working for Chess24 helped me a lot because, as you know, I'm focused in my civil engineering stuff as well. But working for Chess24 and making series made me study a lot. I increased
So you
50
are-
points in 1 year.
You're
actually.
Chess24's GM.
Yeah, in Chess24 GM. Also, there are some rumors that I bought this title on the black market, as you know.
It's the same validity as the Lip Bomb Ripka thing. So
but
crazy stuff, guys.
My goals, I don't know. Just improve. I mean, the Spanish Olympic team is a bit far away, just 30 or 40
How much
points.
rating do you need to enter?
2570 or something like this. And I'm 2570, 2527. I
That's
will be
not
in the
so
next
far.
list. So
I mean, you can increase your rating and get into the team.
it's difficult. But I mean, just to drink, why not? Yeah. So
I think what we all want, no matter what's your rating, what's your title, we all want to improve because it doesn't matter if you improve from 1,200 to 1,400 or from 2,500 to 2,600. In both cases, it requires work. And if you enjoy studying chess, that's the great thing. I think we shouldn't really focus on, I want to win 100 rating points. I mean, it's good to have objectives, but you need to enjoy the process of learning. It's not just about wanting to see results.
yeah, that's true. So we think this is a draw. We don't see any possible improvement for white. So, Any
I'd
more?
like to see if I have any more questions. I have seen a question about unusual chess. If we have ever played any unusual version of chess. I think like Backhouse and all that kind of things.
You mean Fischer randoms?
Yeah, I think that's what the question
Played a
refers
tournament
to.
in Spain like this.
Really? A tournament?
I mean, there was a really strong tournament. I drew against Ivanchuk in this Fischer random. But
against Ivanchuk?
yeah.
Fischer
Like
random, wow.
10 years ago, it was in Ciudad Real, in one city in Spain.
Well, you can say that you have
Anand was playing there,
Ivanchuk.
Karpov was playing there. I mean, the first prize was 18,000 euros when in Spain we had this economical great situation.
Before the crisis.
Yeah, before the crisis. Yeah. So, what do you think, Anita? Rook b7 has been
I'm trying
played.
to see if there are any new questions. So in the meantime, I'll let you talk about the position.
Yeah. So Rook b7 now. King f8 has been played. The question is e6 works or not in this position? Because now it looks like Hikaru allowed e6. F takes e6, king takes e6, something like, for example, rook c4 or rook c6 looks natural to me. Rook c4, f5, rook c6, for example, king d5.
Why did you first push f5? I was just wondering why not.
Why not
rook c6
rook
immediately?
c6 immediately? Yeah. Rook c6, king to d5, and for example, rook to c1. f5, rook where? a1, for example. So you have a lot of checks here. So it's not gonna be a problem. Let's say e5, now rook a5, for example. You can never go king f6 because rook a6, you are forced to go back. So I'm wondering if there is anything that you can do here in this position. Thanks, guys, for all the good wishes.
So many birthday wishes here in the chat.
Pepe, Anna, have you played in Greece? I played in the World Championship under 16.
Which year?
In 2000, I mean,
We
you
probably
should know.
played the same
Yeah,
year.
Halkidiki, in Halkidiki.
I also played in Halkidiki.
Yes, so I was
and I
there.
didn't know Pepe, so I don't remember him.
I was...
I played many times in Greece. There was also the World Youth Championship was in Greece many times. Also Europeans, even European Team Championship in where was it? Porto Caras. I played there too, and also I played the Greek League two times.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I played for a team from oh my god, I always forget, Thessaloniki. I wanted to say the name of the club, but it was too difficult for me. The Greek name, Thessaloniki, something with
Something with
Atletiki Thessaloniki.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Greece. It's a nice country, and also I've been to Athens, the Acropolis.
Yeah, I was there, but on a cruise.
Oh.
When I finished my studies at the university, in Spain we normally make a trip, and this was a cruise. I was to these Greek islands, Santorini, for example, also Athens. It was nice. And yeah, there's nothing proper to analyze, so maybe it's time to wear this Mexican hat. What do you think? No.
It's okay. Yeah,
No.
I think at 7:30 here, we've been commentating already for 6.5 hours, but we are enjoying the company because you guys are great in the chat. Thank you for all the comments. Also, thank you for your tweets. Thank you for being here with us. If not, it would be extremely boring for us to talk about the Rook Endgame for 6 hours.
And we hope you guys learned some chess today as well.
We hope
That's one of the ideas, and you had a great time. So Aronian keeps fighting. That's of course really nice. I mean, that's what you have to do when you are maybe in a drawish position, but you are a pawn up. You have to keep playing. Yeah, maybe you make your opponent tired, and then at the end, it's easier to make more mistakes when you are tired. So rook d4 on the board. So many moves, king 8, rook h1, rook a6, everything works for black, I guess. What is the longest game have you ever played? And we have played, people are asking, we have played each other. No, right?
No,
I think you
never.
played against my brother.
I did, and I lost to his brother, and his brother is lower rated than me.
Yeah, he's a 2200 player, my brother.
It was such a bad game for me. I was doing a really bad tournament.
And actually, he went to party last night until 7 a.m. or something. He always remembers
and
this.
I knew it. It's so unfair. You know, I took the tournament very seriously. I always do. So I went prepared. It was a morning round. I prepared for the game. I slept 8 hours. And then this guy, Pepe's brother, turns up. Maybe he didn't even sleep at all. He has just arrived from a party.
Yeah.
He's black and he beats me with a Scandinavian. And I don't even know what he did. Like,
with a Portuguese,
so
I think.
embarrassing.
No,
it was a very bad tournament for me. I mean, how could I?
It was in Benasque, yeah? This is
Yeah.
a really nice tournament in the mountains in Spain.
Nice place. We are recommending it. But for me, it wasn't a good tournament.
Paco, the name of my brother is Paco. Paco, you didn't send me happy birthday yet. I'm gonna kill you if you don't do it, yeah? You're my brother, yeah?
Your brother hasn't sent any greetings to you yet, any birthday wishes.
All right, so move 73 already. Aronian keeping the position without any...
Okay, so we actually missed to announce when they reached move 60, getting 15 more minutes, but that's not so much time, so they will run out of time sooner or later. You always have 30 seconds increment, so you cannot really lose on time. But at least they will start making moves faster.
Yeah, for sure. So...
How many moves do you think they will make before agreeing to a draw? I expect...
I hope just one more.
No, I think it could go on for a while. 102 moves.
Really,
What do you
Anita?
think?
Really?
No, maybe it's too much. 87.
86.
We are on moves 73 now.
73.
I vote for 87 moves.
I don't know.
So you say more or less?
I say 75, yeah? Just two more. Because I already have Lawrence calling them. It's Pepe's birthday, guys. Just take it easy. Just, don't make him stay until next day there in the office. So how to interpret engine evaluations? That's a really interesting questions because here it can lead to confusion, right? In endgames, still engines don't understand properly. So sometimes you just have to think by yourself. This is
Yeah.
I know this is not good. Yeah, this is this
Use
is
your
tiring.
brain.
Yeah, you use your brain. Yeah, I also don't like it too much. I love using my nothing box. You know what is a nothing box? Where you just look somewhere. Just doing nothing. I love doing this, but sometimes you have to think. Yeah, and in endgames, Jins don't understand properly yet.
Yeah, guys, don't believe the clocks that are shown here for the game because that's not the real time. Nobody has lost on time. The clocks are not updated. Just look at the board and listen to what we say. The clocks you shouldn't rely on.
So people are saying Hikaru is lost now? Really?
Lost? What?
So now.
Yeah, what I see is that there's some controversy because Hikaru has touched his king.
No, really.
But
What?
in which position? Because
Maybe
even
in this position. Maybe we are not in the right position. No. What about what?
Oh my god!
Again, King F6 is coming at the end.
He touched his king.
No, that cannot be true. Yeah, guys, don't trick me. Don't.
Many of the users are
Don't
saying,
troll,
I
guys."
don't think that this is a joke. Touch move. Yes, he did touch the king.
No way.
Wow, what's happening? Oh my god.
Maybe that's a joke from the users, but
I don't think so. Then you guys are great working as a community because like 20 users are saying that he touched his king.
wow. That cannot be true. Of course, you have to move the
Incredible.
king, let's say King F8, for example, King F6. At the end of the day, king f6 is
Win
coming.
the game.
So now you are threatening to take on f7, rook a6, rook d6, and if, for example, rook a8, you can now try f5, for example. Let's say you have to keep the rook here, rook b8, and then you can just go e6 here. And after takes, f takes, let's say you keep your rook here, rook d7 is coming, and rook h7, and this is gone. This is true, guys?
Wow.
No, that cannot be true.
Incredible. That's unbelievable, guys, that he touched his king and he of course did not want to move it.
No, that cannot be true. I mean,
I think it has to be true. I don't think that it was made up by 20 users. Wow.
are you sure?
shocked.
Are you sure?
I am shocked.
Well,
It was such a draw position, and of course Hikaru knows it. He knows that the
you can get crazy. I mean, sometimes you just I
But
mean,
that
see
much-
ghosts, you know?
But here, if you just go back with the rook to the 5th rank, pinning the pawn, I mean rook d7, rook a5,
Rook a5, yeah, this is pretty normal move. Now pinning the king.
I'm sure that this is what Hikaru wanted to play. Why did he touch the king? He was, I don't know,
Okay, we have here.
nervous.
I can see here something, Anita. Rook d7,
King f8.
king f8 was
King
played. I
f6.
cannot believe this. King f8
Incredible.
was played, and I can okay.
But he must
Rook-
have.
King f6, rook a6, rook d6, rook d6, rook a8, h5,
And now this is just winning.
h5, and then what? This is just completely winning.
It is. The black rook cannot be activated anymore because of the back rank mate threat. And if not, just f5, e6, and you are winning with white.
Wow. Wow.
Incredible that
Yeah.
he touched the king.
Wow. So tournament is over for Nakamura, more or less, yeah? With -2, it's over, yeah?
Well, there are still many rounds, but psychologically, how do you recover from something like this?
Wow.
Blundering in an equal position.
And Karjakin probably saying, no,
yeah, now he's
Aronian
joined.
joins me.
Joined in the lead.
Wow. This is Blunderland, yeah?
It is, but I just wonder what happened exactly. Because I think he touched the king, but he did not want to move it, of course.
And Uncle Jan was right. This is a winning position.
Jan is always right. The position was winning. Almost winning. King f8. Oh my god. So but imagine, he touched the king and then he realized that he didn't want to move it. Maybe do you think it's possible that he touched the king unintentionally?
Like you are gonna stand up and then
No,
something
like
"Oi!"
adjusting a piece without,
No.
but no.
I think just he touched the king and he saw like
And then he
some
realized,
ghost in
yeah.
his head, for sure.
No, so he wanted to move the king, he touched it, and then he realized it was a bad move and just there was no way back. Once you touch the piece,
You have to move it, yeah?
exactly, so he should have thought before touching the king. Unfortunately for Nakamura, this is very bad news for his whole tournament because this is a game he will not forget easily. Luckily for him, just like in the case of Vasily Topalov when he lost his second game, tomorrow is a free day. So he has time to recover, but I don't think it's easy to sleep after a game like this.
No, I think it's just better to go party. Really. Really.
Oh my god, I wish we could see their faces and I wish we could see a camera from the playing hall. What happened?
Wow. Yeah, this is something that happens in chess more often than you think, yeah?
Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, amazing day today. So many things happening, so many things going on here. And there is some nice stalemate on 8-7, people are saying.
Stalemate.
So for example, f5, let's say b8, e6, f take, and king h7. And then, for example, e7, you want to try to go rook d8 here, yeah?
what did you do? I did not look, and now what?
Rook d8 here, yeah?
Come on.
Just bishop, yeah?
Any piece.
Not any piece, yeah?
I mean, knight, bishop.
And
That's good
it.
enough.
That's
Knight,
it.
bishop. Two choice.
Wow, and I have trouble here getting a piece.
Wow. People are saying that he was confused when he touched the king.
Wow. Yeah, I can imagine. He just touches the king and then he
And
realizes,
then he was like, wow, what's going on?
Wow, I had to move it, yeah? Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, we agree with you guys. We are sorry for Hikaru, but if you touch a piece, you have to move it. That's the rule.
Wow.
Oh my god. So Aronian will have +2, and suddenly he is the new leader together with Sergei Karjakin.
Yeah, Aronian and Karjakin lead the tournament, and I'm following them. +3 for them, +2, right?
+2 for Aronian.
And +1 for Bishi.
You added the wishes +1 to Aronian's.
A bunch of people with 50% of the point, and then Svidler with -1, Topi with -2.
And Nakamura with -2 after having blunders today, touching his king when he did not, he shouldn't have moved the king.
And he went for king e7. Also e6 was winning.
Yeah.
King
this
e7.
is already too easy on this level. I think Naka has already resigned.
He already resigned?
I think yes.
Hikaru resigned. That's official, guys. Wow, what a day today. What a day. What an interesting day today.
Exactly. So we had, let's just sum up the results of today.
Yeah.
We had,
Yeah.
if we go one by one, because we have showed already the incredibly brilliant attack of Vishy Anand against Peter Svidler.
Yeah.
You should check that game if you missed it. Brilliant attacking game. Then the draw between Topalov and Anand-Svidler was also super exciting.
Yeah.
H4 on move 3, then the Benko played by Anand-Svidler and lots of fight. Then Karjakin was another crazy game. Queen sacrifice by Karjakin, then knight sacrifice, then Karana had to give back the queen, and they ended up in a draw, but it was like a crazy position with no time on the clock. And now Aronian beating Nakamura. In a Rukan game that was a draw, but never say that it's impossible to win until the opponent can make a mistake. We are humans. He touched the king, he had to move the king.
Exactly. Yeah, so what an interesting day. Hope you guys continue following the tournament here on Chess 24. And I think it's a good time, right, to close for today.
We should say goodbye, and you guys need to say goodbye to Pepe, because I'll be here on Saturday and Sunday as well, but Pepe won't be commentating.
I'm gonna leave you guys. It's been a pleasure for me to commentate with you guys here on the chat all the time. Yeah, nothing else to say. I hope to see you guys soon in another tournament or in Chess 24 platform, maybe in other live. So
and in Spanish, you always have Pepe in Spanish. He will be doing the Spanish commentary on the candidates in the second half of the event.
Yeah, so that was all, right? So thank you for being here.
Happy birthday to Pepe!
Yeah, and thanks for all the great wishes. And yeah, goodbye and bye, Anita.
Bye guys, and we will see you on, well, I will see you on Saturday and tomorrow too, tomorrow with the middle game show and thematic tournament.
Oh, sorry, I cut you.
It's okay.
No,
I'm
we'll
still
go.
talking.
Yeah, now you can say goodbye. Yeah, bye-bye.